Well, good morning, everybody, here on Freaky Fast Broadcasting. We've been live for just that of about 20 minutes, and we are right now watching that of the Category 5 esports team, Vincent Sora, and the machine that is actually leading the race right now for that of the LMPs. And gotta say, it is very early for myself over here in California. I don't know what got me up to watch this early, but I'm excited for this. This is kind of going to be a lot more of a laid back if you are watching currently this early in the morning, and we'll touch on it more throughout the day. But we're covering the whole day and see now Category 5 Esports is going to roll as they're leading the charge. I've already done one time through lapping the GT, and right now in a battle with that of Podium Hunters. But yeah, it's gonna be a fun time for us. A lot more of a laid back stream. We're just gonna be talking a lot more of a podcast version. But Robert, it's really early.
Oh, it's so early. You sound dead as a dead. Sorry, Sam, but you sound dead.
No, I'll be honest.
No energy, man.
I literally just woke up like maybe 5 minutes ago. I haven't gotten coffee. I haven't gotten breakfast. I'm gonna walk away at some point in the next probably 30 minutes to go do all that. But I still wanted to hop in and see how the guys were doing as they're But I already got through one scare and about to get to another scare because they're gonna go through the GTs once again.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's what we'll relate what you said there, Sam. It's a laid-back stream, ladies and gentlemen, if you're watching live. And just let people know out there when they come in to watch that, we're going to focus more on, talking to the chat and answering questions. And if you got any questions, like, Vincent Sora this morning put it on the poll. He looked very fast. His first lap wasn't looking too good. He did go through the bus stop, Sam, really, really nice on both of his laps, but his second lap was blazingly fast. Crazy how he made it through that bus stop.
Yeah, it's crazy to see how it's going. Hey, we'll see Stimp in the chat. Norris, I see that you're in the chat also. If you're in there watching, say hey. We'll be watching the chat all day. And I'm just hoping you guys make it through. That's all I want, Robert. I just want them to survive at least most of the day.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to remember. Last year, didn't they win the 24-hour?
That they did.
I thought so.
They won it. There's been some scares.
Yeah.
I believe they won it.
Yeah, I think we'd have to we'd have to ask Zach or go back on Facebook on Category 5 and look at their, history. And see if we can find an image or something. But if I remember correctly, I think they won.
Yeah.
I don't even remember what team it was. I know Brian, Zach, and Thora was in it, but other than that, I don't remember the other ones.
I believe Brandon was involved with that. So yeah.
Okay. It might.
I believe he was.
So. Well, they started out good, man, and we'll see. Like you said, where they're at. They right now, like you said, they got this Podium Hunters Black team been all over them since the start of the race. So I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, because we're only 23 minutes into this, and they're on lap 15 already of 6 million.
There's gonna be so many laps.
I give them credit. I give them credit. People that do this endurance and stuff, it's really cool. I couldn't do this, Sam. I couldn't race for 6 hours like this. Like, I couldn't do it.
You cannot pay me $1 million to do this. I would and tell me to survive to make it to the end. I would wreck it probably in like lap 13, which that's what I mean, they're on lap 16 already.
I mean, I'm lucky if I make it an hour without wrecking.
Yeah. I mean, there's some people that are already having troubles for themselves, but this is the scariest part of the whole entire race is the start, trying to get by the GTs for the first couple of attempts. I know I was listening when I first got up. I hopped in with the drivers. We're going to be bringing them in periodically throughout the broadcast. They even, some other guys that we cover throughout the week at Freaky Fast, they've planned to come into the booth and just have some chats and talk about maybe how their leagues are going, also talking about how this race is going, and just relaxing throughout the day, and periodically we're also going to step away. But man, it is. I hate watching when you have to watch these guys go through traffic. But right now, this morning, I know Vinny's got Zach in his ear trying to spot and give him the information on when to get by people. They're trying to predict when they're going to get through traffic completely. Which I was doing a little bit of spotting for Christopher Norris actually last week when they were doing the roar before the 24.
Oh yeah.
And they were running much slower vehicles back then, but I was helping Norris spot, and that is an interesting thing when you're trying to help predict when you think drivers are going to catch you if you're in slower cars, or predicting when you're going to catch people in front of you. Because if you predict wrong, you can be causing some mayhem.
Oh, that or run into them or get off track, or I mean, it's a timing game. All this is a timing game, especially the speed difference with these cars. You know, with these what are the other cars they have here? The GT3s, right?
Yeah. So these are I believe these are the GT3s, where they're running a ton of different ones. So for the GT3s, you've got the Audis, Ferraris, Mercedes as well as the Porsches. There's a ton of different ones. They used to be running. There are a few guys running Lamborghinis as well for the GT3s. So get a good variety of those to be checking out. And then for that of the LMPs, everyone's running in the new one. iRacing came out with the brand new hypercar, which was the hybrid engine for the BMW, and it's been an interesting time for most to learn this vehicle, mainly because a lot of drivers just were having to learn how to work with a battery. So they're learning, and we're learning on how to manage different things. Yeah, I've been periodically listening to different teams that have been trying to learn. But
okay, yeah, because they're talking Greek to me when it comes to these cars. I have no clue. I haven't raced them, don't know. So I have no clue.
Oh man. Well, already, the field is already shrunk. We have 2 official DNFs already of guys that are out of this race in just the first 30 minutes. That stinks. I've been in the room with my brother who does. He's done a couple of these, and he's been a part of those first lap incidences. And it is a nightmare to be in the room with a driver that is involved with those wrecks or is watching his teammate destroy the car immediately. It's a little scary at times.
Well, what's good about this on the iRacing platform, though, too, Sam, is that this early in the race, they got wrecked out. If they still have time to hop into the next schedule, upcoming event and get their team registered again, right? Correct?
Yeah, there's a couple of different times. They've got, I believe there's like 2 or 3 more times to try to hop into races.
Yeah, I think here in America, I think the last time slot's like around lunchtime, somewhere around there, and that's when Race Spot's going to be doing the top tier, and that's when that's all going to be going on.
Yeah, I believe there's a couple of people also. Norris. It's at 11 Eastern. So I think the 11 Eastern was usually the time that my brother would take it. Also, he's done this split before, this time starting, and it's interesting because our gaming room would be in my room. And so my brother would come into my room. He would warn me the day before always. He would just be like, so I'm coming in to your room just to let you know if you wake up in the middle of the night and you see me and the computer on, because I'm going to do the 24 hours race. And he would do the first stint. And man, that would, those mornings I would like wake up and just see the computer on. And we'd be just like, morning, and then get back to racing.
Oh, wow. Yeah, ain't that something? Didn't even have your coffee yet. Didn't even roll out of bed yet. Holy crap.
No.
You didn't even do your first pee.
No, it was those were some weird times.
I get a kick out of these names some of these team names. I'm sorry. I just get a kick out of them, Sam.
Which one's your favorite so far when you're looking through?
I'm just looking here. Let me see here. Let me look because that's actually what I was looking at before you came. Got up and came on and started talking to me. So I really didn't get to go through them all yet here. Well, you got one? Oh, right here. I already found it. Finding Nemo.
Oh my gosh. There is a Finding Nemo team.
Yep, Matt there in the number 24. He's running.
Oh my gosh,
V8.
it is Finding Nemo racing from Matt. Matt from New Jersey is racing right now.
Love it, love it. Finding Nemo racing. That is cool. Oh, and we got a change for the lead here. Vincent Sword just got passed by Alex there. Alexander. Podium Hunter.
Oh boy.
Again, it's a long race, of course. I wouldn't worry about it. It's more or less, just let them go. There's no point in fighting the battle or anything like that. Because the other question is, and again, I'm talking Greek here. It's open setup, correct? These guys have been practicing, getting ready for this. So, I don't know. Can somebody out in chat tell me? Is there a difference in setups? Like what? I know the GT3s have a different fuel map or something, mapping system, something.
Yeah, I mean, there's both vehicles can hold a certain amount of fuel. The GTs are expected to go a lot further than the LMPs. So the LMPs, they pit, I believe, every like 40 minutes, while the GTs can go about an hour or so. So the drivers are, when we say stint, it means the one fuel run. So drivers are usually going about 40 minutes. That's what's expected for Norris here, and he's going to be going for quite a while for himself. He's going to be going. I'm expecting him. He's still got quite a bit to go. Probably expect to come into pit road maybe here in like 8 minutes. But with the fact that Vincent was leading the charge, he wasn't saving any fuel. Now he's going to be able to get the draft. That's going to help a little bit on the straightaways.
Right.
So whenever they're in the oval course, which it's crazy, they're driving about like 80% of the oval while on doing this race. So if you don't like Daytona, this is not the race for you to run, because you're going to be getting a lot of this track.
Yeah, ain't that something? Yeah, 80%. Wow, that's crazy. That's crazy. I know too. They gave us the stent schedule too. I need to pull it up on my laptop. I got that link. Who's the next guy in line? Brian Johnson?
Believe it is going to be Brian.
Have to pull.
Yeah, it's going to be 3 stints for Vinny. So for those that are on the Eastern time, a lot more friendlier time for yourself.
Yeah, you West Coasters.
Vinny's going to be running until about 9:40 Eastern. That is around the window we're expected, and then they'll do a driver swap for that of Brian, and then after Brian's done, they'll switch over to Zach, and then Cedric will hop in the car. And after Cedric's in, Nick will be hopping in, which majority of the guys on the East Coast, so they're going to be feeling comfortable for the early section. It's Nick and everyone else is going to be doing the late night sesh. That's going to be I think the more interesting part of the day. Again, that's if we make it to that point.
Let's hope.
Yeah, because the night part, that's still in 16 hours. that's when we start thinking of the fatigue, quote unquote.
I know I'll have football on. I know that much. We got a football game going on today too. So.
Oh shoot! I think we might be actually calling the football game more than the racing when that comes on.
Yeah,
I know. I'm also middle of the day. I'm going to be watching Call of Duty because they've got Call of Duty League stuff going on today.
I've seen that. Well, I've seen it because of you guys.
We're slowly trying to get you. We're slowly going to make you a Call of Duty fan, or we're going to make you hate it. We don't know what we're going to get from that.
Right now, I'm in the middle because I enjoy playing the game. It's just I hate all the cheaters.
That's facts. I think everyone does.
We got our social media guy out here already this early in the morning. Christopher Norris out here. Just ask him. He'll help us out.
Oh,
Should bring him down in the booth.
that's up to Norris. Norris, if you want to come up to the booth, tell us in the chat. We'll pull you in.
Come on down. Come on down to The Price is Right.
Yeah, and if anyone has my DMs and wants to just hop in, have a chat, just message us. We are more than willing. As you can hear from my voice, I'm still trying to wake up. I set my alarm. What's crazy, Robert? I set my alarm to wake up an hour ago, and it rang. I set like 3 different times to wake up, and I said nope when I first woke up at 4 my time, and I was like, I know everyone else is up. Nah, I'm gonna skip this first alarm. Next alarm came up at 4:30, and I was like, oh, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. And then it came up at 4:45. They were already racing. You had the stream up, and I was like, okay, I'll get up.
You sound as bad as me. I set same thing an hour before this started, and I looked at my phone and went, oh fuck this. I'm going to bed. Excuse my language, but I was like, nah, I'm good.
Yeah, no, not what we want. I'm not feeling it. Yeah, oh dude. That's why Nick's not racing this early.
Crawford.
Nick's gonna be in. His time will be at 12:40 Western, so that's gonna be around 3-ish.
Well, and
then Nick will have his
work
first
too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And majority of Nick's time he'll be later on, and those are the scares, man. When someone goes into these corners and does something unpredictable, that's when things get scary.
Most definitely. And this oh, that was a close call.
Yeah, that's, again, predictability is what you're looking for. And when drivers are not predictable, and if GT3s are trying to, that's what these slower cars are. If they're bobbing and weaving and thinking they're getting out of the way and they're not communicating that, it is a frustrating thing.
It's 2 cars in a row now, Sam, that he almost ran over.
3 technically.
Oh, I missed the other one.
Because it was turn 1, and then it was weird.
Let's grab Christopher said to pull him down. Come on down.
Hey, you're giving us free will. You are giving us the power to do so.
You sure you want to do that?
Oh, he's already given us the all clear. Oh no, we can't pull him.
What? We don't have.
Oh no, never mind. We're good.
Oh,
we got you, Norris.
Oh, okay. Well.
Oh my! I think I accidentally right clicked, and so it made me lose the power to drag somebody.
Oh boy! Speak up, young man.
We got you, Norris. Yeah, it is. Oh my gosh! No, straight up, Zach. We can't have laps like that. Robert already had his juice this year. We don't need more.
Let me turn your microphone up there. And you do have to talk.
I will talk.
There we go. Keep talking.
Did you have breakfast this morning, Norris?
I did not. I just have 300 milligrams of caffeine.
You already went with caffeine?
Yeah.
What? Oh no, you gotta get breakfast in you. Caffeine's for later.
I'll be alright.
What'd you drink that's 300 milligrams?
Your favorite, G Fuel.
Oh, you had G Fuel?
Yeah, I'm
okay.
A fan of it.
Now we're gonna continue with your interview of what flavor of G Fuel.
Wumpa fruit, whatever that is.
I don't think I've ever heard that flavor before.
Crash Bandicoot.
Oh, video game flavor. Nice.
Yeah, look it up.
I think my favorite flavor of the video game energy drinks is probably G Fuel's orange cream. Ooh, pit stop.
Oh, no.
It stops with blinky lights. Interesting.
Yeah, I mean pit stops always a tricky place. I know if you're known Category 5, historically pit stops have been a tricky spot for Cedric Hunter. So we'll see how his pit stops go later in the race.
Okay. Well, also to let the fans out there that are watching right now, you can go to our YouTube page and you'll see every stream will be run 6 hours. So we're splitting it up in 4s to do the full coverage. So when we get to about the 5 hour and 50-minute mark, we're probably going to kill the stream and give us time to reset back up. And then we'll go back live for part number 2 for the next 5 hours and 50 minutes. Just so everybody knows, what's going on there.
And a little bit of flashy, a little bit of blinky, warming up the tires.
I can't wait for nighttime. I want to see the Ferris wheel.
Oh, so the Ferris wheel's spinning, and then also the riser. There's another ride that like rises up and like twirls around.
Oh.
That also works. That also is gonna be going on at some point.
It's been here the whole. Man, I don't remember that.
Yeah.
I don't remember that ride.
Big shout out to Justin Malello. He posted on Twitter yesterday.
Oh.
And he was freaking out about it. And I was like, why are we freaking out about this? And then I realized, actually that's kind of cool.
I don't remember that doing that though. I mean, I remember the ride, but I don't remember it actually moving.
It was moving, it was spinning, it was cool.
Well, guess what, ladies and gentlemen? Next year we're gonna have camera shots. We're gonna sit on the seat if I can make it spin around.
We'll make you just do custom cameras randomly. We'll just switch on over.
Yeah.
They're near nobody. We'll trust that whoever's in the car won't make a mistake. We'll just pan on over and watch the rides for a sec.
There you go. We could do. Well, we kind of can do that right now. I got a camera pack in here. Never played with the road course side of things, so I don't know what these cameras do. I got no clue.
Well,
we can go way high.
We could. I will say this, Robert. Your
that?
favorite team, besides Category 5 Esports, did lead a lap. Finding Nemo Racing did lead a lap.
Yeah, go. Well, it's not my. Okay. Well, it's my favorite team name.
Favorite team name. But
yeah.
Norris, have you been looking through the names? Have you picked an interesting name of the lobby?
Well, how about the one in the very last place that didn't even start? Just the one guy's name, not even a team.
Wait, really? It's just one guy's name?
On what?
Oh, it is.
Yep, Daniel.
It is Daniel. It's just Daniel. Daniel did not make the race. Did not make the grid. We've 48 drivers made the grid.
Okay. Yeah, I see.
It's 48 teams. Now some of them are out. We got 2 of the hybrid cars out, and then we also have 1 of the GT3s out.
I also see, I'm looking through the rest of the teams, I see Podium Hunters also got a GT3 car of Adams. So they got 2 vehicles running in here. Very interesting too. Podium Hunters there, Sam and Christopher, did a driver swap.
Not to say, it seems
Mike's now in.
Yeah. Curious on. Gonna look and see here. We'll see how fast Mike's gonna be.
I will say.
Go ahead.
GT3 is the one that gave Vincent issues in the infield. So.
Oh, that does make sense. It does make a lot more sense on why there was some chaos there. That is gotta be frustrating though. Like, it's the first hour of the race. Help your teammate later on. But I guess in some other people's minds, you want to make the gap as soon as possible.
Let's see if we can get this to reload and actually work the way it's supposed to. This will me in the background. Oh, I got it working. There we go. Now we got the track map, and we got this working. And now I was wondering why it wasn't updating the way it's supposed to, but I think we're good now. I think
it's early. Yeah.
Yeah, that's my excuse, and I'm sticking to it.
I'm sticking with it.
So if it all works the way it's supposed to, anybody that is watching now, which we got 7 people out there watching. Yay, thanks. Hey, share the stream. Don't forget to like, share the stream if you're new to Freaky Fast or whatever. Also, check out why is it going to that. Oh, I know why it's going to that car. I have to fix something. Our auto scheduler doesn't want to stick with the 05 for some reason because it doesn't like the 0 in front of the 5. So when I put the schedule on for us to walk away, Sam, it's going to go to the 5 car and not the 05. I don't. It's a bug that it's not working the way I want it to. So we'll just stick it on a camera and let it be because I didn't set up cameras to rotate. You know, like you see what it's doing right now. This is auto rotating. But anyways, up at the very top, you know, you'll be able to see it says Podium Hunters. When you get a new team that's leading, it will actually switch and tell you which team is leading in that category. So you'll know what team's leading.
A big shout out to SDK on completely reinventing how they wanted their endurance package to look. Man, I mean, look at that track map though. That is what a mess. That is a mess to have.
All right.
Oh, there they go. That's the boys we're following. Vinny's trying to go for the pass. Oh boy, Vinny.
Action heating up already. 46 minutes into this race. Look at this.
Norris, have you been sitting with the drivers since the start of the race?
Yeah.
Oh man, Norris, gotta say, how nervous have they been, or have the drivers been kind of calm?
Calm, I would say.
That's good.
Really been nervous. It seems like Vincent did a good job in qualifying. That's there to hype him up.
Hey, gotta get that chemistry.
I do know that Zach sounded very tired.
the few moments I was sitting in there, he sounded tired, but also trying to help through traffic.
Oh man, it's crazy. It's actually crazy how we're all just, I don't know. I never thought I'd be streaming this early in the morning.
No, I mean, I thought about, because me doing commentating, there were moments when I first started commentating where I thought maybe I'll try doing the Australian leagues, because that's like middle of the night. But then I remembered that I don't live alone. It'd be kind of rude if I started just getting all my hyper self in the middle of the night while people are trying to sleep. So this is a lot more of a nice, relaxed. I don't need to yell and scream like my usual self, and I prefer this relaxed mode in podcasting about watching these drivers. As we got 12 minutes before the first hour is done.
I know if I didn't work through the daytime, I've always thought about broadcasting road racing. Road racing kind of really interests me. So I get confused with it, but I like watching it.
Yeah. I think for me, it's F1. I'm watching F1 for as long as I did growing up. That's kind of what got me into enjoying road racing. Also rallycross. Like rallycross and just rally racing in general. Like X Game rallycross.
Okay, yeah.
Rest in peace, Ken Block. Watching him in the X Games and Travis Pastrana.
Yeah.
And, watching them do that was like what really got me into wanting to look more into rally and seeing how just those guys are crazy and their lack of fear at times, it seems like. And then it kind of translated into watching more and more road racing, but NASCAR always was my love.
Yeah, NASCAR growing up was my thing too. And when it comes to like road racing and F1, like you're talking about there, Sam, for me personally, Zach got me into the F1 stuff, 2 years ago, somewhere around there. That's where I started, watching. But you know what? The events that I like to go to is we got a little issue there with a car going off track. You got to watch out. Be very careful. Oh my goodness gracious, you're crazy. I don't know who that was.
Someone going a lap down.
Yeah, somebody looked like. Look at, I'm showing Daniel, but my SDK is going nuts. But monster trucks. I know it's not racing, but I've always liked, like the Grave Digger and things like that, and I like to go to them kind of events.
Oh man, those were really fun. Norris, what has road racing ever been an interest for yourself?
Yeah, I mean, watching it, I haven't watched a lot of IMSA races, but they've always seemed so entertaining. F1 is not my kind of thing. This kind of stuff, like sports car championships and all that, is always interesting to watch.
Now, Norris, it seemed like I know you're a snooper. You like snooping around. That's why you're our social media guy. And if nobody knew, Norris really helps us out here at Freaky Fast Broadcasting. You noticed something interesting. It's not illegal, but it's something interesting for this Podium Hunters team.
Yeah, looks like a couple of the drivers have just so happened to drop down in Ireland for the years. Jane Winter was a 3000 not that long ago, I believe. But all of a sudden he has dropped down to a 500, which unless his account's from someone else, then that's definitely different. These drivers have won the last year's LMP2 in the class, and have won a couple of other kind of races like these with, I believe, the Lamar race possibly. So, I think
They're a team to watch out for.
now, is it because of the iRating or the fact that they actually are really good, which are showing the talent now, but that I don't know.
I know we can pull it up, but what's the strength of the field?
I think it would be mid 2K based off of a Russ estimate. Based on who's in the session right now.
Right. I know I think we can bring it up here. Let me see here. Yeah, there it is. We actually got it. The BMW is 2K and GT3s is 2.6K right now. Interesting.
Very, very interesting. I need to reset my and get back in the sesh. My iRacing's starting to freak out.
Yeah,
But good thing.
I got on this morning and my SDK is saying that there's an update. So now I got to run an update after we end the stream before we start the next one.
Yeah, Monday night. I can't. We do so many broadcasts now that I always have to like check the date of and be like, what racetrack are we at?
Yeah.
Sometimes. Where are we going?
Yeah.
Monday.
I don't even pay attention anymore to that. I just show up and do my thing.
Monday we're going to Chicagoland. Okay. We get a mile and a half. We get a break from our road course racing because we get a lot of it. Because I believe Wednesday we're doing road course racing and Thursday. So we're getting a lot of it.
Yeah, and I think on Thursday, I think it was Stars and Stripes, I think I seen they made a post on Sonoma, I think they're going to, and it's the old layout.
Yeah, it's a layout I like.
Yeah.
I like that layout. Not dealing with the carousel is nice, because then you don't have to worry about drivers accidentally going out in the sand and getting stuck in the tires. That's a usual thing for people that misjudge. Yeah, heading to the old layout, much nicer and nicer on the drivers, nicer on the brakes. Oh, it's going to be a tough week for some of the guys that we cover, because we have the Truck Series on Monday. They're heading to Chicagoland, which is nice. Tuesday goes to Bristol, which, Norris, I believe you're filling in for that race?
Correct. not just
No.
Medlin.
Yeah, Andrew Medlin. And then Wednesday's Watkins Glen with the next gen guys, and then Thursday is ARCA at Sonoma. So we get to end the week off with road course racing. Start the week off with more of traditional racing, but I think Tuesday's gonna be probably the most interesting race of them all, just because of the fact that Bristol and the trucks. Who knows what we're gonna see?
I was just checking out the stuff on this paint scheme, and I know Christopher does a lot of painting, but this car looks pretty freaking sharp.
Yeah, Zach did a good job with it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at all the little details, and I feel honored. I mean, I got my racing team on there, and I got my logo from when I had my heart attack. Wow, thanks. I didn't even notice that until now.
There's a ton of small detail works that's put on this car that I know for some it's maybe hard to see at times, but it's cool when drivers actually try to make their schemes as realistic to where sponsorships are going to be, and you just put your fun little logos here or there.
Does he have a 4-leaf clover on top of the hood roof? Yeah, it is. Oh, Lucky Charms. Oh, yeah. You should go get your coffee there, Sam. Coffee ready?
Nah, I mean, it's a Keurig, so all I have to do is just go over there, push a button, and we're good.
Oh, yeah. I drink too much coffee. That wouldn't work for me.
No?
No, I drink 2 pots of coffee a day.
That blows my mind that you drink that much coffee.
I drink it like it's water, man.
It's crazy.
It's been like that since I was, I would roughly say around 20 years old. That's when I started drinking coffee and got away from soda and don't touch soda no more. That's all I drink is coffee. And they say, drink water because water's good for you. Well, coffee's made with water, right? So I do. I drink coffee with water. And you can't argue with me here.
That is, I mean,
the doctor tries all the time.
I'm gonna
Oh boy.
There's a lot of wrong places we could go with that one.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. So let's not do that. We actually got 7 people out there watching. Who's all watching? I know we got Christopher watching, me, you, Zach. Who else? Okay, that's 4 out of 7. Who else is? Who else?
Well, Stimp was out there for a bit, but I think he might have stepped away.
Yeah, hit up.
I'm expecting a lot more people to periodically come in later on.
Yeah, like the crews from all the leagues that we broadcast.
Yeah,
hopefully
I know.
We'll swing in and say hi.
I know some of those teams. Some of them are racing right now. Others they did yesterday. They started yesterday.
Zach likes my launch. See.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Oh Zach, I just noticed what you typed in with the Pro 2 lights. That is also road course racing that I'm pretty good at. That is
yeah.
That was something. Pro 2 lights. It's the dirt road racing,
yep.
Like rookie series.
Yep.
And Martin Morales, he was one night was like, hey, we should do jumpy trucks, and that's our key word for pro lights. And I hopped in, and I did like 4 months of just grinding the pro lights, trying to learn how to be extremely fast with those cars. With those trucks, and I was expecting to be super rusty with them, and I was putting down some burner laps, and Martin was like, what is this? He was so confused that I was so fast. And then I was showing it off with Zach and everybody the other night, and I don't know, I just feel comfortable with the dirt and jumping over stuff.
Well, there you go. Maybe start something up, on a night that you're not busy.
Go pro.
Heck no.
Go
I'm not fast enough to go pro. I'll let you know that.
Nah, well, never say never.
Well, the big thing for me in racing, why I like being up in the booth, is that
Because you're good
all
at
that
it.
it's all about finding stats, finding patterns, and that's what I love finding. While driving, I can be fast for maybe a lap or two, but I struggle at staying consistent. That's why I was like, I would sometimes be battling up front in the top 10 for races in Wicked when I was racing before, and that would be in last place at times because I could not stay consistent at all. I would always make a lot of mistakes that
Right.
kind of were rookie moves at time, a lot of self-sabotaging, but man, it was fun though being racing for a bit there. But I much more prefer being in the booth. It's a lot more of a calm place for me.
Well, okay, so you're not going to race in leagues because you said, you feel calmer up in the booth, and that's fine. But doesn't mean that you can't go out there and, run some open server races. You know what I mean? Work on your iRating. You know what I mean? Just enjoy yourself. It's not competition. If you lose, you lose. It is what it is, right?
Oh yeah, that's something that I've been
Right.
I'm working on is just relax and not try to get into any like troublesome spots of getting over aggressive at times. I can get way too competitive while racing because I want to perform the best that I can immediately, and sometimes I realize I just need to cool off.
We have somebody in Discord asking a question here from Wednesday night. Mason.
Yeah, Mason's wondering. What we're doing tonight, for myself at least, is I'm not technically racing. 'Cause, yeah, he asked me that. We're covering and watching the Category 5 esports team. Norris, are you going to be racing, joining anyone for any 24 hours, or are you just going to be watching people race today?
I will be watching because I know if I had to drive one of these LMDHs, they are very powerful, especially under braking. So I would spin that thing within 2 seconds.
I feel that. Everyone else that's a part of the team that we're going to be watching throughout the day. Currently in the car, it's Vincent Sora, who, if you've watched on our Saturday nights, is the 2-time champ for the WSSR.
Peter.
He's so fast. That kid is ridiculously quick. And
He's a
probably gonna be
cheater.
one of the favorites. He's going to be one of the favorites to watch out for.
He's a cheater.
Hey, you can't just blatantly point it out and say he's cheating when he's not.
Hey, yeah.
He just puts in the time.
I know. I'm just jealous because the kid's just like a goat, like his brother. Crazy.
Yeah, he's
Some
very.
people just get it.
Ah, man, one of these days, I want to see the brothers versus each other.
Yeah.
I know Presley Sora is Presley's won a lot of championships in other series as well. He won the Monday Night Racing series. We're trying to find a way. How do we get Presley and Vinny to race one another? And then after Vinny is done, as he's going to be racing here for another couple of hours, expecting him to come into pit road in the next about 20 minutes or so. We're going to have Brian come in, as well as Brian Johnson, who also runs on Saturday, Cedric Hunter, who runs on a couple of nights here at Freaky Fast. And then Zach will be joining in racing, who's in the booth commentating as well as racing. And then the last driver for the team is going to be Nick Crawford, who is on the West Coast time, so he's not going to be here in the early portions. Also has work, so he'll be joining in midday and doing the night shift later on.
Yeah, we should, maybe you should look at maybe trying to pull Vinny up here after he's done with his stint, as he's going against somebody right here again. As the leader there, I think he's going after Mike there. Maybe bring him up and ask him before he gets off, for the night to go take a snap or whatever he's doing and see how his race went. What's he think? Just get a little feedback.
Oh yeah, that is the goal for the day, is to try to get as much of the driver feedback. I know that the first portion of this, I know also Cedric said that while he's racing, he's willing to talk. So we'll see if we want to pull Cedric in when he's doing his stints later on, once he's in a comfort zone. But yeah, 100%. We want to talk to the drivers, get their thoughts during and after the race at times. We just know the first bit of this race, it's a lot more of let's settle in. And especially with Vinny being in this battle, we're going to let Zach continue to try to spot crew chief and help out as much as they can before we start dragging people all around.
I will say with 5 different drivers, you can see the first mistake.
First mistake?
Yeah.
Oh, man, that's putting some pressure on somebody. I don't want. No, I'm not even gonna say that, Norris. No, I'm not gonna let your instigating get us into trouble. We're not gonna state what could happen in the bad side of things. Let's stay positive. I don't want to. I was gonna play your game, but no, we're gonna. I realize you're baiting me to get in trouble. I'm not gonna.
Chaos, okay?
I know you are. But big thanks to everyone who's watching. Thank you for joining in the fun. But man, it's gonna be a lot of racing throughout the day. Again, 24 hours. We still have 22 hours to go in 55 minutes. I mean, at this point, Robert, yeah, that's it. At this point, we're already thinking on the broadcast side, oh man, we're just halfway through a normal broadcast.
Yeah, right. I think that's the truth.
Oh man, Zach's putting in, should be around 6. I mean, around 9, so 6 my time. I have to always think, like, I have to do mental math at all times when I see times for people.
Oh, okay. Mason Halsman actually wants to join us in the booth, but he's not on this Discord.
Oh, Mason wants to join us at some point?
That's what he said. He goes, he wanted to bring him up in the booth and talk. So he can talk with us.
Oh, for sure. I believe I have the power to invite people. And that I do.
Yeah, well, get him in the Discord. Let me send him a message.
Yeah, Mason, I believe I sent you the invite. I believe you should be able to head on over to General and we will be able to pull you up. It should be either chill room or racing room you should be able to get into. And we can pull you in the booth and have a chit chat as Vinny and
As he's in.
oh boy.
Don't you just love technology? Got a phone going, a laptop going, the PC's going, the streaming system. Oh my goodness, there's so much stuff you can do.
There's so much stuff you can do. What up, Mason? Welcome to the booth for the 24-hour event. We're in our now entering our second hour of racing. How are you doing this morning?
I'm not sure if you guys can hear me or not.
Yeah,
Can you?
We've got you.
Oh, perfect. No, I was planning on doing it this weekend, but I had a little on short notice. I had to go up to Illinois this weekend, so I wasn't able to race it. But I noticed that you guys were racing it, so I came out here and I was putting all my support into y'all now.
We're happy to have the support. So, how much practice did you put in, and what vehicle were you planning on racing before this trip popped up?
I was planning on racing the Lamborghini because I'm supposed to time attack it this year at Sebring in real life. So that was the big plan to race the Lamborghini. It was, I think, every night we had like an hour practice session, just getting the setup ready and down, making sure the stints were ready, making sure every driver knew how long they were going to race for a certain amount of time. We had 4 drivers, four very good drivers. And if I feel bad for just dropping them, I guess I kind of was forced to. I couldn't, but yeah, it was hard practice, but it'll be worth it in the end. They're racing right now. They're doing decent. They're second in their split, and they're doing pretty decent. So yeah, 1 sec. I'll be right back.
All good. That's Mason Hausman with us, winner of this past Wednesday at Wicked Racing League, joining us up in the booth. But man, this is going to be one of those races where I don't know what we're expecting. I don't think we didn't really plan much Excuse me on that. We didn't play much into this on the commentating side. We just knew we were going to come in, periodically talk, have people show up, and just cross our fingers that everyone's going to make it through. The bus stop once again gets hairy for drivers trying to get on by, as still Vinny and Mike continue to race on some bump drafting. I don't think that is the smartest thing to do, but certainly a way to scare somebody.
Yeah, I've tried that bump drafting. It doesn't really work out on the straights.
Somehow they survived. Oh boy.
A little harder in the rear.
I wouldn't be battling this podium black team right now. I mean, it's a long race, but would you back off maybe, Sam, guys? Well, I mean, would you just let them go for right now and maybe ride, a little bit behind them? Or
Vinny's not backing off. Vincent Sora is always on the go.
I'm not watching this. I'm not watching the stream at the moment because I can't really. But I would say they're like an hour in.
Yeah, we're a little bit past an hour in, and right now first and second, Vincent Sora, the Category 5 driver, leading the way. Podium Hunters is right on his tail, and they might be bump drafting again heading into the bus stop at this current moment.
I would say at this current moment, it's only an hour in. I know I've watched the stream a little bit. I know that is Vinny racing? Is that the one who's racing right now?
Yeah, that's Vincent Sora. Yeah, Vinny. He's in the right now.
I've noticed he's a very quick driver. He's a very good driver too, and I've noticed that he doesn't like to give up very soon. So I would say right now Vinny's doing a great job in the car. He's keeping it straight. He's keeping it calm. He's maintaining his spots pretty well. I would say if this was me driving, I would say I'd probably be conserving the car just a little bit until towards the end of my stint, and making sure that if it is a driver swap, that the next driver can have the best optimal amount of space between the car behind him and in front of him.
I believe also team is expecting pit stops here most likely in the next 7 minutes, so probably another 3 to 4 more laps they're going to go for before pit stops start to click in. But again, yeah, Mason, you're driving in Wicked on Wednesday nights. You just got yourself a win this season. How are you feeling on the Wicked side of things on coming into the season, especially last season? You were performing well, made it to the Final Four. How are you feeling about Wicked on Wednesday nights?
I'm feeling good. Ever since that championship race where I might have gotten wrecked out a little bit, I've been practicing a little bit. I've just trying to recuperate and making sure that I put in the time and effort to relearn the car, because over that break I didn't race iRacing at all because it was an every weekend thing, and after a while you get bored of the game, so you just or sim. Sorry, some people out there are not gonna like I call it a game. I would. I don't know. It feels good. I call this my redemption season because last year I had a good season, but I coughed it up a little bit there in the championship after all that work. And I would say, yeah, I'm gonna try to make a redemption season. See if I can win more than one race this year, because like I did last year, and see if I can go to Watkins Glen next week and give Gavin a hell of a time, because I know Gavin's gonna be quick there. He's quick on a road course. So.
Well, Norris, Robert, how are you guys feeling?
I'm feeling good. I'm busy doing something right now.
Okay, Norris, how are you doing on your side?
Yeah, just keep an eye out on Vincent. Going back to taking the lead, but I will say he's not able to pull away just because of the draft right now. But if he's able to pull away, I see nothing wrong with taking that lead. Going into the pits might be a little bit sketchy, but if they have another driver swap, that may be another second or two that Vincent could gain in the pits.
Yeah, that was something that the Podium Hunters did, is they did the first stint, then they did a driver swap, which usually that's not how you do the start of these races, but it's an interesting way that they're going to go with it. I was told by Zach expecting 4 to 5 laps, and that was about a lap or so ago, so pit stop should be soon. Now, Norris, I helped you out with the Roar to 24. That was last week, help getting prepared for some of these guys. How does it feel watching these drivers running much faster vehicles than what you were running before? As bump drafting once again, I'm impressed that they're doing this, but gosh, let's not kill each other in the first hour of this race, please.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I gotta go, guys. So I'll see y'all later.
All right, that's gonna be
nice day.
Mason. Mason joining us. See you, Mason.
Bye.
Yeah, I will say I believe Vincent the other day talked about bump drafting, and I've seen other people talk about it. It can be a little bit sketchy, kind of like how with the Chevy nose is kind of pointed with any other kind of Ford or Toyota Cup car in the NASCAR series, where you can spin someone very easily if you don't do it right. So it is a little bit sketchy on that guy's part, but they are gaining time compared to the guys behind.
Yeah, that difference, 17 seconds to third place. So they are pulling away, but this is where you could lose time. Got the GTs saying hello, and then you guys scoot on by.
Yeah, I think just watching this I think this is going to be a fighting battle the next 23 hours with this other team here, guys.
I'm excited for Brian. When Brian gets in the car, I've been hearing that Brian's been pretty quick. I know Vinny's always going to be fast. Brian's fast. But I heard that Brian is really good at saving his energy. I know it sounds like a bunch of humbo-jumbo, Robert, but these drivers do deal with energy conservation. If I got to speak. They've got an energy system, I'll just change the wording, that allows them to use up more speed on the straightaways. No, Norris, did you get to race with these cars at all while they were practicing and getting to test anything about it?
Yeah, I will say that guy right behind them, that GT3, was their teammate. He didn't like any, suspicious moves. But with these systems, one word for it would be the hybrid systems. It's like a real life car. I'm not sure when it comes to street cars if they do have any kind of switching between like a sport or saving hybrid system. But these cars have a very interesting system with how it works. I mean, coming from balance, attack, etc. It's something definitely different compared to the LMP2s and GT3s.
Yeah, where it's just send, go, and good luck with what you got. Got a lot more switching to do. You got, for some, might be changing up the brake bias at certain corners. You might be changing up how you want to enter into different corners differently with different knobs. And this is another sketchy moment, trying to get by all the GT3s before the bus stop, and at least getting one in between them. That's probably the cleanest move that Vinny could ask for, because that's breaking up the draft. And that is exactly what he needed. That was as clean as you could hope for.
Well, look at
the only issue
Yeah,
is
what's
pit stops that are about to happen.
Yeah, but he's really pulling out. He's got about a second and a half lead now, right over him right now. So looking pretty good. And look at the speed. Look at the lap times right there. 134 to a 136.
Yeah, that is. I mean, from being right on the back bumper to now 1.2, 1.3 seconds off. That was, if Vinny can pull away, that is probably one of the moves of the first, 2 hours of the race.
Yeah.
Because it gave you the spacing that you finally needed to try to pull away from everybody else.
I wonder if, Podium, if they burn off their stuff too, burn off their tires and, stuff like that, because we're getting close to the end, like you said here, to, pit stops and their fuel run. He might have burned his stuff off here, Sam.
Yeah, and with the tire situation, it's also going to be interesting for pit stops, because that's also been a talking point of getting into this race and testing on if you're going to take tires while making your pit stops. And right now it seems like Podium Hunter is starting to close back in. Not fully away from the draft, and the draft helping out currently right now.
And one thing different about this, I guess, 2023 season is that they did have tires and fuel at the same time to make those pit stops quicker as they do come down from third.
All right, well, let's see if they do a switch here. I do believe Brian Johnson should be hopping in the car here.
I don't know if he's going to be hopping in the car anytime. I believe he's still going to
think
go.
it's-
What? He's going to go one more stint for Vinny. Yeah, he's going to do one more pit stop. Brian should be going in the next time they go into pit road.
Gotcha.
The podium
Okay.
did miss the box. So they had to
Oh.
back up. That's missing seconds. And the driver is hopping out too.
Oh, yeah, they're doing a driver swap too?
Yeah,
So
they're doing another driver swap.
Interesting.
That is very. And it's a completely new driver.
Yeah.
They're going to do 3 different completely new drivers. I'm curious. I don't know if it's possible. Could the... I'm going to check and see. Is the other podium machine... Are they swapped yet? They've not pitted yet. So... They're not worrying about it too much, but... Finding Nemo Racing leading the way currently.
He's trying to find Nemo.
He is finding himself in the lead when they come into pit road. I mean, it's way too early to talk about, in some ways, pitch strategies, but that is going to be something to talk about in the last couple of hours. Is when will drivers decide, or how will those, strategies work out? Did you save enough fuels with your pit stops? Did you time your pit stops right? That's going to be something as we got Tylo Wren out there in chat. What up?
Oh. Why is
Good
he up
morning.
so early?
Well, I know he works very early. This is a time where he's usually up for work, so I'm not surprised by that.
Let's see here how this all plays out, because looks like they got almost a 2-second lead, almost a 3-second lead now over who they've been battling with. So I know Zach said around 9 o'clock he should be free if Brian's on.
Yeah, that's if. And it looks like Brian is on. I know Zach should have the ability to hop in, so it's more of whenever Zach does want to come in, he'll hop up in the booth with us. As if you're not supposed to be at work, you should get some sleep, unless you're racing. Are you racing, Tyler, at all? Talking to Tyler in chat. And this is going to be Vincent's last go.
Brian's out doing warm-up laps. See, he's warming up, getting ready to go.
I mean, that's the best way you can go. I know
right?
you can be a ghost. You can try to, get some practice laps in.
Yeah.
And get a sensation before you hop in the car. Because you really don't want to go in cold into these vehicles, especially in the fact that it's still early.
Mm-hmm.
We talked about making mistakes. Don't want to be caught up in that. As Finding Nemo heads into pit road, so this should be the swap. Put Category 5 back into the lead. And this also should be a good lap to see how Podium Hunters, with their 3rd different driver, and how this run is going to look. If Vinny's going to be able to pull away, make this gap even bigger, or if they're going to stay stable.
It's just interesting that they didn't, the driver didn't do a double stint.
Yeah.
And
That's a pretty normal thing.
And how many drivers can you have on your team to do this?
It's up to 16.
How many?
You can have 16 drivers on one
16?
team?
What?
Yep. That's what I saw
I
last
did not even know that.
Holy crap. Wow.
Well, I'll say this, Tyler. You should go to bed. if you just, you should probably get some more sleep, my guy.
Yep. double
Min-
checking that.
Yeah, Zach just put it in chat. Min of 2, so you have to at least have 2 drivers on a team, and a max of 16. So technically, if they wanted to, a team could swap every single time they wanted, and that is trusting.
That's called craziness, though.
Oh, that does not sound fun. Like if you're trying to get into a rhythm, you only get 40 minutes out there. I mean, that is not the way that I would imagine you'd want to do it, but that's putting. So I feel like also that's putting a lot of pressure. Like you've got this certain amount of time, you have to perform well.
Yeah.
While if you're doing a double stint, you can recognize, all right, I might make a mistake or so, but let's get into a rhythm and
Right.
settle in.
Especially if you're, like you said there, Sam, a rhythm driver. Like me, that's the way I am. I'm a rhythm driver. So pulling me out and not getting in that rhythm would just totally mess me up.
Yeah. Well, we are in that of 54 laps in. Now, I'm looking at my projected laps that they expect that this race could go.
1 million?
They say, I'll let you guess first. How many laps do you think that we might be doing?
670.
Okay. Norris, how many laps do you think that there potentially could be? Chat, also, if you're out there, how many laps do you feel like there is a chance that we could be seeing here? Through the whole 24 hours of racing, we are in the first hour and a half of the race being finished. And we've already done 54 laps. Zach Zach's thinking 800. Oh, it's 765.
I'll deal with 825.
825. My projected time that my system is saying 921 laps.
Holy crap, I was way off.
And Tyler's the closest. I don't know if he was listening and then finally put that in.
And he wins the prize. Come on down to The Price is Right.
Yeah, Tyler, your prize is you'll join us at some point in the booth.
Yeah. Come talk.
That's 11 a.m. Eastern. That is that Norris just put in. And you could. I'm noticing that these next pit stops are going to be some swappages for a lot of teams. As I just saw about 10 to 12 people, and it's still growing, of people joining these sessions. So I'm expecting a lot of swappages on these next pit stops for the GTE3s. Man.
I know, just looking at the GT3s, that Lewis guy, he's been leading the whole way since the beginning of the race. He's got like a 2-second lead over. So that team's looking pretty good.
When you got a team that's dominating, it is nice to be in cruise control.
That's MBG2 Esports Blue.
That's Luis Felipe Pena Gonzalez that's leading that team.
Whatever MPG stands for. Megabit Game 2.
Could not tell you.
Hey.
So what's interesting about this race, what's crazier, I should say, is the amount of drivers and where they are in the world. We've got people from Europe that are racing here.
Yeah.
We've got people from the States racing. I know saw Brazil flags out there racing. It's like got the whole entire world in this sesh, basically. And Category 5 Esports is leading the way.
Over 4 seconds right now, looking pretty good for the first stint for Vince and Sora. Pulling out pretty good, but yeah, talking about we got some Canada, we got France, I think. I don't know all the flags. That's bad. I should know all the flags. I don't know all the flags.
My geography was never the best.
Nope, not mine either. I have no clue what like. Where is that flag with the leader and the GT3s there? What flag is that?
Hold on.
IBA, yeah, it looks like.
Where?
Yeah.
That whole team is actually all from IBA, yeah.
That
So
that flag is a all-team mesh, it looks like.
Oh, so iRacing does it that way too?
Well, I think what it is that it's more of like a general. The flag is a bunch of countries that are stacked on with one another. Um, but I believe what it's like saying a general area more than just like one country.
Oh, then why, like, Cedric's from Canada. Like, why do we just have an American flag?
Well, no, it's because like the different servers, right?
Mhm.
So when you're picking your spots where you are, it's a
Right.
club, right?
Okay, yeah.
And it's like picking from that general area. It's not all of them are always countries. So
Oh, okay.
yeah,
I'm following you now.
yeah.
So it's from
But it is the
certain
Liberia
location.
club that they are a part of. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. Gotcha. But wow, I mean, I don't know with the different set, with Podium Hunters changing the drivers, but Vincent Sora is just pulling away.
yeah, one thing I will mention I was keeping an eye out on is Vincent's been running about anywhere from 1 to 2 tenths to up to a second faster than
Yeah.
Podium Hunter is. So
Yeah.
Yeah, this guy that's in the car for Podium Hunters, I feel like he's being very consistent in his times, but they're consistently slower than what Vinny's doing. But we'll see how that works at the end of the stint. Again, their pit stops isn't for another about 28 minutes for the next stop. We'll see if Podium Hunters wants to make another driver swap or not. But yeah, it's gonna be a lot. And there is Zach just put it in the chat of all the different countries that are connected to that club. That's why the flag is a Maj Maj.
Ah. Okay.
So even if you did know all the countries, I don't think all the
Yeah.
countries' flags, it would still be confusing.
I'm back here playing with SDK guys, so.
Oh no, it's gonna be a day of testing, walking away.
it looks like the two countries would be Spain and Portugal.
There's your Maj Maj there.
That's it.
Very much so. 6 seconds, 6.5 seconds. Like
That's what I'm saying. I mean, he's literally.
what?
I don't know what's going on with this guy. Is he having?
It's more so a Vinny I'm impressed by. Like he is putting down. He's starting to really hit his groove. He's just been putting down some very consistent times on his part. He did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 laps of just being about a tenth or two off of his fastest lap. His fastest lap was all the way at the beginning of the race. But he was putting down some very quick times. While Podium Black, having the same amount of space and not really as much traffic, he was not dealing with those. Saw the puff of dirt. Those moments.
Keep it on the track.
Man.
Stay off the rumble strips.
Yeah, one thing that Zach was mentioning earlier this morning is that Vincent is very close to that line, where if he gets any farther off, he can hit the brakes, and it's probably going to spin it around, but fortunately, he's been able to nice this.
What were you going to say there, Norris?
I will say that all kinds of consistent. It is scary, but it's on the line very fast, especially compared to
that's what we've seen from Vinny. Think about Saturdays. It's just the consistency over and over and over again.
Yeah, looking at it, they have about only 4 drivers. The only one that has not hopped in yet is Jamie. So it's
Oh, testing out different cameras.
Who,
That
me?
shot's yeah.
Oh, yeah. I'm just back here messing around. I get bored.
Yes.
So I figured I'd just mess with stuff.
This is a fun dramatic shot. I've been messing with different angles for cars. Vinny respecting the cones. I know Norris does not respect cones.
That's true. Look at the speed that he just catches up to in GT3s. What are they going? 10 to 20 miles per hour faster?
Way more than that. They're probably going about 20, almost 35, 25 to 30 at times faster on the straightaways. And I mean, these hybrids, they're climbing up, especially with the assistance of the draft, going over 200.
Oh, it's just looking at the chat. I didn't even see that. Apparently, I need to go to class. Yeah, forget that.
We get to learn our geography today. And maybe we'll have a geography class later on.
There you go.
I was so tempted. I was gonna do like an hourly segment of like what's going on with Twitter. Honestly, after waking up this morning and how early it was, I'm like, nah. Maybe when I'm more awake later.
Yeah, I was gonna say when you wake up later, you know.
Yeah.
What's going on.
Oh boy. I just saw it on my end.
What are we
Brian
all going?
Johnson's logging in.
Oh boy.
Now he's not going to be in the car for at least another. It's like 20 minutes. That's
Right.
when they're expecting the next time to come into pit road. So.
Right.
But getting to see what the car situation's looking like. Eight seconds now is the difference. Continuing to grow.
What I'm saying, this it's pretty interesting. I mean, Vincent Sora, it's just pulling away from the podium hunters there. Like, but still a long way to go.
Yeah, and you go from that first hour and 20 minutes of just being pressured the whole entire race, of having someone bump drafting you that last, go last driver that Podium Black had, to just driving your own race, trying to get around drivers as smooth as you can. What a difference that this has got to be feeling for Vinny.
What's the time in the session right now? As going to nighttime, evening time.
It would be 3:25.
Yeah, we still got quite a bit until they hit evening.
Yeah, I like the evening shots here at Daytona. I gotta give iRacing credit on that. It looked pretty good.
Oh, and that's when we also get to see the lights. Like, we can see the lights, but that's when we'll really see the lights on and people flashing one another.
Yeah.
I'm curious on who in the team might flash some drivers. If we'll see anyone flash any drivers.
Probably a lot, I would imagine. I know I was watching another stream. I don't even know who it was. It was just I picked the stream because they were doing the 24 hours, and that's all I seen. It looked like a Christmas tree out there. Crazy.
People always are gonna in these endurance races. Some do it to warn, hey, I'm gonna do a dive bomb. Others just do it to annoy another driver.
Yeah.
Or that's their hopes, at least.
Right. That or give them a threat.
I didn't like that. Flash.
And looking at it, sunset should be about 6 o'clock, 1800 military time pot.
6 o'clock in the East Coast?
No, on the sim. So we have about another 3 hours until sunset.
It's not even sunrise over here.
Yeah.
I don't see the sun.
Around lunchtime. Interesting.
Which then that's going to hold for... It's going to be weird for some drivers on the switch up of that day to night
Mm-hmm.
cycle switching on them, because majority of the day that means it's going to be nighttime in the sim during the day, and then nighttime for while actually real life driving
But in
in the sim. It's going to
daytime.
be daytime. It's going to be a weird switch up. I believe joining us is going to be Zach. So Zach, how are you doing this morning?
Oh man, doing great. Getting to watch the young goat go out there and do what he does. It's just like on a weekly to nightly basis.
It is. We were seeing the. Oh my goodness, 3 wide. We've been having those heart-stopping moments. How has it been trying to help? Now I know you've been kind of helping Vinny navigate. I know we were freaking out the most when we saw the bump drafting happen, and we're curious on your thoughts on the fact of first bump drafting, and then second on the fact that Podium Hunters has been switching drivers every time they come into pit road.
Yeah, so first with the bump drafting, I kind of expected it in this race, especially if you got grouped up with somebody, because I will say these cars, surprisingly, I mean, to most people probably wouldn't think that, they surprisingly bump draft actually really well. You don't want to bump. You more want to just hook up and tandem draft. You can kind of like lean into them. And it is actually nuts how fast you can go with the bump draft. Like, you can hit easily over 201 mile an hour, which you would not do even with like a draft unless you're in complete attack mode with the battery at the hybrid. So it's a huge game changer. I know a lot of people use it to try to pull away from the field. We felt like we were faster. We just needed that little bit of gap to open up, and we just kept having that little bit of closeness in the draft that allowed them to get right back to us. But yeah, then to go into the switching drivers every time, yeah, I'm very, very surprised by that, because normally you would start the race with your driver that qualifies. I mean, some people don't start with the driver that always qualifies. Sometimes the qualifier gets out of there and it comes back later, but normally you start the race and you at least do a double stint, of hitting pit road twice before you switch over to hop out the car. So with them like single stinting like this right now with their drivers, I mean, I don't know, maybe they just want to get them all in there to get a feel of the track early in the race. Is the only thing I can think, because, coming into this, we were looking at our schedule, and we have a lot of double stints later in the day and the night, because we were trying to keep kind of the mental capacity there. You get in this car and you drive for, 60, 70 laps, an hour and a half, almost 2 hours. It's so fast, the car is, especially under braking and acceleration, that you kind of lose mental judgment as time goes on, in our opinion. So we felt like later at night we wanted to double stint those stints instead of doing triples like we're going to do here early in this race. But yeah, it's surprising. So far, I mean, they've had a bunch of good drivers. I mean, I think Jose, who's in there right now, he's not been the quickest for them, which is kind of surprising with seeing all their iRatings. I know you guys brought it up as a subject here earlier about their iRatings. They're very talented drivers for sure. With some interesting iRating levels for what they used to have in the past. But, I mean, I can't knock if they are, the so-called word, the iRacing tankers. Some people do that for these special events where they just drop their iRating to try to get into a less competitive split to have a better chance at a win. I can't knock them for it, because personally we're oval guys that have all really high oval iRatings that don't do a bunch of official road racing. Like we all love road racing as a group, but we don't do a lot of official road racing. So, you don't really see us with super high ratings. Like me and Vinny, I think both are around 2K, because literally when the the W12 F1 car came out, me and him were just on that racing like on a daily basis. So, quickly the iRating started to climb. But, I feel like we got a pretty good even matchup here between these two teams, so it's gonna be fun to see. And then you never know who else is lurking in the other teams still. I mean, there could be plenty of people out there that are still super fast. I know so far the top two though have definitely been the class of the field.
It's been like that for most of the race. 66 laps in so far. Vinny setup and racing. I'm curious on also when you guys are setting up your driver lineup, like picking out what times drivers wanted to run. Was it kind of a driver's decision, or was there kind of I want this time, No, I feel like you would be better if we had this type of a lineup just for maximizing our speed, or was there really not really a decision made there?
It's actually one of the funnest parts, in my opinion, making that schedule, because it's mostly down to me and Cedric. Me and Cedric are kind of like the schedulers on our team, so we kind of decide where people are going to start and where they're going to run. And it's actually kind of cool this season because I normally either start the car or I'm the second person in the car. I usually feel like that's always been my role, is, you know, either qualify and start the car or be right there in that second slot to go in. And this is the first year I've done a 24 where I haven't gotten the car first or second. So I'm getting in a little bit later than I normally would, being the third driver in. But, you know, we don't really, nothing real big on picking like of times. Like nobody was like, I need this time, I need that. Now, the one big factor we all work around is our good buddy Brian Johnson, which will be in the car in a second. He has a habit of being a very sleepy man. So when we get late into the night, you don't want to have Mr. Brian Johnson in the car because either he's going to fall asleep at his desk and not be able to get in the car, or he's going to be, you know, just not waking back up after he goes to sleep. Yeah, so it's like, you know, we kind of schedule around him. He's our big factor there for, like, you know, figuring out to dictate kind of how we, you know, do things. So we try to get his mostly through the day out of the way. And then also we got Nick on the West Coast, so that kind of throws another little bit of a twist and turn there because all the rest of four of us are on Eastern Standard Time. So, you know, it's right now 9:28 a.m. for us, where, you know, Sam, it's for you out West Coast, and Nick also out in Las Vegas, it's, you know, 6:28. So it's a much different swing of things. So Nick's going to be around much more during the night with me and Cedric, because me and Cedric are kind of, we've always had that mentality of we're the night owls. You know, we're the guys that put in the 5 a.m. shift of, you know, driving because we feel more competent at that time than the rest of our group. And really also the plan around that too is to have Vinny come back in the morning so we can have our secret weapon there, because this kid is, again, I mean, I really think all of us as a team are very, very consistent and very strong in pace, but I really do feel like he shines the best when he's especially put in a pressureful moment. Like when there's pressure, this kid shines.
I mean, he has been certainly, I think, just finding his groove on this last stint than anything else. Been watching his times. They've been almost every lap. There's just like a handful of them where he's been outside of the 132 times, but he's been hovering around one of his best laps for most of this run. While second place, Jose has been not really feeling that comfortable. Again, this is the third driver for Podium Hunters in second place. At one moment, it was right, almost side-by-side racing, a lot of swapping of who was leading this race. And now the gap, 11 seconds. The gap to third, 24 seconds. And I'm now going to leave the broadcast booth to you guys, because talking about food, none of us really have eaten. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go eat some food, and I'll be back.
That is a necessary thing, my friend. I got me some breakfast before, and I was fueling up because I tell you, it's something you need. So go enjoy that, Sam. We'll be sitting here enjoying this kid go around this whole field.
Like Vinny, cross my fingers.
One question I do have for you, Zach. Looking at the times, you hop in at about 11:40 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. It looks about 12 o'clock is the time where, maybe 12:40 is when it goes into sunset and nighttime. Are you ready for that?
Yes. I actually kind of prefer that. I know I have a big issue where this issue kind of was worse in the LMP2 car, because the way it works now is you can change tires and fuel, or you can change tires before the car actually fully fuels up on fuel. So you change tires every single stop you come down here, unless we're doing, a splash to go at the end of the race. We may, look maybe not to take tires if the fuel is longer, or sorry, the fuel number is very, very short. So it depends on that, but yeah, the nighttime I feel a little more comfortable because I'll be able to save my tires a little better. I know I struggle with the tire wear more than most. It's not going to be, like I said, it's not going to be as big a factor in this car because you change tires every single time. The LMP2, it really showed. I had a tough time doing those quad stints where, we can do 4 pit stops and never even change tires before in the LMP2. But the new updates have kind of brought it more realistic into real life scenarios where You're not going, almost 100 laps before you change tires here at Daytona. That's very unrealistic, personally. Most of the time, these guys are changing tires every single stop. So iRacing's got on that side of things when it comes to the LMPs. And that's another kind of bummer about this race. I know, we're about 2K iRating here for the BMWs and about 2.6 for the GTs. We don't have the LMP2s in here because I know there's not as much participation in that car. So it's kind of unfortunate. I was hoping we could get the 3 classes, man.
I noticed that too, Zach.
Yeah, it's it's an unfortunate thing that happens because there's going to be one car that's just participated in less.
Right.
It's going to happen. So those guys go to the higher splits to run in. So it's unfortunate, but at the same time, as long as we have at least 2 classes of cars out there, it's multi-class racing in my book.
Oh yeah, got your GT3s and then these new cars, which 2 classes.
Yeah, and the other thing that's interesting, I don't know if you guys have really talked about it too much, but the hybrid system in these cars is very intriguing, and it kind of goes into a little bit of a cat and mouse game when you're racing up front. I know you guys got to see a good view of Vinny and the first driver for Podium 100 Black's team. They seem to be very, very good about their battery. We were trying to manage our stuff and make sure we were good. It's hard to know whether to run the battery down or save some battery. It's kind of one of those things because the modes you have an attack mode, you have a balance mode, and you have a build mode.
Oh, okay.
Pretty much, yeah. So when you go around the lap, you have a percentage. And for example, like right now, Vinny's at about 48% battery right now, built up. And crossing the line, that's pretty good. So right now, he's actually in the balance mode, which targets around 50%. So once that percentage drops to around 38 to 35, you'll stop getting the hybrid deploy on the straights. So that's why we're sometimes when we're in a battle, we will throw it into attack mode to where it'll drain it down to 0 if it needs to be. So it's kind of strategic. It's very different than what our previous endurance races have been. So I think that's added like a new kind of factor in. And I know like it's different for each person too, because it comes down to these cars regenerate that battery and that electrical power all under braking. Sometimes in other forms of racing, it's under heat from the engine and turbos, but this is all just generated under braking. So if you brake different, you can generate different amounts of battery than the person you're racing against.
Wow, wow.
Yeah.
All right, I just gotta.
And trust me, it's wild because we studied the data going into this race, and I'm personally the person I feel like that struggles the worst with the battery. Some reason my driving style, I'm deploying earlier than people, and I am also not building as much battery when I get on the brakes. So I have to really manage my battery a lot during my run.
My question to you then is okay. Say you drain your battery to 0. Well, like Sam said earlier, we're running about 80%, on brake in the infield, at Daytona here. How long does it take for you to rebuild that battery up to, 50% or wherever you need it to be? How long does that take?
It actually takes a good bit.
Okay.
A lot of times I'll cross the start-finish line, for example,
right
around 35 to 30% battery. By the time I'm back to turn 6, which is the corner right before you turn back onto the oval of Daytona here, I have usually about 50% battery. So you can build about 15% battery, in my opinion, through the infield. Then the bus stop, you're going to, build about 5 maybe back through there also. So you're looking at building around 20%. But the straights, if you have the battery, it's going to deploy it. So it can really drain fast. If you leave it in attack mode accidentally, for example, they're coming up to a gaggle right here. This is going to be interesting. This Vinny goes through the middle. He's been smart all day, so I got to give him credit. But, it can quickly drain. Trust me, I did an IMSA race where I accidentally left it in attack even through the infield, and it deployed a lot more than I wanted to, and I got the battery all the way down to 13% one lap, and I was kind of like, ooh, that's getting into the bare minimums of the battery zone. So you got to be very smart when it comes to that type of thing. So it's tough.
So in real life, if you drain the battery to 0, does the car shut off or no?
No. So the way it works is these cars are, the hybrid deploy is only deployed when you're at 90% throttle. So at 90, as soon as you get to 90% throttle, it'll start to deploy hybrid, which I believe the hybrid power in these cars is around 80 horsepower. Which this all shows we're getting a little cut off here by GT, but figuring our way around here.
Vince,
But
what the hell you?
yeah, this
This my language.
No, you're good. This is the beauty of endurance racing with multi-classes, that you got the weird, awkward balance of a car that's, multiple seconds faster. And I think Vinny just showed a little displeasure there, sliding back in front of him on the straightaway. But you got to walk that fine balance with a driver. But yeah, to get back to the hybrid, it's about 80 horsepower, I believe, thrown to the front wheels. So the way it works is, this is a rear-wheel driven car. The engine and the internal combustion engine is all displacing that power to the rear wheels. As soon as that hybrid engine kicks in, the front wheels gain about 80 horsepower. So they just kind of pull you. It turns into like an all-wheel drive for that quick moment. And it can actually change the balance of the car pretty quickly. You can get that little bit of understeer where the nose wants to push out because the front tires are pulling. So it's definitely an interesting thing, but I really like the aspect of what it's added to it, because we got to manage now. We don't have, like before in the LMP2, you kind of just drove, if you get what I'm saying. Like you just did what you could, and then you tried to save your tires. That was really probably the biggest thing you managed. Now you're managing multiple different things in this car. So it's like driving a spaceship, managing all your buttons and your dials, but also trying to go fast, where it can get a little bit mixy.
Whatever happened, just basic racing with engines.
Yeah, trust me.
Wow.
I love internal combustion engines. I love that factor of racing. But, if we need these things to have high horsepower moments, then I'm fine with it. It's definitely it all comes down to the car industry. It's what is right now is everybody's building hybrids and electric cars, and they're trying to figure out this technology, and the best way to further that technology is to race the technology. So it's cool to see it coming into the modern day here, with especially the IMSA class. Like there's this Daytona 24 that's coming up next weekend.
Right.
I cannot wait to watch that personally, because it's a whole new era of cars. Porsche, BMW, Acura, Cadillac, all of them, all different types of engines, all different types of displacements, but the hybrid system is the exact same. So like it's just a new thing of racing. So it's definitely something you gotta get used to, but it's definitely something fun. And I will in just 1 second, guys, I'm gonna hop down there real quick for about 2 minutes, because we're about to hit a pit stop. I just want to make sure he knows that. And I'm sure Brian's telling him, but I just want to go down and make sure that, and then we can get Vinny to come up here and have a chat with you guys about his race so far, because got to give it to him right now. I think he's pulled out to about a 6-second gap. I know we got held up a good bit the last few laps, but by just traffic, but that happens in endurance racing.
Well,
so
of course.
yeah. So, yep, I will be right back, folks, and we'll see how Mr. Vincent's doing, as Brian Johnson will be hopping in the car.
Alrighty. All right, so now what do we talk about? Man, I just got a booked lesson learned there. Did you write that all down, Christopher?
No.
Jesus, that was crazy. I mean, that's some information that I tell you, Zach's like an encyclopedia, man. Crazy.
Yeah, that information is interesting, especially with the hybrid systems. I mean, anyone who works on these cars in real life, I mean, they have one heck of a degree knowing how this works.
Right. I mean, I just learned a lot just listening to that. So, very interesting how these things run. And like you said, what's going to be the next car that comes out? When's NASCAR look into this stuff? You know what I mean? On the oval side of things.
Yeah, one thing I have understood is that they are looking into a all-electric expedition series. So that's interesting. So like doing stuff like the LA Clash, might even do like an SUV. That's the last I heard. And then Joe Gibbs Racing actually made an all-electric pit stop car. So when their team practices pit stops, it's an electric vehicle, which is something new and interesting.
Interesting. as we got Vincent coming down for his pit stop, and a driver swap here. We should see Brian. Oh, get it in the box. Oh, that hurt a little bit. As Brian Johnson's now going to hop into the car. Finding Nemo's going to take over the lead. And now, well, you know what? Also, too, you look at Podium Hunters here, Christopher. Mike's now back in the car.
Yeah, so that's going to be the second driver that did come out, and they still have not had Jamin hop in yet. So there's still 4 drivers out of the total team, 1 more to hop in for the first time, but he's coming back out for another season.
We'll have to see how that plays out once pit cycles roll through here, as Brian Johnson's now going to come out for his stint here and see how he does.
Yeah, a little bit of traffic.
Should have a pretty good lead. I just want to keep interesting on here on that Mike too, because he was fast in that first stint there at the beginning of the race. So, can he catch up to Brian? Does he, cut that, gap down a little bit, or does he lose, a little bit?
Look, it's not much of a gap. Only about 3 seconds. So, I mean, there's a good chance he can get that back. We'll just have to see what kind of lap times Brian runs compared to what Mike runs.
Right. Looks like we got some other people coming down in the pit road there. It looks like 9th and 10th place position cars are now making their pit stop. We're going to wait as Brian Johnson heads right through coming down the backstretch now here in the NASCAR turn 3 and 4 for the first time.
Yeah, it looks like Brian is doing like about 5/10 of a second on Mike Henry, so there's a chance that Henry just needs to warm up, or Brian is really just that fast. But we'll see as he comes across the line here. Should be about a slow lap, just a bit next time.
Watching the data over here on SDK. Looks like his last lap was 132.5. Or no, 139 for Brian. Mike there, he ran a 130. He was about a 10th faster than Brian. But they also cut that down to 2 point. From wow, that was a good. That little pit stop that Vincent. He didn't pull straight into his box. He stopped and had to coast forward. That hurt him a little bit because they had like an 8-second lead. Now they're down to a 2.5 lead. Once we get this Bruno guy to go in, finding Nemo's Racing, makes his pit stop, which should be coming up here very shortly for him.
Yep, and I'm interested to see how they last so long, because last I heard it was about 24 to 26 laps. It seems how Nemo can just stay out a few more.
Saving gas somewhere eventually.
Yeah, I mean, it's working out quite well. It's in the long run.
Yeah, they're pushing it all the way out. They're draining it all the way. If they have one more lap to go, they're going to use it up.
It also looks like Mike Henry is catching up to Brian. I do know he had some traffic ahead, but that was about 2 seconds slower than the guy behind.
There it is. We'll see here. As we're waiting for Dave Vincent and Zach come back down in the booth.
We'll see if they come back or not.
Oh, we got Sam back. What'd you get to eat? Eggs?
I got
Tasty
myself some bagels and peanut butter.
Ew.
It's a weird combination, but I was gonna have cereal and thought I had milk. Found out I don't. So I'm gonna have to go get that while grocery shopping once I take my break in the middle of the day.
Oh, okay. Got cream cheese on that bagel.
I should. I used up all the cream cheese yesterday, though.
Oh man.
Yeah. And then I also have coffee on the side, so I should be a little bit more alert here in the next couple of minutes.
Well, look at this. Oh, Mike, man, I'm telling you, this Mike guy is fast. I know you were gone there a little bit, Sam, and we did, the driver swap with Brian Johnson, taking over from Vincent. But Vincent almost missed his pit stop. He stopped in front of it and had to coast forward, so they lost a lot of speed. And this quick, this team just is going to take over top of Category 5. I'm telling you, man, this Mike guy is, he's fast.
Yeah, he seems very fast. The thing that we were seeing earlier was that Vinny also was very aggressive. Whenever he saw an opportunity, he was pushing to make the passes. He got those, a lot of time in the car. This is Brian's first time in the car this morning, and it seemed like he was kind of being a lot more cautious and being gentle in the car, not wanting to get involved with any wrecks. And it seemed like that was losing way more time than actually the actual pit stop incident. They lost a lot of time there, but it just seems like Brian's trying to settle in and find his own rhythm right now. And yeah, no, Mike looks quick for that of Podium Hunters.
Yeah, most definitely. Guy is flying. He pulling out. They were 8 seconds behind, and they're a half a second ahead. Holy mackerel.
And just like that, he's gone.
Well, we'll see if Brian can, wheel him back in here a little bit. Like you said, once he gets, comfortable in the car and gets that rhythm down, and we'll see what he can do. As long as he can stick with the draft, I think he'll be fine.
Yeah.
Because,
but Robert, I will
ahead.
say, this is actually one of the first times, I know we've talked about our charity event. This is actually one of the first times that you've been able to have the mic open to talk about the charity event if you really wanted to. I know we have it cycling through top right periodically, the games to give, and working with the Juvenile Diabetes Foundation.
Yeah.
That being something really close to you on why this is a charity event that's going on for our second year.
Well, yeah, I mean, we started it last year for juvenile diabetes. Long story short, we'll try to keep it short, but maybe talk forever because I can talk. What makes it dear to my heart, anybody out there that watches or even just knows me, I've been diabetic since I was 20. I'm 47 years old now, and so it's been 20 plus years that I've been dealing with diabetes. And what makes it so dear to my heart, Sam and everybody, is that it's a rocky road that I got to deal with the day in and day out when I get up and give myself insulin shots and test my sugar and make sure you do this and make sure you do that. And it's not fun. It's a rodeo ride that you go through, and you have your good days and your bad days. So when it comes to be able to support, like juvenile diabetes and what we're doing with this upcoming race for the Daytona 500 here at Freaky Fast Broadcasting. And if we could get a cure so these kids don't have to live with this is so big, for the future of hopefully having some kind of cure. There's got to be something out there to slow it down or cure it or, something down that line. So, yeah, it's... When I see people donating and supporting and joining into this, it brings a smile to my face. But also at the same time, I feel very honored that the sim world is supporting something like this.
Yeah, and I just put a link in the chat if you want to join our community channel where you can check out, see how the donations have been going so far. For our charity event. The race is February 11th. Spots are limited. If you'd like to get involved, you can join, and only $5, and you can get your spot. You can donate more. I know some people have donated knowing that they can't race but still want to help the cause, and it is incredible to see. We already crushed our first goal of $500, and that was even before we really started pushing our campaign, and now the goal is to hit 1,000, and at this rate, I'm so curious to see where we hit at the end of all of this.
Oh, that's a good question. I mean, I was just looking at it earlier this morning. I think we're like 750 already. I think we're like at six something, almost $700 raised, and we still got a couple of weeks to go to promote this. So I mean, thank you to everybody. And I know it's limited slots now, and I don't know if Christopher has that information, but I know Zach knows. I think we're pretty close to less than 10 slots left.
Yeah, we're close to I think around 10 slots. I know that was I think Norris that was like the last number that Zach gave you on positions that were left.
Correct. Last night, I do know at least 1 or 2 people did sign up, including Brian. So that would leave about 8 to 7 spots left.
Wow.
Now, one thing we did mention on Twitter and on social media on Facebook as well is that there will be reserve spots. So it's a first come, first serve, just like.
Oh
the
no!
event.
Oh,
Trouble.
no.
Oh boy!
Oh my goodness.
Sorry to cut you off there, Norris. That was
Oh,
the
good.
first major scare of the event.
Wow. Good reaction by Brian Johnson there, guys.
Talk
That
about
was very
how those
close.
brakes are. Those brakes can stop in an instant. Jeez. But yeah,
Okay, take a deep
reserve
breath.
drivers, Norris. Back to what we were
Yeah.
talking about.
Yeah, that was very interesting. Yeah, so basically, just like the race, first come, first serve. So if any drivers cannot make it or fail to make the entry period for the donating and all that stuff, they will have slots extra. So in case it does happen, anyone come up last minute or just unable to make the race, then make sure we fill every single slot to make it a very interesting race at Daytona.
Want that full 43 vehicles. I know it'd be fun for myself, Trevor, and the main commentators for that event. And I hope to have maybe a few other people join us in the booth for that full Daytona 500. Again, February 11th is when that charity event
Long
is going to
race.
happen. And I've done a couple of full-length Daytona 500s, but
I've never
man,
done one.
you've never done one?
Nope, this is the first time.
Ooh. They can certainly be a grueler at times. It matters on the drivers though. If the
Right.
drivers are racing it out side by side all the time, it can be fun. If they're staying in a line, that is when it's a grueler and you're just wondering, oh gosh, when is this race going to be over?
Well, that too, and we have the new, Gen 7 cars too, and we know how they race.
Oh, they have been a blast
Yeah.
to when you get the good runs and drafting wise, it's so much fun. Norris, I think you can touch on it with me as well on this, but when you lose the draft, it is probably the most miserable part of the race.
Correct. And the draft can be very interesting. I'm not sure about Daytona, but a few minutes ago, it was official with the Talladega and Cup cars, and it was interesting with that high lane just being so fast and with them being able to hook up and just pull away. So I'm interested to see what happens in the race. It is a long one, so people could be reserving in the back for a late yellow, middle of the race, but it'll be interesting.
Well, also we're also giving one fast repair for internet connection problems or things like that. So I mean, there is going to be accidents. Unfortunately, there will be yellows. Unfortunately, I mean that's a given. So
I'm gonna be the one to say it. I hope that we see a couple of really big wrecks throughout that race. That's what I want to see. Mainly
see
because we're
big
giving you the
ones?
fast repair. I do.
Oh.
Well, we're giving them a fast repair. There's no points on the line, so you don't have to really race
yeah,
too kindly with one another. Let's make it
Yeah.
interesting.
yeah, very true. As long as it don't turn into a demo derby, that's all I care
Yeah.
about. And attitudes thrown around. This is like you said, it's dear to my heart, and all I want is it just to run smooth. Everybody have fun. It's for a great cause. You're not out there running for thousands of dollars, you know what I mean? Things like that. I know we're working on things to try to give back to the drivers, and I do know with juvenile diabetes, the manager of juvenile diabetes or the event or whoever he is, joined our Discord, Sam, as you know, and we're gonna get. I know they said we gotta get a couple of like prizes and things like that. So we might divvy that stuff out. You know, if we hit our $1,000, goal, there's T-shirts and different things that I can get sent out, to some drivers on a random drawing, just to, show appreciation.
Yeah. And I think that's one of the coolest things about this year is, last year it was kind of let's
it's
do
a she.
this.
Okay, sorry, it's not he, it's a she. I apologize.
I know last year we really didn't, we threw it out and we're trying to get, iRacing involved with this, with last year we did the 6 hours of Daytona. This year we're doing.
They sponsored last year.
Yeah, and this year we're doing the, Daytona 500. It just feels like this year a lot bigger of seeing, Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation actually being a part of this go around, not us just saying, yeah, that's the charity we want to go towards, but actually being partnered is it's so awesome to be there, and also seeing our community that we've been building up, all coming together for this cause.
Well, most definitely. And you got to give the big props out to, he's in chat right now, he's up talking to his team, but Zach Hall has been behind the artists and working, talking and emailing and doing everything, to do. So, you got to give him on the marketing side of things, doing all that work. So, everybody that does go back and watches this, or, we'll talk later in the next 14 hours probably about this event again. You got to give him props for everything that he did. And, it takes a lot of work, as you know, Sam, and it takes a lot of work to put something like this on. This is just not a flyby. Put it together, everybody shows up, go out racing, have fun. It takes months to 2 months, to just get everything organized and worked on and dealing with it day in and day out to get it to, to be as big as we want it to be. So, and you don't know what the future holds at Freaky Fast this year. They're, teaming up with these people might be something down the road that we might be able to do to, draw a little bit of interest in maybe road racing or an endurance race, in the future, or the Coke 600, things like that, the sky's the limit, right?
It certainly is. And as well, everyone that's worked together, Norris, you've been one of those that's really helped us out as well, being social media and pushing out as much as you've been pushing out to get this, the word out as much as possible. And it's been amazing. I know that we wanted to do it for a second year, and it's great that we were able to get this in line and have the drivers be excited enough to want to do this as well.
Right. That's a cue for you, Christopher.
Yeah. I'm not sure exactly what to say, but I'm very interested for the event to happen, and I'm intrigued to see what happens in the future.
Very much so. As Zach's closing in another tricky spot, got some GTs, as well as going to be having some drivers coming on the exit of pit road. Always trying to find the safest place to get around these slower drivers. And, we talked about how Vinny and Vincent Sora, first driver out there, did 3 stints, did 3 pit stops. And the fact that he seemed like he was so willing to go 3 wide, make power moves and be aggressive, but it seemed so precise. Brian, on the other hand, he seems so much more on the reserve side. He does not want to put the pressure on. He's willing to be patient, wait for his openings to make passes, which might lose him time to that of podium hunters. But Norris, it just seems like he's willing to be a little bit more on the save your car for the big picture at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, with only being about maybe 20 minutes into the race, almost 2.5, it's honestly, like I believe Mason said earlier, it's worth it, especially since he's better in the long run. He knows how to save his stuff and all that with his tires and the energy and fuel. So I have a feeling that he'll do good in the long run, and hopefully he can get some of that time back. I mean, it's only 3 seconds, so it shouldn't be hard if he needs it.
Looking at the battle and just paying attention, podium hunters just passed their other teammate on the GT3s. They were going. That was nice teamwork there, probably.
Yeah, it'd be
Also,
interesting.
watching the GT3s, we were talking about how the MBG2 Esports Blue team was dominating the first part.
Right.
They've been passed by, I think, my new favorite team name. Fernando is faster than you team. Oh man, I love these names.
I seen a name here. Oh, shut up and drive it.
Oh, yep.
That is interesting. Got race book, Big Bobby's car racing.
Definitely some interesting.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, huh.
Wrong stuff.
$4K racing.
You got also that of Viking France Ragnarok team.
Yeah. Interesting names, but I think with that being said, I think I need to get some more hot coffee, so I'm going to step away for about 10 minutes if you guys don't mind.
All good.
Alrighty, I will be right back.
Well, chat. If anyone's out there, I know it's still early. We might be having a lot of people chime in later on, but if you'd like to join us up at the booth at any point, we had Mason Hausman, who was part of the Wicked Racing League. He hopped in earlier just for a quick second, get his thoughts. If anyone else would like to come in and chat with us up in the booth throughout the day, the door is open. And if you don't have the Discord link to join us, we can send that to you, so you can join in and join in the conversation. As again, this is a lot more of a laid back. We at times might get into our well, at least for me, I might get into my commentating routine when things get exciting. But mainly, this is just a laid back, have fun type of event that we're going to be having for ourselves. As right now, Brian Johnson in the vehicle for Category 5 Esports, as we will be covering the team all throughout their 24 hours of Daytona here for Saturday. Norris, I know later on we're going to be practicing for Watkins Glen, preparing for Wicked.
Yeah, that's.
We got to figure out what we're going to do. We're going to practice in here in the broadcast booth and let them hear what we're trying to work on, or we leave and focus on the race at hand.
I mean, that's really up to you. I don't mind. I just know I need to find that 1-2 seconds that Alex and Mason has put down, because, you know, you and my kind of, I don't know what to call it, but you found me speed at Sonoma, so I'm hoping we can find some speed at Watkins Glen.
I was talking to Nigel about that. Nigel Christensen, he messaged me and he was curious on like how long I've been racing. I told him that I've only been like racing since like July, this past July, and certain things that I pick up. I'm more of a mimic driver. I like following people, seeing what they do, and then just trying to copy the best that I can. I guess I relayed that to you pretty well at Sonoma, because you got like 2 seconds faster from when you first started. That was from last season in Wicked, and we're hoping for the same amount of speed come in.
Yeah, that is correct. So, you know, you've had ups and downs there on track, but I would say you're definitely a great commentator and a very great crew chief.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, well, ups and downs is an interesting way of saying it. I would say a lot of downs.
Yeah.
Maybe ups in the first half of the race, second half of the races, always don't want to finish properly. There's always that self-sabotaging moment that I would have.
Gotta take you to Dut Road and see you shine.
Honestly, I wish I could have that type of consistency in all racing.
Yeah, something interesting, but just takes a lot of practice and a lot of experience to find, unfortunately.
So, I think mainly it's because of the fact that people are nervous to run in the dirt for in the dirt roads. The dirt is what scares people, and I'm like full send. Don't care if I wreck the machine. So we're just having it and having fun, while everyone else is taking it super cautious and hoping for the best. As we have a new special guest joining us up in the booth, Vinny. How are you doing, man?
I'm doing pretty good, especially after that first stint. That was a really good one. Really happy with how it all went.
Well, we saw you got the pole. How was it with the pole in putting down that first lap and trying to be on top of the board?
It was good. The first lap wasn't what I wanted, and I knew that the second lap would be a lot quicker. And unfortunately, I kind of missed turn one by a good bit on my second lap. But I was still able to bring it back and put in a monster lap on the second one. I had a really good bus stop and just like a perfect everywhere but turn one. So yeah, I was able to get on pole, and that was pretty crucial because I got that big launch on the start and then just kind of maintained it from there.
Which then we saw you leading for majority of that run. You were having some battles back and forth with Podium Hunters, with Mike out there on track currently. When you were battling around those first two guys and those first two stints you were running, it seemed like bump drafting was the key, and also trying to figure out who was going to be leading of the two. How was it dueling in the first couple of hours here for your 24?
It was honestly really fun. The Podium Hunters guys are really, really quick, but we both seem to have some pretty good respect for each other, and we race each other really clean. And when we realized one car was faster than the other, we just gave it up. They were pretty good with me when they realized that I was quicker than them. But yeah, it was really fun. We're battling really hard, and I assume we're probably going to battle for the rest of the race here.
Oh, man. Well, it's early, at least for me. Is this early for you guys? I know, Cedric, you just hopped in here. How are you feeling this morning?
Feeling pretty good. Feeling like the fastest guy on track. We're good, though. No, I mean, I just came off of running like 6 hours back at the other for Lucky Ducks, so I'm feeling good. I'm feeling practiced, and you know, I think tonight will be a strong showing for us.
Right now, running second. Norris, do you have any questions?
Not really cover them all, if anything, but my main question is for you, Cedric. What did you have for breakfast?
Had a bagel. Kept it plain.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
No?
It's cold bagels.
Oh no. Oh, weird.
I mean, yeah, probably, but no, they put it in the toaster, just homemade. Could have went all out with the eggs and stuff like that, but now we're already gonna have to work hard enough later today, so we're gonna take it easy in the morning.
Fair enough.
But good job on the pole, by the way, Vinny.
Thank you, sir. Happy to have you here.
Way to keep it up front. I know Brian's fallen back a little bit, but it's a super long race. Like we had some ups and downs. Obviously, in the other race I did, I spun out on lap 1, dropped to like 18th, drove back up to 4th by the time I got out of the car. Then came back. We were a lap down after being like 20 seconds behind the leader. Drove back to the lead lap. Then when I got out of the car again, we got back on lead lap. And then I came back and we were a lap ahead of the field and went to bed, came back, and now we're like 9 laps down. So there's a lot of ups and downs. Yeah, like I told them right before coming here, I mean, it's a long race. There's still, I think, 6 hours to go for them. So really anything could happen on any given lap. So just gotta keep your head down and then keep with it. So
Good luck to the Lucky Ducks. That is for sure. As we still have 21 and a half hours to go in this one.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Well, Vinny, we saw that you were like being pretty aggressive on trying to get by the GT drivers at times. Have you had any fear around any of the GT when you were out there on track? Because it seemed like you took every opportunity you could to get by guys.
Yeah, there's always going to be fear around them because, unfortunately, a lot of these guys just don't really hold their line. You know, they're kind of indecisive and you don't know where they're going to go. And you want them to just stick to the racing line. Obviously, we're the faster car. We got more grip. We can navigate around them, but sometimes they don't do that and they make it a little more difficult on us, especially in the bus stop. I was catching a lot of guys in there and around the kink, and that's probably about the worst 2 places you can get them. But yeah, I mean, I didn't have too many problems with him. A couple scares, but other than that, everything was pretty good. But yeah, going pretty good with the lapper so far.
I know another thing that we were kind of scratching our head about is the fact that they were swapping drivers every stint. I don't think I've ever seen a team do that before, unless it's like a major big team where there's like, I don't know, 8 drivers. There's only a team of 4, it seems like, and they were swapping every single time they came into pit road. I have never seen that. I don't know if you guys have seen that before.
Yeah, that was kind of new for us. We've never really seen anybody do that, and it's interesting. They had what I think is probably their quickest guy in for the first stint, and he actually passed me, and he's really quick. And then the next guy was pretty quick. I think that's who they got in right now. And then the third guy was a little slower, and I was able to put a big gap on him. And now they've swapped back to, I think, the guy that was in there for the second stint. So it's pretty interesting. I don't really understand the tactic behind it, but we'll see if it works. It's working for him right now. So
yeah, I guess it's a wake-up call.
Yeah, based on what I gathered in practice, like when I did testing with Zach, we thought that doing a driver swap would cost you about 3 seconds on track, and then actually doing the race just last night, like it seemed like it actually didn't lose you any time. For some reason, I don't know why there's a difference there, but yeah, I mean, I guess if it's not losing them time, it's keeping their drivers rest up, I guess. And, I don't know, it's an interesting strategy though, like I've never seen that before, but it's working for them right now, I guess.
I guess so. So what's the plan for everybody tonight, or for the day, I should say? Is it just relax and watch how things go, or you guys gonna be bouncing around running and doing errands?
I'm probably gonna be getting around a little bit because I don't get back in the car until 9 or 10, and then after that stint, I'll probably go to bed for a little bit and then wake back up around like 4 and finish the car out. But yeah, I'll watch for a little bit longer and then see what I got to do and come back a little later.
Yeah, and I'll probably have to, I mean, my first stint I think is not till 1 o'clock, and then after that's like till 9 or 10 p.m. So I know I have to go clean the car because we have to put the baby seat in, because that's coming in literally any week now, and then you have to go do groceries and stuff like that. So got errands, gonna be probably out of the house just during the day more than 9 minutes, so they'll be you know, once in a while obviously tuning in. I appreciate what you guys are doing, Robert and Sam, for streaming this. Obviously when I'm out of the house I'll be tuning in, so it'll be good to get some updates and not have to rely on, you know, Discord text chat or whatever to get those updates. So I appreciate what you guys are doing.
I mean, it's something we were already going to do. I think I was already going to be watching if one of you guys were streaming it, so it just made it easier for us, really. Just be like, hey, we got an excuse to be watching and talking. Well, the gap now 10.5 seconds. One of the first times Brian's hit the 132s.
Yeah, and that's just going to come with confidence. He's only been in the car for a little bit. I know he did some warm-up laps earlier. He's seeming to get more comfortable with it, and as the stints go on for everybody, I think you're just going to get quicker and quicker. You know your limits, you know how the other cars are, you know what you can do, and I think you're going to see, especially Brian, that's kind of Brian's thing. I think he's just going to get better and better as the laps go on here.
I think also for Brian, one thing that we saw at the start of when he first got in was that kind of big scare of a driver, you know, spinning in front of him, and a lot of other drivers were making swaps at the same time that he came in. So I think a lot of people were just trying to get into their own rhythm.
Yeah, that's exactly. I feel like road racing, like you have those guys that are very, I mean, I'm gonna say skilled, because like I feel like they could just come out and pop off some really fast laps right away, and unfortunately for Brian and for myself, I feel like we're more rhythm guys, where we have to, it takes us a few laps. I mean, you're seeing it from him right now where he's putting down some faster lap times. You just have to get into a rhythm where you're comfortable and you know, to put down some decent laps, and just come by some GTs right now. But it's sketchy. Obviously, you guys spoke a little bit on the GT cars earlier, where they don't necessarily hold their lines, which is interesting. Obviously, as the car that's faster and has more grip, you want to be respectful to not send it, because I know that that's a big complaint that people have on the LMPs. As a GT driver, you're scared that they're just going to send and kill you basically into the corner, but there has to be some give and take, and Brian's been doing probably a little bit more giving than taking, but it's still super early in the race, but he's doing a great job right now.
He's got to rip the top and get by that GT driver. I think another thing with the GTs, we were noticing it as well, is that the Podium Hunters, they have their own GT driver out there on track. A little bit of assistance that they have now over you guys. They have a teammate that seems like willing to make things a little bit more frustrating for you guys.
Yeah, I actually didn't realize that, but yeah, it's definitely going to be a big help for them. Oh, I see that now. Yeah, Podium Hunter Silver. Yeah, I actually didn't realize, but that's kind of a good asset to have, I guess, here.
That's the one thing we haven't done over the years is run dual car. I mean, just to have, I guess, the luck of having, two cars in the same session when there's thousands and thousands of drivers and teams and everything is pretty lucky. But yeah, like you said, it's a great asset. You don't have to worry about that one guy on track. And as the race crunches down, I mean, you're going to see that the numbers dwindle, and I expect to, by the end of it, to probably only have 10 or 12 LMPs and probably 15 GTs kind of thing. So, just to have, I guess, that extra asset on track to help you out and give you leeway can make a big difference.
Yeah, I don't know if they were purposely doing it, Vinny, but there were a couple of times where we were noticing, oh, you're coming up to their GT driver, and he would make a little bit of a surge to the outside and make things a little bit more difficult. But you can't really do much when the speed difference is as great as it is. Being over a 10-second, it's a faster on track. It's still crazy to watch.
Yeah, and it really comes down to just braking zones and just some higher speed corners, because obviously this car's got, miles more downforce than everybody else. So like the bus stop, King, those areas is where it really makes a big difference. Because in the braking zones, we all match up about the same. We can get in later, but center of the speed, we're about even. But yeah, straightaways is pretty easy. That's where you want to catch everybody, and those just really quick corners is where you want to stay away and as far as possible as you can.
Noticing different people hopping into the session. Norris, a long-lost cousin maybe of yours, has hopped in the session. Mario Norris has hopped in. As Gap has still continued to balloon out, but still, yeah, like we've been saying, a lot of still racing to go. Still over 21 hours left in this race. It's going to be a long day, but it's been a crazy one. Up at the booth, you got myself, Sam Dyer, got Christopher Norris, Cedric Hunter, Vincent Sora, and Stimp. It's good to see you in the chat. If you got any questions, type it in. We're willing to talk. Vinny, you're the two-time champ of WSSR. I know that a new season is coming around next month. How are you feeling with, I know it's a little bit of a different racing than what we're watching here right now, but how's it feeling to try to go for another championship for yourself?
It's feeling good. I'm pretty excited for it. Definitely out of the swing here in racing. It's been a couple long months here, so I'm excited to get back into it. We're gonna have some new people, new changes, a lot of new tracks. We're really switching up this season with tracks, which I think is really cool. And I like that we're changing up the playoff format back to the old chase one. I think that'll make it a really good long battle throughout the season. It's going to reward just consistency every single week and getting those top 5s, 3s, wins, laps led, all that stuff. So it's going to be really fun. Excited to try out all the new tracks and race all the new guys.
Cedric, for yourself, you're with WSSR coming back. That's going to be your third league being covered on Freaky Fast Broadcasting. How are you feeling with adding another series, and also how are you been feeling about ISRC and Wicked and soon to be WSSR?
I'm feeling pretty good, pretty confident. Obviously with like WSSR, like Vinny said, we're going to a bunch of different tracks, and we're changing up the format, I guess, of the playoffs, getting into more of a chase style. So I'm feeling pretty good. I mean, I think it's taking away from, I guess, what I'm good at, which, and by that I mean like having that stage there allows me to kind of reset maybe after a quarter of the race, which always helps because at least my driving style is very much like quote-unquote practice for the first quarter to half of the race, and get a feel for how the track runs and how I need to run it, and then having that reset seems to help me out. But we'll see how it goes. I mean, it'll be an adjusting period, and then as for ISRC and then Wicked, one's a truck league. The trucks are they're easier to drive, but I seem to struggle more at them. So I guess probably just because everything's even. They have a lot of mile and a half, so I feel pretty confident that I think we can come home with 3-4 wins hopefully. And then Wicked, my confidence level is probably about the same, where I think I can bring home a handful of wins. I just need the luck to go my side, because it honestly hasn't really done that on the first 2 races. Well, I suppose that it wasn't even luck, it's just skill or strategy hasn't gone my way. So it is what it is. We'll put our heads down. I know I'll probably race some more part-time over the next few months. Just we have a baby coming in the next 2-3 weeks, so we'll see what the schedule plays out at when the time comes. And I'll probably be racing on a can-do basis as opposed to actually showing up on on a nightly basis. So we'll see. We'll just have to, like I said, it's night by night, and we probably won't be able to practice much. It's not like we did before, but confident level, I mean, when I do show up, I think it's going to be pretty high.
We're excited to see how you are going to perform. As pit stops underway, Podium Hunters decided to come into pit road a lap earlier than Brian did, and they also are going to swap back to, of the 3 drivers that have ran so far for Podium Hunters, they're going to go to their slowest, it seems like. Brian's going to get service done, try to get back out there and try to catch up to Podium Hunters. Is one of the fun names of all the teams out here. Finding Nemo Racing takes back the lead, and then whenever pit cycles go through, that is where they have been, just cycling to that point. Racing names, we've been kind of pointing that out every once in a while, checking out all the different names of the teams that are racing here for this 24-hour event. Have you guys ever thought about any of the team names and just like making a silly name, or have you always thought, okay, we're going to stick with professional Category 5 esports?
I think, for as long as I've been around, I think we've just been pretty keen on just keeping it professional and keeping it as a name, brand name, Category 5 esports, and just letting everybody know who we are. So I don't know if that might be something we do in the future, but for right now, I think we like to put those pretty logos on the car and let everybody know.
Yeah, repping the brand. Come on, Sam. Yeah, I don't think it's ever crossed my mind. I can't really speak for the rest of the guys, but I'm pretty sure that it's not something that we have thought of, but maybe something I guess to think about for the future. But for now, still repping the brand and putting the logos and everything on the car, and just trying to grow and put the name out there. We don't do road racing pretty much ever other than these races, so for the most part, I guess there's a lot of mixed drivers. Like you have a lot of drivers that do these races, but for the most part, obviously it's road drivers. So it's good to put your brand and your name out there in a whole new demographic. So.
It certainly is. And Norris, I don't think we really asked you about it on your thoughts. Being a driver and being a part of all the different series that you're a part of, how are you feeling about everything that you've been racing for?
I will say it's definitely something interesting. Tuesday nights is always only a fill-in. So, I believe Bristol will be my last time in that league this season unless something comes up. So, it's just all about practice for me, because I'm not all that fast compared to some of the people out there, especially on Saturday nights. So I'm just gonna try to be practicing and staying back and doing what I can.
As JTM Racing, thanks for joining and watching. As we're going to be giving you the coverage of the full 24 hours of the Category 5 esports team. Currently, right now, we have up in the booth, it's Christopher Norris, myself, Sam Dyer, with Cedric Hunter and Vincent Sora. That of Vincent Sora and Cedric Hunter, drivers for that of Category 5 esports. If you have any questions for them, type them in the chat. I mean, right now, guys, we're seeing Brian. He's made his first pit stop of 3 expected. Zach's going to be the next driver to go into the vehicle. What are you guys expecting from each person that gets in the car? Or are you guys all expecting, hey, we're going to try to put in some pretty consistent times with one another?
I think the consistency, I mean, is something that we're all going to be looking for. I guess lap times don't necessarily matter too much as long as you're consistent with it. Keeping the car clean. I know Zach's going to be probably a little bit more aggressive than Brian is. Honestly, I think that just because I haven't ran too many practices with him, Nick is eventually getting in the car. I think after Zach, so in a few hours from now, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what he's got. He's usually pretty good on road courses. He does a lot of solo practices and stuff like that, since his work schedules isn't necessarily the greatest for when we run laps. So, you know, I look forward to seeing what he can do. I'm really excited. It's been a while since I've seen him pretty much on a road course, and he hasn't done one of these races with us, I believe, in a few years. So, super excited to see what he does. Yeah, I mean, like I said, lap times don't necessarily matter too much as long as you're consistent, you keep it clean.
Well, the most ironic thing that you just said, that Brian isn't going to be too aggressive, he literally accidentally tapped a GT driver into an inside wall. Like, immediately when he said, said
really?
that, he gave a tap. Yeah, he tapped a GT into the inside wall out of exit turn 1.
Just put the bad voodoo on him. Damn.
But
All right.
it was-
Never mind. Brian's the most aggressive driver there is.
It helps when a sign comes right in the way. Didn't want to show it on the broadcast, but had to point it out.
I mean, for the most part, like, Brian is I would say like, I said it earlier, but I'll say it again. He, out of all of us, I think will give the most out on the track. Very fast driver, and I mean, I don't mean this in necessarily a bad way, but yeah, he's definitely passive. I mean, he plays it safe, which is good for a long race. So, you know, he's out there doing his job, so I'll give him props for that.
And I'd say out of anything, this is probably one of the more difficult parts of the race as the driver. You know, you just got done with the first stint, the pit stop. You got to make sure you nail that. That's crucial to getting lap time back and gaining time on the cars ahead of you or pulling from the cars behind you. And then coming back out on the track, you lose all that. You got the cold tires. You're trying to get back into the rhythm. The car's heavy now. You got more fuel. Tires are new. Just a completely different feel, and you're just relapping the same guys over and over. So he's got to get back into a little bit of a rhythm that he had there before that pit stop, and I'm sure he'll be clicking off really quick lap times again.
So right now, that of Brian trying to catch up. Looked like Finding Nemo Racing went with a kind of a short stop for themselves, as they are currently in second place, Category 5 in third, as Brian is closing in second place position. And we're seeing, you know, day to night sequences with it being a 24-hour race. We're going to be seeing that change. He's got a little bit of a hold your breath moment here, trying to get through traffic. And there we go. But, you know, that day to night sequence and changing up this track, how much are you guys watching the track temperature or weather conditions for when you're out there on track, or is that something that you really don't think about too much when you're driving these vehicles?
No, go ahead, Vinny.
Well, I was just gonna say, you definitely think about it, and you can feel it. Like, I felt the track getting a lot cooler as I went on. You just get a lot more grip, and it feels a lot better. I personally enjoy driving more around this time, getting into the evening. The lights starting to come on here in just probably an hour or two, and I like driving at night. I think that's when the track's got, the most grip. I think it looks cool. It's just fun seeing all the cars out there with the lights on them. And you can just send it through every corner and just get maximum potential out of these cars. So the track's going to be cooling off. It's going to be getting a lot better for us drivers. So yeah, I think it should be really cool and fun to watch.
And I guess I'll partially agree where obviously like every lap, at least for myself, like I'm looking down to see what my lap times are, but I'm not necessarily thinking of like the track temp and stuff like that. Obviously the track will rubber up and get cooler and as the night goes on and gets progressively faster. Like you can't expect to put down your best laps, in the first 6 hours. I will say though that surprisingly this track, from what I saw last night, actually gets dark really early, but the temps don't drop till way later. I think around, if I'm not mistaken, maybe hour 6, it was like maybe 7 p.m. in session time. It was already nighttime, but the temps really haven't dropped that much. So I know around obviously midnight to 4 or 5 a.m. I guess on track time is really when you're going to start putting laps down. Your fastest, your purple times and stuff like that, and obviously there's gonna be a lot less traffic at that time, which is gonna help. Like you pay attention to the lap counter, to the lap times, but you don't. It's I don't know. It's so I guess for me. So
I feel that. Norris, haven't heard from you in a bit. You still awake, or have you fallen asleep?
No, I'm awake for now. One thing I will mention, Cedric, is that it looks like it will add up to Zach. Will be the first one during nighttime. About 6 o'clock in sim, about 12:30 out of sim in Eastern Standard Time, where it will become nightfall, which it's something interesting to see how the track will change up. Will podium hunters be able to, be as fast as they are now, or slow down a little bit?
I didn't notice, and this is based on the traction controls like that I like to run, which like is 5.8. I know like Casey Kerwin and some of the fast guys ran 6.6, and then their ARBs was 1.1, and I kind of quote unquote tested that I guess in the race, which is partly why I'm going to say, other than just me being a bad driver, that's why I spun out on lap 1 of that race, but. It's different. It's a different feel, but I feel like on the long run, I guess having a lower traction control, like those guys definitely burned off their rears, and I had that impression that it made a difference in the race, where I kind of took off a little bit slower in the run than they did. By the end of the, of the fuel stints, I feel like I was putting down some really good lap times in comparison. So I don't know what my teammates are running. I don't know what they prefer, but I feel like, most of the field like to copy obviously the pro drivers and how they drive and their settings and stuff like that, but personally for myself, like running those higher numbers seem to help, at least for the long run. So I guess Vinny can attest to what he's running. I'm not sure if he did testing with the other settings or not, but I know for myself it seemed to work out better for me to have my own personalized settings.
Yeah, I messed around with it in practice, and we found a setup that was a lot lower on the traction control. I think it was 5.2, and I personally, that was my favorite. I think the one we got now is 8.5. I think.
5.8, or yeah, I guess if you're out of the car, yeah, it's 8.5.
Yeah, and I'm just gonna adjust anything we run. I don't change it up in the car just to keep it simple for everybody. But I think the car feels good as is. I did like it with a lower traction control, but I don't know. I'm good with anything we run.
You can always change it in the car too.
Yeah.
That was something that Robert brought up, was the fact of curiosity on the open setup, on how much can you guys actually adjust in car compared to like the fixed setups that we watch on a weekly basis here at Freaky Fast.
You could change like the traction control, the ARBs. I unfortunately don't have the black box pulled up now because I'm not in the session. Maybe Vinny can give more information on that, but there's obviously a lot more tweaking that you can do in car than you can in fixed setups, and it all comes down to just what you like personally. So I know Vinny, will run whatever we run, but obviously he has something he prefers, and so it's cool that you can kind of change it the second you get in the car and really personalize it to what you prefer. So, and then Zach actually in the chat said that he's probably going to change the ARBs. So yeah, it just goes to show that we all, prefer something different.
As right now, Brian is catching up to a pretty big gaggle of cars. We'll see how he wants to navigate this. Kind of make the pass by the GT, and then this next group of drivers is where the chaos is starting to brew. I know from our standpoint, we're just viewers, we're not part of the team. How stressful does it get when you guys realize, okay, we're getting to a point where let's take it easy, but you also don't want to lose too much time?
Yeah, it's definitely difficult. The most nerve-wracking part for me is actually sitting here watching the other guys, because when you're driving, it's up to you. Everything's in your hands and you feel comfortable, but I don't know, I just get kind of nervous watching everybody else. I know my teammates and what they're capable of, and I trust all of them. It's just a different feeling when the car's not in your hands. So this is probably the most stressful part for me, just watching everybody else turn laps.
Yeah, I agree. Like, obviously, you know what they're capable of, but there's still, the whole, what you would do differently aspect. And obviously, when you're in the car, you kind of have a different perspective on things. But I think the time where you kind of, decide to push more than to save and take it easy is obviously in the last maybe couple hours. Obviously, you don't want to fall multiple laps behind, so you want to still run decent pace so you don't, come across that problem. But really, like the purple times and just pushing it as hard as you can will come by probably in the last 2 hours. So I'm looking forward to seeing what Vinny could do at that point in the race. Hopefully we're in contention or we're in the lead. I guess we'll see. I mean, we're still about 20 hours away from that, so a lot of time.
We're only 21 hours in, left to go, which is crazy to think that we're already about 3 hours already into this thing.
Yeah. I will say, speaking of those errands from earlier, I'm gonna have to go out and run some, so I'll have to catch you guys later. So good luck to Brian still in the car, and to Zach. I know you're tuning in. Vinny, if you could, you said you were getting back in the car not till way later, so I'll probably talk to you before then. Thank you, Robert and Sam and Chris, for doing what you guys do and investing your time into us. So thank you so much, and I'll have to catch you guys later.
See you, Cedric. That's gonna be Cedric Hunter. Gonna be stepping away. We'll see him in the car later on. As another heart-stopping moment, GTs and also the hybrids trying to get by traffic as smooth as possible. Big kudos to Brian. That first gaggle we were just talking about a few moments ago, he gained a lot of time. Now it's to wait and see how he can get by the hybrids that are battling for position, but a lap down, costing critical time. Just wait, settle, wait for those mistakes. Man, when I'm just viewing it, the last couple, last year, watched a couple of the endurance races that Category 5 had. I know Cedric was streaming those before. It seemed to be a lot more of a easier time just sitting and watching when I'm on my own. But man, being in the booth, talking and having the stream open and being a part of this, I think it makes it a little bit more stressful because you're hoping the team succeeds. At the same time, you don't want them to be caught up in any type of issue ever.
Yeah, it's definitely stressful for me. Like I said, it's just so much harder, in my opinion, to sit up here and watch than to be out on track. I hate it. I don't like watching. I prefer to be in the car and just do everything my way and know that hopefully, unless something happens, the car is safe and everything's just in my power. But yeah, it's definitely nerve-wracking, especially in times like these when we're around slower cars.
All right, well, so I'm back, guys. Vincent, so if that's the way you are, how are you in the real car and passenger side when you're driving with somebody else?
I'm cool with it then. That's a little bit of a different story, gotta trust your co-pilots and everybody else around you.
Yeah, but that's tough to do. Tough to do. But I'm back after getting my coffee, and I made some French cinnamon toast, and I'm eating a banana because Sam got me hungry.
Hey, we gotta get our food in at some point. I literally rolled out of bed and turned on my computer and hopped in.
You should have just left the computer on. You really didn't sleep.
I got a couple hours. Only a couple, though.
I'm shocked I'm still up.
Ah,
Oh, man.
I think it was the funny thing last night was all of us, we were all in Discord last night, and all were just saying, all right, we all need to go to bed and make sure we're up and ready to go tomorrow.
Yeah, it's freaking what was that, like 12 o'clock Eastern. Holy crap.
Yeah.
I winded up going downstairs and watching a movie on Stars, and didn't go to bed till like 4.
Oh my.
I tried to fall asleep, but then it kept getting action-packed, and you're like, and your eyes open up, and you're like, oh, what's going on?
I'll be honest, I think that was around the time I finally fell asleep.
Man.
Yeah,
All right, gentlemen. I am going to go back down and around my teammates a little bit, and see what's going on. But thank you for your time up here, and I appreciate everything you guys are doing. And I will definitely make an appearance back here a little later, and hopefully back in the lead. See you guys soon.
See you, Vinny.
Thank you, guys.
Good luck.
That was Vincent Sora as Brian. Oh my goodness. Man, Brian has certainly had the biggest scare so far. Vinny seemed like he was making the aggressive moves, and the scares were 3 wide. Brian now has given... he's certainly been trying to defend. He's gotten close to hitting that of some GT drivers before. He's now had to avoid 2 different spinning drivers, and I would imagine he's ready to maybe get out of his seat with the way that this has been going.
I was just going to say, he might want to be like that lucky Glover they got on top of the car. It's not so lucky for him.
I mean, he's avoided it. He's avoided contact at least. That's the big positive.
Right. So how'd they wind up back in 3rd position? I missed something.
So Finding Nemo, for some reason on their last stop, decided to do an undercut slow pit stop.
Oh.
Instead of being in pit road for the full 30 plus seconds of taking full full tires, they were only in there for like 7 seconds. So I don't know how much longer Finding Nemo can stay out in that 2nd place, but I'm expecting that team to have to come into pit road here pretty shortly, because if they were taking that short of a pit stop, I don't see them staying out for very long.
I know, they probably didn't have close enough fuel for a whole stint.
Yeah.
We'll have to see what the game plan is. Yeah, I don't know. Interesting.
Also, it just seems like Brian's taking it a lot easier when he's around traffic. He's trying to find those perfect moments to make passes and not trying to force the issue in any way, which I kind of prefer to watch that happen. So take it easy, settle in. And he's found pace. I mean, when he's away from the GTs, he's putting down some pretty good times. He's losing way too much when he's behind the GT drivers, but I think this was the run. We were hypothetically thinking that he was going to gain a lot of time on the podium hunters, and instead it's kind of stabled out where they're at.
Yeah, his last lap was a 135 to podium hunters at 132, so it's huge. He's like 14 seconds behind him.
Yeah. Norris, question for you. How much longer are you planning on sticking with us? Are you going to go bounce out at some point?
Well, I have work at 1 o'clock, so probably about the next 2 hours or so. So I'll be here for a little bit.
Okay.
All right, Christopher's taking over the broadcast. We're going.
Oh no.
Yeah, you said you got it for the next 2 hours, right?
I'll be back before you have to leave.
It's Norris's streaming time. Here we go. Welcome to the Norris hours.
I would bore the broadcast with my Tarkov.
Oh man.
Now, one question I do have, let's say Finding Nemo did find that extra fuel. If they're able to stay out, do you think they'll be contention for possibly the win? Let's say, I guess it would be Vincent, one of the people in Finding Nemo or in Podium are able to battle out again.
I think they do. I mean, I'm looking at their times, and Finding Nemo certainly their fastest lap, their fastest driver isn't in the car, but
Yep.
their fastest driver who started out this race was putting same lap times and actually put down the fastest lap of the whole entire race so far. So Finding Nemo, they do have an opportunity. I think it really is looking like a 3-horse race at this time, as fourth place runner 4K Racing is about 40 seconds off of the leaders, but there's still plenty of opportunities. Again, we still have 20 hours and 55 minutes still to go. So there's plenty of time still for this race, for highs, lows, and you don't knows to happen.
And looking at it, they did come down about 2 or 3 laps after Vincent and Brian did. So, judging on how much fuel they have and how they have been running, they still have another anywhere from 14 to 17 laps if they take the full fuel. So I'm interested to see if they are able to stay out that long or they have to shortcut it like they did last time.
Yeah, and I'm really looking at it. I think maybe they did take a full pit stop. I think there might have been an issue on my timing screen. That might have been the issue there, but could be that. And a big shout out to everyone that's in chat. I know today it's going to be a lot more of an interactive day with the chat than our usual broadcast that we do throughout the week. So if you have any questions for us, and we'll say our highs and hellos, and we're happy to have everyone that's joining in throughout the day. A lot more of a relaxed, just hang out, see how everyone's feeling. We're gonna have some of the drivers from Category 5 pop in. If you're drivers from any of the leagues that we cover, and if you want to hop in and have a chat, let us know, and we'll send you the Discord link if you're not in the Discord already, that we're using to chit chat with everybody. So we already had Mason Hausman come through and had a small chat with him, and if anyone else wants to come through, and then we're probably gonna talk to Tyler. We're gonna pull him at some point, and Norris will take off at some point. We'll probably pull him later on in the night.
That's the other thing, Sam, just so everybody knows too, that there will become a time where there will be a lull of no talking at all. As, Brian locks up the front tires there. But yeah, anyways, what I was saying is there's going to be a couple hours where there ain't going to be no commentating, no nothing. It's just going to be driving on the screen and watching what's going on. Because we're all going to have to go get some rest, do our errands, and, because this is grueling on our part too, so.
Yeah, I know I'm planning on...
because I volunteered this, so.
I know the late night shift, those midnight shifts for the drivers and for us. I think we might pull everyone up into the broadcast booth and kind of have a group effort.
That's what I'm thinking. I think part 2 of the stream is going to be, when we start part 2 is where it's going to be just watching the race. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But we just wanted to be here again, interacting with the chat, seeing how everyone's doing, and some people will be here by themselves, some people will be talking with others, but it's just a fun community day watching the Daytona 24 hours. The Category 5 esports team currently in 3rd place. They got the pole. Vincent Sora put him there. Vincent was leading the majority of his first 3 stints that he was out there for. Brian Johnson hopped into the car. There were some pit road mistakes that happened that have kind of pushed this team back to 3rd. But overall, looking good. No damage so far, it seems like, on the car. But Brian has had a multitude of scary incidences around him that he's been saving and holding on for, as 3 hours in, still 20 hours and 51 minutes to go. Which, guys, I don't understand how people can do these types of races. It's impressive, but what a grueler.
I don't have an answer for you. I just don't. But it's cool to see Steve and Steven's dad's, Stempion's dad's out there. So thank you for hopping in and watching. I know your son's not out there racing right now, but hey, I do appreciate you watching.
Yeah, we really do appreciate the Stevens being out here with us.
The Steven and Steven show?
It's the Stimpians.
The Stimpian show. Remp and Stimpian.
Yeah.
That's before Christopher's time.
A little bit before.
Yeah, I believe so. I've never heard of it.
Rimp and Skimpy, look it up on YouTube.
Oh, man.
Well, he says we're the best. Well, we know that. I mean, we don't want to brag too much, though, right, Sam?
No.
Yeah.
But today is eat, breathe,
Only
watch
if you
racing.
knew exactly what goes behind the scenes. Trust me, we're not the best because I mess up a lot of things, guys.
Just watch every broadcast. I miss everything all the time.
Oh, trust me, there's things I do back here. It's like, oh man, that's not working. Oh crap, I hit the wrong button.
When will all the madness stop?
Right. Let's try this and let's do this, and then you get me all confused what I'm doing.
And then we test and try to do new things and get you even more tripped up.
Oh yeah, it's very easy. Can't throw 5 things on my plate no more. I used to, when I was younger, I used to be able to do 5 things and remember 5 things and do this and do that. Now, man, as I got older, that's just not happening, Sam. It just doesn't happen anymore.
Hey, it's a lot. For me personally, it's difficult, just because of health reasons. Why?
Yeah.
Concussions can make you real slow on certain things. But,
Yeah.
but man, I'm trying my best. Even though people always say, man, I'm going a million miles per hour when I'm commentating and bringing up a billion things. I'm just happy that my brain works to that state.
Yeah, you do talk a million miles. Get me lost.
All the time. That's something I'm trying to get better at. Oh, man. Well, right now, it is Brian Johnson in the vehicle for Category 5 Esports, doing a little bit of spotting and helping out whenever he can with drivers. That's Zach Hull in the ear of Brian Johnson. Currently, Vincent Sora also helping out the drivers in their driver chat, kind of letting them focus as Brian Johnson getting ready for pit stops here in the next about 7 minutes, it looks like. And then he will set up for his final stint before his final 40 minutes after this pit stop, where Zach will come in about a little bit under an hour. So we'll see how Zach can perform, as we got to hear from him earlier, telling us how the hybrid system works, the energy.
Oh man,
a lot of humba jumbo that we try to understand.
He took me to school.
I grabbed my phone. I was like, I probably should listen to this while I go get my food. So I plugged in my earbuds. I was listening in, and I was just like, yep. I didn't bring my note paper with me to take in those notes, but gosh, so good information that Zach was giving us on how to save, how to build up that energy.
It's crazy
for these vehicles to be faster.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, it's all run off a battery system, and braking charges the battery, and you got this and you got that. And I was like, what in the heck is he telling me? No clue.
Yeah, it's a lot.
I'm used
the
to
technology's
just throw gas in the car and step on the gas pedal and go. That's the way I was raised.
Oh man. But for everyone everyone's watching, thanks for watching.
Sam?
I don't know when I'm gonna step out.
Oh, okay.
At some point, I should.
I know.
For now,
I know my wife is soon going to be waking up. I've seen a puff of smoke there, and I got some things I got to do. But it'll be right around when we start that. Part 2 is probably when I'll be stepping away.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, because I want to make sure I get the stream, switched over and reset. And I got SDK apparently that's throwing updates at me, and I keep ignoring it.
Oh, it's okay. It's fine. Leave it. Leave it. Leave it.
Yeah, I'll get it later. I knew I
Oh,
should have
man.
got up here at 6 o'clock in the morning, but it didn't work out that way.
That's a little too early.
I just kept hitting like Sam. I just kept hitting the snooze button on my phone.
Yeah, because last night we all said, "Hey, we'll all be up at this time,"
Yep.
and I was like, "Yeah, that should be great." Until I tried to go to sleep, and kind of similar to you, Robert, in a way. Like I took sleeping medication. It did not work out for me to sleep when I wanted to, and I was up a little bit later. And so I was like, I'm gonna sleep in just a couple more minutes, and that's gonna be what I'm gonna go for. And I realized when I was up that you had already started the stream, and I was like, well, I guess I should get up.
Yeah, I started to, I actually came up here and got on like with like, I don't know, maybe 10 minutes before they were actually qualifying when I actually got into the server. So that's how late I was.
But yeah, each driver. So for stints wise, we will be saying that statement a lot throughout today. Stints means a fuel run. A fuel run is about 40 minutes long for each time that they go around. And for category 5, they've built out a schedule when they're expecting drivers to come into pit road to make their stops. It's about every 40 minutes they're going to make that switch up. And for Brian Johnson, he is expected to come into pit road at the top of the hour. So in about 3 minutes, that's when he's expected to come into pit road and to get his fuel, tires. And that will then set him up for his last stint, where he'll run for 40 minutes, and then Zach Hall will be taking over, and they'll do a driver swap. So we're expecting that, and that will be the third different driver in the vehicle. Vincent Sora ran the first 3 stints and got the pole, was up front battling strong with podium hunters, and a little bit of a mishap on the coming into his box on that last pit stop for the driver swap. Kind of costed some time, and Brian Johnson's been out there. He's had a couple of scares where he's had to really slow down and lose some pace, but this is great to see with our leaders being as close as they are to one another. Kind of surprising. Top 3, all still within 11 seconds of one another, but that is not how this race is going to continue on. Expect to see at some point this race the lead gap to be over a full lap, if not more. It's those races, I gotta say, it's always fun when you watch endurance racing where the gap actually stays like this, 7 to 11 seconds the whole entire race. Those are the entertaining ones that you know it's going to be a nail biter to the very end.
Oh, most definitely, because, you know, you get down to the end of it, drivers start to know that in sim and also in real life. And, you know, lap times pick up, you know, they start being more aggressive. And then that's when you get your errors and mishaps and things like that. So, yeah, it can turn into being snoozing race to holy mackerel, what just happened?
Oh, man. Just looking through the field, and
I'm happy we got 10 people watching this.
I'm big thanks to everyone watching. This is
shocked, actually. I thought we'd have like 3.
For those that didn't know, there was actually at one moment this broadcast had a very slim, we knew it was slim, a very slim chance of being on iRacing Live.
Oh, yeah.
And Robert, imagine if that had stayed. We were on the schedule until about yesterday, where they're like, oh, wait a minute, that's not right. Race spot's supposed to be here.
Yeah, who approved these stupid idiots?
We're not stupid. We are geniuses, Robert. Remember that. We scheduled it before everybody.
You're right. I tried to steal the slot, and we had it there for 2 days.
Yeah. No race spot. They're going to doing the coverage of top split and second split right now.
Yeah. What time do they go live? They go live around.
They're already live.
Oh, are they live now?
Yeah. The same time that that category 5 in our stream started was around the time that theirs started.
Oh, okay. How many viewers they got?
Top split, I think almost 600 I saw.
Oh, crap.
Yeah, and then second split's got, I think, like 70.
Wow.
It's crazy to see.
Can we get 600 viewers?
Imagine if we got 600 viewers for the content that we're giving these guys
I
right
would
now.
have to pay you.
It would be a wild time.
We wouldn't have a crew. We'd be
It-
screwed.
we'd be like, well, welcome to the show. We're just following one team and then just saying hey to others.
Right? Right? We'd be all messed up. Oh, we wouldn't be messed up. The viewers would be messed up.
They would be so confused.
Yeah. Yeah. As we got a little bit of an issue going on here, Sam. Brian's got to try to figure out how to take it easy, get through here. As we're going to look 3 wide, maybe. Brian's going to back out of that. Smart move. There you go.
I don't see Brian ever trying to attest 3 wide. Unless they're on the oval side of things. I don't see Brian trying to be that aggressive.
No.
And even here at the kink, at that kink right there, he could have forced the issue. Decided to stay stable and not. He'll try to rip the top here because these hybrids just have so much more grip. And you just see the extra speed making that pass look easy. And also update going to be for that of Podium Hunters. Once again, pit stop and a driver switch. Mike's back in the vehicle, and that's based off the pace that we saw as they've switched through. That is their second fastest driver that they're putting in, and Mike is very quick. So watch out for Podium Hunters to try to build out their gap even more. And for Category 5, they've been pitting about either the same lap as Podium Hunter or the lap after. So we might be seeing that of Brian Johnson either this lap or the next, expecting to come into pit road. And the bus stop, always a scary place, but pit stops also have been very scary. Category 5 have had some mishaps in the past. I always think of Cedric Hunter. He made his mistakes coming into pit road once. Spinning out on entry.
Now, is this the last for Brian? Or has he got
this
one more?
Should be one more where he's going to do another 40 minutes. And then we should be seeing Zach hop in the car.
All right. As we see, it's starting to get a little towards the evening time here, sim-wise.
Which, Norris, you brought that up on the fact that Zach's stint was going to be the one that we were expecting the sun to be almost fully down or close to it being nighttime. And that's this is the fun part of 24-hour racing, is the fact that there is that transition from day to night and night to day throughout the whole entire 24-hour cycle. So drivers getting prepared as Brian's pit stop is done. We'll see how he can try to maximize his final stint for himself before we get the next driver swap.
And one thing that's interesting is that Nino is still out there, so I'm wondering towards the end of the race, because of the fact that somehow they're able to save the fuel they have, they're able to possibly, get out in front towards the end and possibly win the thing.
That is something I was thinking about as well. The different pit strategies. Seems like Podium as well as Category 5, they're willing to go with a lot more of a stricter pit stop cycle. As Finding Nemo, they have been able to. That's the team that's leading currently. They still need to come into pit road here. Expected to come into pit road in the next 3 laps. They continue to push it out further and further. And that could cut out a complete pit stop if they continue at this strategy, which, I mean, I'm liking what I'm seeing from Finding Nemo strategy-wise. It's Category 5 and Podium Hunters. They're going to have to try to catch up to that team just based off of rock speed.
Which would definitely be interesting. See how Zach does, especially. Hopefully Brian is able to push a little bit more in this stint, but you don't want to push it too hard where it damages the vehicle.
Yeah, the names, their stint are great. Finding Nemo Racing is the name of the team. And there's a couple of pretty good names out there. That was the first one that kind of caught our eye.
Caught my eye.
I think for the GT3s, my favorite has to be the team that's leading the GT3s, and that's Fernando is Faster Than You. That is the team name. It's so great.
Do they have a driver named Fernando?
I don't think Fernando's been in the car.
Oh, wow. Christopher, is there a Fernando on that team?
Not that I saw earlier, so they must Their team owner must be Fernando, but the Fernando is not in the team today.
Right now, Juan's been the only one in their vehicle, so.
Oh man.
So we'll
Something.
see if Fernando decides to pop up at any point.
Right. Tell him to come in and chat. Find him.
Trying to figure out what happened. Podium just lost a ton of time to Brian. Based on my timing, I don't know what happened to them.
I'm not sure. I don't have the data up on SGK. It's way too much on road racing to try to keep track.
I am totally okay with just sticking with our team. And
I showed you what I see on the back end when we were testing something, and trust me, it is a cluster.
Oh, NASA is impressed with that amount of information is in front of you.
Oh my goodness, and no thanks. I don't even know half of it.
Christopher, I don't know if you can go check to see what is going on with Podium, but in that last lap, Podium Hunters just lost over almost 8 seconds to Brian. Brian has cut down that gap, what once was 14 seconds, down to just 4 seconds now. The difference, that is huge. As Brian had lost, I think we were leading once the team swapped. We swapped from Vincent to Brian. And this is going to be a great setup for Zach if we continue at this pace. And Podium Hunters continues to lose time.
I'm
You know what,
finding
Cat,
Nemo pitted too, so.
I am not positive what this time is.
Was it one of the infield turns?
Correct. I believe it's the first half.
Yeah, that would be the Horseshoe, International Horseshoe.
Horseshoe. They actually drifted into the turn. They were able to save it, but that costed them a good amount of time.
That's also going to hurt on tires. So this is a great setup for Brian to try to gain some time. And with Finding Nemo coming into pit road.
The hybrid car trying to more power in the turns.
And maybe
Zach can explain it better. Car.
Trying to find the way that you can drift power.
Right.
Is drifting the way that you get more energy built into the car?
Maybe so.
Cody Hunter's just right behind Finding Nemo as they come out, so in between the lap cars, it's going to get very interesting soon.
Yeah, because that huge loss of time has set up for Finding Nemo to gain a lot of time back, and they start to race it out. That's going to give what driver and car we're seeing in front of on our screen right now. Brian Johnson again trying to close in. Long race. We still got 20 hours and 33 minutes to go.
Quit reminding us.
Just got to put the reminder out there. I'm just impressed that we're almost 4 hours out of this thing. We're like, I feel like we've done a pretty good job, wasting time here.
That's what I feel like I'm doing right now. I'm just talking, wasting time.
Hopefully everyone's enjoying the more relaxed commentating that we're having. A lot more fun. Again, if you want to scroll back, you can see us talking to Zach, talking to Mason Hausman, who came in for a short stint, talk to Cedric Hunter and Vincent Sora on their thoughts, for Vinny on how his first 3 stints went, Cedric Hunter on how he's feeling coming into tonight, and might be talking to Brian Johnson once he's done with this run. As again, we're expecting Zach to hop into the car in about 30 minutes, so 20 hours to go, or gonna be here whenever we hit the timer. But seeing the puff smoke, driver off track. Whew, thank you for being off track.
Hey, off track. Oh, what can I play with back here? Watching. I don't know.
I would imagine you're gonna find a brand new camera that you did not know was there.
Oh. Yeah, I can change cameras. Hey, look at that.
Oh! that the exit of the bus stop? I think it is.
Yeah. Yeah, now we see nothing. Check out the water. Beautiful water. Oh, here they come.
Ooh. Wait, the team's coming.
Oh, okay.
Let's hold it.
Hold it right there? Okay.
Yeah, because here comes Brian. He's heading through the bus stop. Whee! Bye, Brian.
Go this way.
Oh, there he's gone. Oh, that's actually a beautiful shot. Look at the sun rays. I don't know which one this is looking at, but hey, look, there's green.
Oh, it's
I think
it's sunset cam.
Oh,
I just see clouds.
yeah. Well, I think maybe give it a couple more minutes.
Oh, we'll just check out some cameras here, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, what's this one? Turn 1, it says. Okay. International. Here we go.
Oh, we just saw Brian go through there.
Oh, okay. Here's a kink.
We're about to see Brian go through the kink.
I don't know where's that. Is that him right there? Okay. And
Oh, no, he's already passed. Oh, there's our guy.
There he goes.
Here he is.
From down here to the infield exit.
Yep. There he is. Hi, Brian.
All right, then we'll go to turn 1, NASCAR turn 1. It says.
This is where
there we go. Okay, and then this is exit 2 of NASCAR turn 2.
Howdy, Rev. Welcome to checking out cameras package segment of the podcast. As you can tell, we're
bored.
We've been doing this for a while.
So eventually we'll see him come in here. Oh, there he goes.
I think he's already went through. I think he's too fast. Well, that's a whole entire course through our camera package.
That was our camera, yeah. And then we have this beautiful sight of Daytona.
Oh, we have to come back to this when it's like dark out. It's nighttime. We have to come back to this shot.
I wonder when we switch over scenes if I could quick zoom it down. Zoom it down.
Well, I know. You know how you could do that is make sure that you're pressed into iRacing and do Control Z, and you can take control of the camera.
Yeah, I tried that and it messes up my SDK.
Does it mess with SDK?
Yeah.
Oh
yeah.
no.
Yeah, because then I can't turn it off. So then
because then you press Control Z again.
Yeah, but I have to be touching iRacing.
Yeah.
And I can't. If I do that, it will pop up the screen. So you'll see, you know what I mean, the iRacing behind it.
Yeah.
So kind of hard. It does have a free mouse thing here. It says mouse arm on or off, and I don't know what that is, and I'm afraid to touch it.
We're not gonna mess with that.
Yeah.
Well, let's mess with the things we know.
I don't know if I touch it, if it messes up, if I can go. I don't know.
We certainly are trying to have fun up in the booth here, Rev. We're not going to be here for the whole entire time. This is kind of a more of a relaxed state, part one, where majority of the time we are going to be up here in the booth. Currently, it's myself, Sam Dyer. We got Robert Moyer running productions and talking, as well as Christopher Norris, our social media guy, hanging out. We got to talk to the drivers, get their thoughts. Mason Hausman was here earlier. We got his thoughts on Wicked and racing. And we'll probably be popping in and out again, trying to give you full coverage of the whole entire 24 hours, watching our Spotlight team, Category 5 eSports. Brian Johnson's in the car, expecting a driver swap on their next pit stop. But thanks for tagging along and being with us, Rev, and everyone else that's watching. Oh, man. Gotta say, Robert, this is the fact that this race is so early. Why did they have to pick the earliest, one of the earlier starting times?
There's busy sense in Discord. We got driver cam coming up later of Zach Hall.
Are we gonna do the whole entire time with his driver cam on?
Oh, of course.
Oh, I'm so excited for this.
Yeah,
we might see his dog.
See his dog stretching back there, and we'll just leave it at that.
That might be our time. If we see the dog stretch, that means it's time for us to take off.
Yeah, it's time
It's
for us
ours.
to get out. Go.
Yep. The dog is just taking up way too much of the content. We don't need to be in the booth anymore. He'll take all of it.
Well, here, to answer your question about, why they pick the early time and everything, Sam, actually, does it really matter? It's 24 hours. Doesn't matter if we start it now or do it later.
Well, no, because if they started later, right, then I could have gotten a better sleep to set up for the day, right?
I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's mainly me being selfish.
Well, not all about you.
I know. Why do you think I became a commentator, though? I want it to be about me.
Boy, I hope my microphone's not too loud for everybody out there because I've never even adjusted it.
Oh my God.
Oh.
Gosh. Yeah, it was just, you got to give us a scare every, 20 minutes?
Yeah.
That's who needs coffee when you got the moments like that?
Oh, look at this. The wife just brought me up a sandwich.
Oh,
Hey, she knows I'm doing this 24-hour thingy, and she brought me up a sandwich. But what do I got here? I got cheese and sweet bologna and Italian bread.
ooh, that right there is a good lunch. It's still breakfast time over here for me. It is only 8:17.
Oh, well, it's I went down and made cinnamon toast from Pepperidge Farm, French bread, and put it in the toaster and set off the smoke alarm. That's why it took me so long to get back up here, because the dogs woke up, come running down. They were barking and going nuts. So I had to take them out to the bathroom. Then, I just woke up the whole household.
Yeah. At least you didn't do it immediately when you started.
All right, there's Zach. We got Zach. I'm watching him on cam here.
He's getting himself situated.
Yeah, I just got to get it all transferred over from laptop to the PC. So give me a minute, because I got to do my things to get it.
Oh, that's fine. We can give you a minute. I can talk for a couple of minutes. As Brian Johnson's going to get by the GT drivers. I can't even name them anymore. We should give names to some of these teams and drivers that we get by at some point, mainly because we pass the same drivers so many times. We'll give them names. But I believe Norris is back. Norris, how are you feeling so far? We're doing the math. We're 3.5 hours in. How are you feeling so far, mentally wise? Not being a driver, but being a spectator of this 24-hour event.
Pretty good. I'm excited for the sunset. It's already showing some pretty cool picture spots, so I'm glad to watch that. I got me a sandwich, so I can eat something after drinking the caffeine this morning, but I'm gonna wait.
I still can't believe you drink caffeine right away. I mean, I can't even say anything. I had some coffee for myself, so that is, can't say much about it.
Yeah, get in real quick.
A little bit. I gotta be careful that it doesn't kick in too well, and I just start, hooping and hollering while my family's trying to wake up.
Yeah, bouncing off the walls.
Yeah, would not be good. That's why I drink coffee right before the broadcast, so then I'm like maximum energy, ready to go crazy. As we're expecting Zach to be ready to go here in about 20 minutes is the expected time. Might be a little bit more than that when the driver swap is going to happen. As Brian has done an absolute phenomenal job so far. Norris, at one moment, the gap was about 16 seconds between Brian and the lead. Because of all the shenanigans that have happened so far, Brian is now less than 3 seconds to Podium Hunter.
I missed it.
It is closing in greatly, and Brian is doing a great job getting set up to help Zach out. Practically everything that happened to Brian was nothing. It was we're good.
Back when what happened with Bruno?
They had a little bit of a longer pit stop,
Oh,
and they were having troubles getting by traffic.
That's unfortunate. You know, I really wish. I mean, they have a really nice paint scheme. I will say that, but there's no Nemo on it, and that's what we need.
Wait. Their name is Finding Nemo. Is it at least a water-based color? Like blue?
It's black and chrome, which is very nice looking. I will say that. But there's
How
no
do you
Nemo on it.
go with Finding Nemo and not at least go with a clownfish or at least an ocean color? Bizarre.
There you go.
Oh, there's Nemo's car. That's the car we're talking about. That's Finding Nemo Racing. And no Finding Nemo anywhere.
Helmet.
I don't understand.
Ah,
The potential was so high.
probably didn't pay the bill.
And maybe not.
Disney probably.
And Zach says your mic is good, Robert. So
Alright, good, yeah, okay. Now I don't have to touch it. I have no good or bad.
well, Rev says that he drinks way too much coffee and it is an unhealthy amount. Rev, we need to know, what is your daily consumption of
Yes,
coffee?
you
Because
beat me.
Robert's
Yeah.
the one that you're competing with. I max out at like 2 to 3 cups. But
Good
I
question, good
can't
question.
have any more than that because it gives me really bad heartburn if I have more. Might be a little low for Robert. Okay.
I can keep boosting.
To be
it up.
fair, I don't have my microphone in its normal spot. I have it a little bit
Yeah.
closer to my mouth, so
I
I
got
can move my
mine
microphone.
farther away, so that's the other thing because I gotta do room back here.
yeah,
What's he drink?
about
10 to 12
10
cups
to
a day.
12.
Is that it?
Well, okay. How big is your pot? Because you say you make 2 pots. Are we talking about
12
like
cup.
community pots? Where
12
like
cup, regular coffee pot.
Okay, how many cups does that make?
12.
I make 12 in 1 cup.
Well,
in one pot.
In one pot, it's 12 cups. Yes.
You drink 24 cups of coffee a day?
Sometimes I drink 3 pots a day. Sometimes.
36 cups of coffee.
Yeah, I drink
don't know.
it. I drink it 24/7.
I
Literally.
don't know how you sleep.
I don't. That's the
That's
problem.
wild. That is wild.
Oh man.
Oh, Norris. Don't know if you heard it. I'm thinking about at some point we got to start naming the other drivers' cars and the schemes that we see when we pass by them.
I
That's
say
a later on thing.
Nemo 1 and Nemo 2. Not
Just-
related, but that's fine with me.
Well, no, I mean like the GTs when we see them, like because we've passed the same GTs so many times now that I'm like, oh wait, we've seen that one.
Fernando 1 and Fernando 2.
Well, Fernando is faster than you.
Correct. Which, looking at it, they do have a whole lot of almost, actually.
Yeah,
Oh.
almost a full lap for the GTs.
Oh. Back here eating.
What you eating?
Sandwich.
Kind of sandwich.
Ooh.
'Cause I also have a sandwich.
Yeah, I think Norris missed out when you were describing your sandwich.
Oh, it's sweet bologna, and cheese on Italian bread.
Oh.
Don't owe me. It's the best sandwich ever.
Hey, to be fair, his wife came in and gave it to him.
Yeah.
So
Lucky.
you know, it's a very nice gesture, and
She knows I'm up here working hard doing nothing.
Eating a self-made sandwich. Peanut butter and fluff.
Peanut butter and fluff. Oh.
Yeah, a child sandwich.
Hey, there is nothing wrong with peanut butter and fluff. Okay.
okay. I'm a peanut butter and Nutella person.
Yeah. Oh. See, I don't mind that, Sam. When my sugar drops, low, when I get low blood sugars, that stuff works excellent. You know what I mean? It brings my sugar back up where it is. But me personally, I think I don't mind like a sandwich, but don't put too much on it because to me it's too sweet.
Or peanut butter and honey. Besides the regular PB&J.
Peanut butter and honey. Never had it. No, never did that. No. So, not honey.
You do peanut butter and honey with like small slices of like banana also in between. Pretty solid.
Okay. Yeah. I can't do peanut butter and bananas. Like,
What?
No.
Like you haven't tried it, or
No, I tried it. I don't like it.
okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
That's not my thing. I'm not Elvis.
I'm trying to remember. If we had this conversation before, Norris, was it about peanut butter and celery? Did we have a conversation about that? On like what different things you can put peanut butter on, and how
I
some
like
people
peanut butter and celery. Yeah.
like what different things you can put peanut butter on. For some people, like they say peanut butter on celery is just weird. I'm like, how is
See,
that
I
weird?
like it. I like peanut butter and celery. Carrots and peanut butter. Horseradishes and peanut butter.
That one seems odd to me. I've never tried it, but it just seems odd.
Oh. You don't put a lot of peanut butter on it, and that's the thing. Don't overwhelm it with peanut butter. You know what I mean? You got to get that balance. You know what I mean?
Rev is revolting against your statement of not being able to handle peanut butter and bananas.
Come on, Rev. Oh, man. I'm sorry, Rev. Yeah, that's just the way it's going to be. I don't know what else to say.
Oh,
man.
well, this is like the one time that we're okay with talking about food in a broadcast.
Well, we used to it back in the day. Go back and watch old Freaky Fast broadcasting. It's always was candy. Because I'm a candy
Yeah, that's
man too.
true. It was, wasn't it?
Always. But then we started to be more professional.
Sorry, guys. I took the fun away.
Yeah, it's all Sam's fault. He came in and said, guys, come on, be more professional.
Dude, I come in, I take all the fun away.
That's all right. Only if they knew the stuff that goes on in the back.
Oh man, as if they ever had a behind the scenes recording of
me
what
and
we
Rev
would do.
can be friends now. Peanut butter and mayo? No. Okay, here's a question. Since we're on food topics, as we're watching Brian do his last thing here, do you like mayo or Miracle Whip? Mayonnaise or Miracle Whip? What would you prefer?
I think I would go with mayonnaise.
What?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, because like what I get is the olive oil.
Okay. Yep.
That stuff. I like that.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't use a lot of it. I don't know. I've never been like a crazy like mayo person.
We don't buy mayonnaise in the house. It's all Miracle Whip. That's what we use. I like the sweetness of it. Sweet taste.
Okay. Fair enough. I could see how that would work out.
The Rev's going mayo here.
Yes. Okay. Rev and I we're matching in that.
All right. Now we're definitely becoming. Oh, Steve. Get
Oh.
Reese's peanut butter cups. Oh my God. M&M's, Reese's peanut butter cups.
Oh God.
Peanut butter.
Yes.
Peanut M&M's. Oh my God.
Let's talk about food and not what's on screen, because honestly, I almost had a heart attack.
Oh. Okay. We'll keep talking about food because I'm talking about food, not even paying attention. Honestly.
I know. Brian got caught up in a scary spot. Woo!
Of course he did. I mean, it's been like this his whole stint. The whole time he's been in the car, he's been dodging, and now he's going to push. Now he's going to try to work on the outside. Start blinking your flashlights.
Those lights are getting brighter.
Oh boy. I think Brian had enough. I think Brian's ready to get out of the car.
Oh, I mean, with that, he lost about 2 seconds there with that little incident in the middle of this lap alone. He was gaining time. Brian was less than 2 seconds away from the lead, and now going to be over 4. We'll see if we can come back into this, but I gotta say, Brian, with how far back he fell to where he's at now, you can take this as a successful run.
Yeah.
He's had to battle between the fast guys, the slower drivers. He's got a mix full, and he's avoided about 3 or 4 wrecks. So we'll see what Zach brings us, because we saw Vinny's precision. We got to see Brian's kind of settle in and kind of be a little bit more passive approach. Now it's time to see what Zach's going to bring. And I know Zach is a little bit more on the aggressive side. curious how he's going to feel about it overall. You want to? Zach just said that's the same guy who wrecked me and Imza on Thursday. Oh, calling people by name. That is the 54 machine of Core Autosports that Zach just called out. He was in 6th place for the hybrids, currently 2 laps down.
I don't know how long that was. I do apologize if you guys talk to me.
Well, if you wanted to be involved with the food talk.
Yeah, we were talking food. I mean, you just up and took off.
Would you like to be involved with our food talk? Were you replying to our food talk, Norms?
There was a chance. Did I mention my sandwich at all?
You asked, but you did not officially say what you said yours was puff and peanut butter, right?
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
I did get to that part. I don't know when I needed it, but
it was after that. We didn't hear you after that because then we went on a complete rant.
Oh yeah, the dogs were barking. I didn't want to have that on broadcast. But I will say he got up to a second, but that, I will say stupid lap car.
I was gonna say I can't turn him up any higher. He's all the way up.
I mean, I can yell, but you don't want that to happen.
No.
Yeah, I can't move you up. You're at 200% of Discord on my end.
What we could do is turn me down. I can turn myself down.
I can turn you down. No, don't touch yourself.
We could turn me down so then it's a little bit closer to Norris, and that way we're all a little bit closer in range. So all you guys have to do is just boost up your own audio.
All right. Well, let me turn you down. I don't touch your audio, because I got you set for other broadcasting.
True. All I need to do is just rearrange where I place my microphone.
Exactly. Oh well. If you can't hear, just turn us off. You're not missing anything.
Oh man. Well, if you'd like to be a driver or someone that just wants to join the conversation and join us up in the booth, the door's open. Just let us know. We'll send you a link to the Discord to join in on the fray. We had Mason Hausman join us earlier. And we've also had the drivers a part of that Category 5 esports here. This is a real laid back, have some fun type of a day, something new, and hoping that the team survives.
And I will point out.
Oh, let's go. Stim's going to join later on. Go, God, Brian.
7th, 8 o'clock. Pencil. What? We don't even got a schedule. How are we supposed to pencil them in?
I don't know. I'll be there.
Just
don't
show
you worry.
up. I don't care if we got 10 people in here talking at one time.
That might be the same time that I'm coaching Norris, but hey, you can be in the conversation while I'm coaching Norris.
All right, what's he gonna be racing?
We have to practice for Watkins Glen. Wicked's having a practice session tonight.
That's right.
And we're hoping that
Tell Red to
Gavin
cancel it.
No. We want it. We want it to happen because we're hoping that Alex Coffee shows up. Also, we see Gavin and Mason show up, so then we can steal their tactics.
So I can't. I'm not slow. I can possibly win. I said Steven for it, but I'll try to not do that and be ahead of him based off speed.
We're trying to do the Sonoma Miracle again, where I somehow help Norris find like 2 seconds of speed.
Oh, okay.
We're hoping that happens again.
I also will say I am running a 2-hour race official from 7 to 9, so I may be in here for that or just chilling down there with them.
Totally alright.
Just more SDK, everybody. It just went through a glitchy phase. It was having a spasm. I don't know.
Hunter Hayward. Oh my goodness. Yes, of course you can hop in if you'd like. Hunter, are you gonna race in Saturday for WSSR?
Where did he come from?
Coming up.
He's
Hunter,
still
we
alive?
haven't. Hunter, it has been forever since we've talked to you.
God, they're coming out of the woodworks.
They really are. You bring out an endurance race, and everyone's like, "What's going on over here?"
Yeah, wow.
Oh, well, it was fun when you were there.
Oh, ButtKicker Rev.
Like,
One thing-
okay, what do you mean, Hunter, by I'm back, baby? Are you back to racing? Are you back to watching more of us at Freaky Fast Broadcasting? I guess we'll get those answers. Talk to Stemp and Hunter Hayward later. Oh, sorry, for cutting you off there, Norse. What were you saying?
Okay, I'm keeping an eye on things. Looks like lap count here. Well, possibly maybe 3 or so less laps from Zach hopping in.
Yeah, we're about... I've been basing mine off of time, right? It keeps on bouncing out further and further. But on the schedule, it says that Zach should be hopping into the car in 4 minutes. But I'm expecting that to be like 7 to 8 minutes.
Yeah, they lost pit about 20 laps ago, so they probably have about another 3 to 6 laps left.
Okay.
I need to go to sleep.
Dude, take a nap. It's okay. Set the alarm for whenever you need to change up for part 2.
I'm almost ready. My brain's like keeps forgetting what time I need to do that.
I believe that's in like 2 hours.
Is it?
We've been live for almost 4 hours. So yeah,
Oh my
2 hours.
God.
We have been talking for almost 3.5 hours.
Whose brilliant idea was this?
I believe you threw out so we can just. Oh, you want this? You know, I could just stream this for you guys.
All I asked was, where's it going to be streamed at? And they're like, Cedric's not doing it this year. I'm like, oh, well, we'll do it.
Honestly, us doing and talking over this was kind of a last minute thing. It was like kind of a joking thing that we said what last week, and then like throughout the week we were like, oh, should we actually do this? I guess so.
Yeah, when I did
This is already more
scheduling-
talking than we were expecting.
When I did the scheduling on Tuesday, whatever day it was, I submitted everything to iRacing, not thinking, and he approved us, and I was like, oh crap.
Oh no.
Well,
What up, Zach?
What up, boys?
Oh, hey, do I turn the
You
camera
ready?
on? Do I need to turn the
Yeah.
camera on?
Here, yeah, I gotta get my. I'm getting
Oh,
my.
I'm not
right
turning
now,
the camera
so.
on.
I'm
Get
just-
the
We
dog
gotta make
relaxed.
sure Zach's got clothes on.
Yeah, that and the
Yeah,
dog.
right. My dog was in the background just a second ago, but he moved, so he didn't get the dozer cam right now. But
wow.
maybe later. I got the hand warmers going. Make sure the hands are warm. Yeah, and got 2 laps, so I'm about to be back down there. But Brian has done a fantastic job. I gotta tell everybody that. Brian, give him a
Oh,
round
no.
of applause in the chat.
Norris, I
What?
need you to check up. Finding Nemo has required damage. What happened to him?
Yep. They I didn't see what happened to them then, but they got damaged earlier too when they went off track. But that's unfortunate for them because they were saving a lot of fuel. So
Oh, dude, they were
man.
cutting
Yeah.
a full stop out.
Yeah.
They were looking really good.
yeah, over the full 24 hours, they definitely would have cut one out, and that would have definitely worried us a little bit. But
Well,
I
you,
think
you remember the movie? He got Finding Nemo got stuck in the sewage.
it's very true. It's very very true.
They fall back.
They got
Really
they got
come
stuck
back.
in it. But yeah, I got a lap here. But guys, thank y'all for everything, and hopefully no mistakes from me. I'm prone to them, but I'm gonna try to be fast as I possibly can. So if one of y'all could do me the honors of moving me back there,
Oh,
or I mean, I
what?
could,
You could talk
Whoa.
and drive right
hold
here.
on. I can
Yeah.
do it.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna have to do
Wow.
it. Stretch my neck.
He didn't
Oh,
want
I
to
got
stay
it,
with
actually.
us.
Later, guys.
Good luck.
Later.
See you, Zach.
Alright.
We would have moved them, but okay, whatever.
Oh, easily.
Alright, so for your Nemo update, unfortunately in turn 1, went a little bit too wide, gassed it up. Half spun it, but got a little bit of help into the wall, causing some left front damage.
Oh man,
That is a meatball flag given to Finding Nemo Racing.
they had a
Ooh.
good strategy, like you said, Sam, going on there too. I mean, it was starting to play out for at least a top 3 finish easily.
Oh, they had the strategy to
Yeah.
win this thing.
Yeah,
They had the right strategy. That was incredible to watch because they kept on pushing it out 2 to 3 more laps than what Podium Hunters and also Category 5 were doing, and they were for sure going to cut out at least 1, maybe even 2 pit stops based on the way this race was going, which would have been a massive advantage, but not going to work out. And now it's right back to the 2 favorites, Podium Hunter and that of Category 5 Esports, because the drivers in 3rd place, they're over a minute, almost a full lap down than our top 2 that have been around one another all race long.
I'm pushing buttons again. Oh.
Yeah. Oh, you're gonna have fun with this one because we might have to make the switch up in the middle of Zach's stint.
All right. Okay, let's push buttons.
Ooh.
I don't know what I'm pushing. There's too much stuff on here. I'm lost.
Oh, you know what we need to do? Do you have the sunset camera? I wonder what the sunset looks like right now.
Oh, yeah. Find it. If I can find it. It's somewhere in here.
There's a million cameras that we.
Oh. I loaded a camera pack I have, and now it's got so many cameras. There it is.
Ooh, starting to get a little bit better.
I
Still a little bit too much cloud
I still
coverage.
think I like this one.
Yeah, that's honestly that shot before of the sun going through the grandstands and like seeing the lights, really good. Hey, road, Ryan Johnson. About to make that driver swap.
On over. Zach's getting in. We'll bring up the Zach attack cam. Oh, I haven't said that in a long time. I bet he's
That is a
yell at me.
long. That is
gonna
a
yell
long
at me,
time,
right? I haven't said Zach attack in a long time. Oh my god. Or Soda Can Johnson.
Oh boy.
Flashbacks. 3 years ago.
Oh, Podium Hunters. They're 4th drivers in.
Right, and speaking about Podium Hunters, their actually GT3 team had an issue in pit road where they blew their engine in their pit stall.
Oh,
So
no.
the GT3 car is out.
Oh, no.
Actually, I take it back. This is the guy that's in for Podium Hunters right now is the guy that started off the race. This is their fastest driver they're putting in.
Yeah. And you can also see on Zach's little down there, everybody, the bottom, they got a picture of it. Instead of helmet, he's got a Freaky Fast Racing, and he's got Freaky Fast. So it doesn't say Cat 5, but he is, Freaky Fast Racing is sponsoring some of this race too. So I just wanted to make sure everybody knew that. I mean, I could pull up his helmet, which is, Zach, you need to fix your iRacing helmet. It's just red and blacky with feathers on it.
Also looking at, he came up right behind him, so this is gonna be interesting to see how he does.
Yeah, he was within a second, and Alexander looks quick.
right.
Oh,
Need to do.
It's time to say hello to Zach.
There we go. Zach's cam is up now, so now he can wave if he's watching the broadcast. Well, don't wave. Keep your hands on the wheel. Just nod.
Yeah, don't be doing anything too dramatic here. Settle in, get comfortable, and Zach gets to have the fun part of trying to deal with the sun going down.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That's right. We could probably get a cockpit view of exactly what these guys are seeing too, since we haven't done that all stream. There we go. And now we get to see exactly what he's seeing. Now that's an interesting cockpit and wheel. Look at all them buttons. Holy mackerel.
What's interesting about us as spectators, we don't get as much data or information as the drivers actually get on their sides. But that information on their wheel dash actually gives them way more information than what we're seeing right now. What we're given more is what gear they're in, which is still good information if you're trying to learn how to get faster through the courses. But what's interesting is that the wheel actually can tell you when you finish a lap how much fuel you used, which was really cool information that the guys were learning when they were going through practices of seeing, all right, how much fuel usage are we using up and how much can we utilize to save fuel or maximize on our fastest laps, so we can time out how long our pit stops can be if we're going full push at all times or if we're going save full time.
Right. That's interesting. I mean, like you said, the only thing we're seeing is the RPMs. We're also seeing the gear. He's in 7th gear right now. You can also see his best time should change on there, but that's about it. That's all we're really seeing that iRacing gives us.
That bus stop is quick.
I'd wreck it.
Every time. It was funny because I was trying to help you out, Norris, with the bus stop when we were driving in the roar before the 24. That was the bus stop always seemed to be the one place where you gain or lose a lot of time.
Yeah, I mean it's all about how much speed you put in. I don't even know how to describe it. You just have to make sure you're perfect every single lap. One little mistake can either make you go wide, go too short, go too slow, go too fast. If you go too fast, too wide, you more than likely can end up in the grass.
What?
In the ball.
Did you catch all that? All I heard was wide, too fast, too wide, too slow. What?
It was talking about going through the bus stop.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not Zach.
Oh man.
Oh, you can see that closing rate.
Wow.
Zach, we're talking, Zach is one of the drivers who likes to drive the vehicle on edge at all times. If you can just tell the driving differences. Vincent Sora and that of Brian Johnson, much more on trying to make the car as stable and smooth. Vincent Sora, a lot more on that aggressive, precise driving like we saw in the beginning of this race. Brian, a lot more on the passive at times, but just is going to have more speed in the long run. While Zach is, that rear end isn't flailing around by him trying to slam it back into the gas pedal. Yeah, it's just not the way. It just doesn't look normal if you're watching on Zach Cam. He is about putting this car at the very edge and almost at all times. And what's crazy is most of the time, he'll get the car around the track every single lap. It just looks terrifying at all times.
One thing to note is that Finding did get the required damage jump at the Stone Pit Road. I am assuming getting the optional done so the wheel is straight. And one thing to note about wheels and looking at Zach's cam is he's running an oval rim. So I believe Vincent does have a Formula Road rim. And then, of course, I'm not sure what Brian's used. It might be oval as well, but that might be something to help. Like with Zach, he's running an oval rim. So compared to what we saw earlier with the front cockpit view, that's something interesting, which what driver prefers. We do know, I believe it's Ray Alfala in the Coke series that runs a different kind of like Formula Rim, Road Rim on the different ovals.
Yeah, I know for myself, my older brother, he has different steering wheel rims. That's the attachments for changing out how you want to use and using your own personal steering wheel. And the F1 steering wheel rim is really nice to utilize at road courses. It just feels a lot more like you're in control when you're trying to make turns. You feel a lot more precise, while with an oval rim, I don't know, it's weird to say, but I don't feel as much as in control, even though you can put your hands on the same positions of the wheels, but it feels like you've got more control with it's more of a feel factor, I would say, than anything else in a comfort feeling. But if you're only using one of the steering wheel rims, I don't imagine it really changing up too much for these drivers.
Hey, guess what, Sam? iRacing.com, everybody, just put out stats of right now of people who entered to race the 24 hours of Daytona here. 16,651 drivers with 4,191 teams have entered this contest.
That's so far, or is that like total?
I don't know if that's so far or total. I just know that this is what come over their tweet. So you can
That
go check out
is
their Twitter if you want.
crazy.
Let's see here. All 4 time slots are now underway in iRacing Daytona 24. Thank you for entering the community.
Zach, issues.
Oh.
He kept it off the wall, but
get down. Get out of the way.
He went on. That was such a weird spin. He like spun up into the wall, the complete opposite way that he was supposed to. The rear end just kicking out, and Zach now needing to recoup. Still a long race, but oh my goodness, our first major scare for Zach all there.
Oh, that car is. Oh, it's loose. Something's going on with that vehicle. You see that thing shimmy going through the corner?
Now, he did talk about changing the front and rear ARB, so I'm wondering if he changed something that's making this car very loose, like you've seen.
Well, he said he wanted to change something. He might be putting it back to where it was.
Potentially. I mean, if it made that big of a difference, I would probably put it back to where it was before.
Yeah.
And again, like we kind of saw with that of Vincent Soar and Brian Johnson, they kind of were taking it pretty slow in that first stint, just trying to get used to the car. This is only Zach's, second or third lap? And it seems to be trying to get as much as he could. Might have also been the factor of, Podium Hunters was right there in striking distance. Just trying to grab a little bit too much there. But so like I said, still a lot of racing. Race isn't over. There's still, I know you hate that I keep on calling it out there, Robert. There's still 19 hours and 50 minutes to go.
Why do you gotta keep reminding us?
There's still a lot of racing to go.
Oh, man. That's okay. Fernando is faster than you. You know that, right?
Oh, dude, he is cruising, leading those GTs.
Okay, so what I was going back to iRacing's Twitter. Yeah, 16,651 drivers entered, 4,191 teams on 85 splits.
Wow. I mean, this is known as iRacing's biggest event of the year. And those numbers proving it. That is a crazy amount.
That it is. I gotta hop back over here to chat. I missed out when the chat's talking.
We're talking about the steering wheel rims.
Oh.
In chat, yeah. All the different types. We got a lot of different, stylized versions that people like, don't like. Might be sharing leader. Now, a conversation pointer that I knew was going to give us a lot of things to talk about. Robert, football tonight. Yeah. When does that game start?
Let me look again because I actually because I was trying to prep for this.
Yeah.
We will find out here very shortly.
So we might do some play-by-play about the football game.
All right, Jacksonville and the Chiefs play at 4:30 on NBC, and then the Giants and Eagles are on Fox tonight at 8:15.
That's gonna be good.
Then tomorrow at 3 o'clock is the Bengals and the Bills, and then tomorrow night on Fox, CBS, has the Bengals and Bills, and then Fox is going to carry the Cowboys and the 49ers at 6:30.
Okay. Well, tomorrow's matches we probably won't be able to talk about, but today's matches,
yeah, we'll be talking football because I'll probably be doing DraftKings and screaming and winning or losing money.
I'll be just watching the teams, excited to see who moves on.
Yeah, you want the 49ers, don't you?
Yeah, but they play tomorrow, so I don't have to worry about that.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah, that's true.
And we're probably going to, I feel confident in the 49ers dogging on the Cowboys.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that one. Ow, don't have the microphone smack you in the face.
Nah, not a good thing.
Nope, I just did it.
I gotta say, it's so interesting watching Brian for the last, hour and a half, and now watching Zach and how different they are about getting around GT drivers. Like, Zach is so willing to dive bomb whenever he can, while Brian before was always about how does he make the pass, either in the center of the corner or off the exit of it.
Yeah. And also with Vincent Sora too. That's seeing how he did his stuff.
Yeah, Vinny's going 3 wide every opportunity he could.
Right. But it's amazing the swings that you see in endurance racing, and what we just noticed here within the 4.5 hours that we've been live here. We've seen when Vinny was out there, he pulled out to like a 3-second lead. Then the other team, of Podium Hunters, they pulled it in. Then they went out to an 8-second lead. Then, you know what I mean? Then the Category 5 pulled back in. And then, you know what I mean? Just leaps and frogs of how it all changes after every pit stop. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah, I mean, it's wild to see those differences. And, I think that's the thing that kind of makes this more fun to watch, is that team aspect of seeing the drivers have to swap out, the different dynamics that we'll be bringing out with one another. And also, I think what's cool is when you have teams that kind of are going to be swapping around pretty similarly with one another on when they switch drivers, in those small little driver battles that you might see throughout a day, because of the amount of times that we're going to be seeing swaps happen, especially later on. I know that the first 10 hours, everyone is doing 3 stints equally for Category 5. And then, like, when we get to that night shift, so when they're only doing 2 stints, and it's going to be pretty quick, snappy, in, out, on who's in the car, who's out of it, trying to keep everyone awake and alert.
Right. I'm sure Brian probably went back to sleep, knowing him. Probably went and took his nappy nap time.
Well, Brian's still in the chat. So he's still in the driver's channel. He might be. I know Nick's in there also.
Oh, Nick's in? Oh, okay.
So Nick's in there. So you got 3 guys. Yeah.
Go grab Nick. Tell Nick to get down here. See if he's ready for his stint later tonight.
We'll see if he wants to come in or not.
Let's not see. Let's just do it. We're the boss today.
But that's well, we got to make sure if Brian is asleep, then Nick's helping out Zach on where he needs to go. So we can't just be pulling.
Oh yeah, we can. Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Let's first see if Zach can get through this.
He's in some gaggle of cars here.
This is the best opportunity. They're getting back on to the oval. This is where the speed starts to really ramp up. They should be able to get by all of these drivers before the bus stop. But it seems like the guy that Zach's following is not hitting the right pace that Zach wants to see, and he's going to be forced 3 wide here. Luckily, getting by everyone that's necessary and tackle to.
That green mean machine was nice and moved over, left Zach go. So that's that nickname for that car, green mean machine.
Green mean machine. What are plans for shifts during this race? Honestly, we don't know. We never made shifts. At this point, I don't even think we plan to be still talking at this time originally.
I don't even know how I'm awake.
We were kind of planning originally maybe just talk for the first 30 minutes and then dip out. And somehow we've been talking for
4.5 hours.
Yeah.
So I know, as like I said, Steven, there's 4 parts to the broadcast. They're all individually in 6 hours. Have to restart the stream because of data wise and things like that on my side. But 9 out of 10 when we go to part number 2, which this stream here will end, go to the next part. Just go to Freaky Fast, YouTube page, click on part 2, and when that goes live, 9 out of 10, probably the first 10 minutes, I'll talk and get everything moving and going, and then I'll be dipping probably majority, I'd say 90% of that stream ain't gonna have no commentating at all. So you're looking at 2 o'clock to, when's that stream, man? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 o'clock. So we'll probably be back around, I would say, 7:30, 8 o'clock. Well, I will be back because I got to start, part 3. And that's when we'll go into the night shift thing and evening thing and East Coast thing, and hopefully got all our errands, taken care of.
Yeah, and at some point, we're probably just going to have the driver chat. We'll probably have the drivers talk to them and say, hey, do you guys just want to all be talking? If I remember correctly, Cedric even said, hey, you can even pull me up while I'm driving. We might do that for the night shift, but I don't think we're going to do that for his first shift. We kind of want to let him get settled in with this car. I know that Cedric technically is doing back-to-back 24-hour events. It's kind of mixed in. It's not officially 48 hours. I think it's more like 36, but he was part of Lucky Duck's team. They started yesterday's 24 hours. That's going to finish out here pretty shortly as, oh boy, driver behind Zach gets out of shape in the grass and able to avoid that scare.
You're also starting to see rubber build up there, not to change the subject real quick there, but look at the turns. You don't want to get out in that crap because that will shoot you into the wall too, but continue what you're saying there, Sam. Yeah,
and so Cedric, he's probably going to have the most experience coming into tonight, and he's going to be probably the most warmed up of all the drivers, so I'm expecting this next stint for whenever Cedric makes the swap, because he will be the next driver in line. He's going to run pretty well and do some decent lap times. And then after Cedric's done, we're expecting Nick to take over, as he'll be awake, alert, and should be done with work.
Oh, he might not be awake. Let's hope he's awake.
Well, he's awake right now, supposedly. He's in the driver, their own Discord channel.
Man, look at that rubber buildup going through turn 1 there. That is starting to build up pretty good.
Watch it when they get to the rumble strips. The rubber buildup there is also wild to see. Like on the bus stop.
Yeah,
that is probably the most rubber buildup we're going to see a lot there, because you're always using the rumble strips on that spot,
which is grinding tires more.
Yeah,
going over the rumble.
But you can see it also on the exits.
Looks like we're hitting late evening here too. Wonder what the sunset looks like.
See I mean, the lights are really starting to beam up.
Also, real quick, one thing to note is that Finding Nemo has been out on track for the last 3 or 4 laps. I believe all the damage is done. The left front is a little bit fixed. Only thing is they are 11 laps down, so that is quite the unfortunate part.
Yeah, that's a very unfortunate for a team that had aspirations of winning. But
social media guys.
Yeah.
Go to Twitter and Finding Nemo.
If we
give them the link.
If we could do Finding Nemo Racing, man, I wish we hope for them to do well. Not gonna happen.
No, but find them and tell them, hey, come out. We're talking about you guys. Come out and check out the stream.
Uh-oh. Zach going extremely wide through 1 and 2. And, the Monster Green almost came in and barreled.
Yeah, that's the vehicle he passed earlier, wasn't it? Yeah, they caught back up to Zach. Yeah.
Zach is struggling right now.
Yeah, I noticed he's 25 seconds behind now here. Yeah, he's not having a good stand. And we got the driver cam up on him, Sam, and he looks calm and comfortable out there. But the car's not handling the way I feel that he wants it to.
No.
Matters he's nervous on stream.
He knows he's on camera.
Yeah, maybe we need to turn him off.
Maybe.
What's chat thing? Keep them on or turn them off?
We'll let you guys decide on that factor.
Put a vote up, but it's not worth it.
The numbers would be fun though.
No, but I do got to give, props as we're watching this here as we're getting late into the evening. I got to give props to everybody that comes out and supports Freaky Fast, over these years. And we started out 2023 with a goal, and we're exceeding that goal as we're hitting 30-plus live viewers per race, 4 days a week, and about ready to go to 5 days a week. So to all you guys out there that share to your friends and family and loved ones and, race fans and just anybody else that happens to come by this stream in a later date on video on demand, we do much appreciate it. All right, I'm done kissing butt now.
Oh, what? We have plenty more going on.
Well, you don't want me to get emotional because I could talk for the next 6 hours.
Very
Ask
true.
my
We'll
wife.
we'll save that for later on.
Yeah, ask my wife. Trust me, I could talk your head off. I'm a talker. Like this kind of talking, Sam. I might not be a commentator, I try to do well like you guys up in the booth, but you talk to me outside of this here, I will talk your head off.
I mean, for me, it's just the fact that I scream when I'm willing to scream.
That's true. You do scream. You're always screaming. I'm sure your mom hears her out in the living room too, probably, right?
Oh, it is
All
a
time?
known thing. Whenever a really good finish happens or just like big wrecks have happened, I'll be yelling and screaming, and I'll come out of my studio room, which is my bedroom,
Right.
and they'll just be like, "Oh, it must have been a good finish. We could hear you there."
Over the TV?
Oh, they'll be, because usually when we're doing the broadcast, it's dinner time, so they're making food in the kitchen, and I'll come out after the broadcast and they'll be like, "Yeah, that sounded like a good finish."
Your mom's making steak. She hears you screaming. Huh.
Yeah, basically.
Is the kitchen right beside your room or no?
Yeah, my room is
geez.
connected to the kitchen, so it's like
Jesus,
right there.
right there. Oh boy.
But my house is pretty small, so everyone's rooms are pretty connected to one another. So if I was on the East Coast and I was living in the same house, I probably wouldn't be as loud, because I don't think my family would enjoy me screaming at midnight. But instead, I'm yelling at 9 o'clock, so everyone's still awake.
You gotta get Rev up in the booth. It says he's likes talking. Get up here and talk.
Yeah, Rev, if you'd like to join, I can send you the link to our Discord if you'd like to join and join in the booth.
Also, one special guest in the waiting room.
We do do we?
Do we?
Oh,
Who would
hold
this
on.
be? Oh, Norris is gonna. Oh, we do.
Oh, who do we do? I don't have the. What are we doing?
Well, that's if he wants to show up.
Oh. I have no clue what they're talking about. They keep the producer blind.
Yes.
Okay. I'm cool with that. As Zach's going to go 3 wide here and work his way around. Oh, check this out. Is his car changing colors?
Yeah. So
Get out of here.
What's happening is the spec map that's on the vehicle, because of all the lighting systems that's starting to pop up now. You're starting to get the certain glows and hues as, oh boy, that GT is not sure where they want to run. And finally going to hold that lane, and Zach's going to dive bomb to the inside. That was a very sketchy position.
Ooh.
But yeah, because of the fact that the sun's going down, it's actually enabling the fact that this field is able to place themselves in a good spot, and the lights are shimmering off of the car, and that's the big thing right there. Is it's just the new lighting system.
That is sick.
Robert, I believe if you also do that blimp view, you're gonna see the wide range of colors.
Okay. Oh, not that view. This view.
Yeah. You can start to see the infield. You can see where the Daytona is for the tri-oval, starting to show some of the color. And that's just going to get brighter and brighter in the infield as the lights continue to click on.
Ain't that something? Look at that, ladies and gentlemen.
Also the shimmer of the moonlight over the lake.
I want to go night fishing now.
Oh, imagine. The Ferris wheel's starting to move also.
Yeah. Man, I wish I had a camera shot for that thing.
Maybe next year.
Oh, there's a spinny thing too. The ride that I would never go on because I get seasick from spinning in circles.
Well, it doesn't spin too fast.
Oh no, I can't do that rides like that, man. I get
Oh.
seasick. Yeah, no. Oh my God, no. I get car sickness growing up, so. Check it out. Oh, look at the lights on the Ferris wheel, ladies and gentlemen. I am so tempted to hit this mouse view thingy. It's so tempting. Maybe I'll do a quick test while we're switching over screens. Quick hit the button.
Maybe. Yeah.
See what happens. All right, back to Zach here and watch this beautiful car. Bring up the race data. And also, again, thank you. Big shout outs to Game to Give for our, not sponsored race. Oh boy, I'm getting so tired here. Our juvenile diabetes charity race. Thank you to them for, acknowledging what we're doing and liking us on Twitter and starting to share our posts and things like that. So if you don't know much about it, which I think 90% of people that are watching right now live know what's going on with that.
It is an exciting event where I can't wait, honestly. I've been so amped up for our Daytona 500 charity event. And each day it gets closer, the more I'm getting more excited, but also a little bit more nervous.
You want to race?
No, just nervous on the fact of how long it's going to be and the amount of drivers that we're going to be covering.
Gotcha. I thought you said you wanted to race. I was like, oh, then go out and race.
No, I'm excited for the race. If I actually raced, I would be causing so many wrecks.
Yeah, you'd definitely be in the booth after 10 laps.
Yeah. Did anyone else watch the Wicked race and see some of the boneheaded moves I made? Oh, we don't want that.
But I know it's going to be you up in the booth. Trevor is going to be joining. I will hop in. We got Zach Hall maybe be able to hop in, but he's going to be doing race control, so he'll be taking care of that stuff. As Zach hits that back end there, exiting out of there. But yeah, so I mean we got the crew set up and we got the drivers signed up, and I think it's going to be a good event. Hopefully.
Yeah, it should be a blast of an event. I think I'm going to put back another link to join our community Discord if you haven't joined already.
Pin it.
And it's you have to pin it. I can't pin it.
You don't have pinning? Oh.
I don't have pinning abilities.
Oh. I thought you had.
I always lose it at pin the tail on the donkey, and for some reason, the admin rights also said, "No, you're bad at that. You don't get to do it here."
You can't. Never mind. I was ready to say something, and yeah.
It's starting to get a little bit late now, isn't it?
Yeah. Let's just keep it PG, guys. Keep it PG.
Unfortunately, my search for a Finding Nemo member has not been very successful.
Almost got it.
What happened? Oh.
Sure.
Okay, well, start hunting out for podium hunters, so we can distract them.
Yeah. Get him to spin or something.
Something. Hey, our guy spun out and has had issues. Now you spin out and have issues.
It's only a fair trade.
Exactly. There we go. Now it's pinned. There's our community Discord to join in. And also, our community Discord.
6 slots left.
Yeah, you can join in for that of our charity event. There's also other leagues that post in our community channel to let you know if you can join the leagues, as well as other events and streams of other people. We want to just make this Discord as open for anyone to join, but majority of the time we use this Discord for our charity event, which you go check out, go donate. You don't even need to be donating to be a driver, just help the cause. I know we've had a lot of people say, hey, wish you could drive, can't, but still want to help out, and it's been amazing to watch the community come together for this event.
That it has been, and the community Discord, some people don't like because you get too many Discord. I get it, but we're trying to build it's a community, and we're trying to build that Discord slowly but surely, that where everybody's got, as long as you keep it civil, you got free range to do whatever you want. There is no rules or regulations, just keep it clean. You know what I mean? And that's where we would like, people to be able to have fun, like you said, Sam, have fun and talk to different people and join different leagues and post about your leagues and whatever. I don't care. Just keep it clean. I mean, it's the same as iRacing League's page on, on Facebook. A lot of people know it. Some people don't know it. I'm the owner of that. Been the owner. Started that 8 years ago, almost a decade ago. And we're up to 16,000 members, almost 17K now, members in there of leagues and pictures and posts. So, if you're not in there and you're an iRacer and you're looking for different leagues, road leagues, road racing leagues, oval leagues, certain nights, broadcasting teams are in there, so you can go join that. I will approve you and just answer a few questions before you apply to the group, and you'll be in.
Simple and easy, and
Exactly.
it's really nice to see that community page on Facebook because of the fact that it allows people, even if you don't see like a certain night for you're searching, maybe you're having a little bit of trouble of finding a league for a certain night, you can always just post and say, hey, this is what I'm looking for. Are there leagues that are willing to take in a brand new driver on this night driving these vehicles? And tons of people come together to allow drivers to have the opportunity to have a chance to race in league races.
Yep.
And, it's always amazing to watch and see how the different iRacing communities come together for to help out one another the best that they can, and awesome to see.
Yeah.
But also want to give an update on lap wise. Crazy to think we are on lap 174, about to be 175.
What's your data
so
saying?
far.
Total laps? Did it change?
Still says it's expecting about 926 laps.
Jesus. Oh my God. Wow. That's unreal. Anyways, there's a little story behind iRacing Live, iRacing League page on Facebook, the group. Just a story behind it, Sam. How it got started. Back in the day, probably about 13, 14 years ago, I used to race R Factor with a game with a mod built into it called Stock Car Evolution, and iRacing sent me an email asking me to join iRacing for $1 for the first year, and I'm like, oh, what's $1, right? So I paid the $1 and joined. Well, I fell in love with the product and iRacing in general itself, and haven't left since. But I couldn't find a league that I wanted to run in. Well, in R Factor, I was a league owner. Well, that league folded after I think like 6 years, something like that. We had like 30 plus drivers, and good things come to an end, and it just ended. So I said, I don't want to be a league owner no more. Like I've been down this rodeo one too many times, and I just don't want to do it no more. So I couldn't find a league that I wanted to run in. So I was like, well, screw it. I'm just going to make a Facebook group and start inviting people in it and see if I can find something. Well, in the long term, I didn't find what I was looking for. I couldn't find a league that I was looking for, like what my general thoughts of how a league should be run, because there's millions of leagues out there running different ways, and some fit some people and some don't fit everybody. And I said, okay, well, I guess I'll just start up my own league since I can't find anything. And that's how, back in the day, that's how I found Zach Hall was actually the first driver to join my league, and we met on an open server. And history now goes on. I know Zach for almost 10 years now. But we started that, and unfortunately that league did fold then and was given to somebody else. But then we got to this point here with Freaky Fast Broadcasting and teamwork, and this is where we are now. So that's just a little story behind how iRacing League's page came to what it is today, you know, after 10 years of it just running. And I was amazed by that, Sam, by looking back at the stat going, holy crap, 10 years? Like, it doesn't even seem like that.
No, I mean, that's the crazy thing about, you know, with sim racing and the way that it's kind of grown is it's kind of surprising how long a lot of people have been, you know, doing sim racing for or have been around the community. I mean, for me, it's wild for me still to think I've been doing commentating for, you know, like 3.5 years now. And it still puzzles me because I still think, oh man, I've only been doing this for a year or so.
Oh yeah, look at your journey that you had, you know, from where you started at. I mean, these guys here at category 5, they give all props to me. I don't take any of it because I don't like that. But I got to know Zach. Zach got to know Cedric. Cedric got to know Brian. Blah, blah, so forth. And things went on with that. And they tell me all the time, if it wasn't for me, it wouldn't be what you're seeing on screen right now. So, yeah. I mean, look, I don't want to take any props and say, hey, pat myself on the back, because that's not me, and I'm never like that. But it does put a smile to my face that I love supporting these guys as long as I have, and known each one of them as long as I have.
Yeah, it's crazy to see how.
And now you're part of the team.
It's been a pleasure to be a part of the team.
And you're going nowhere. Oh, okay, I'm done. I'm done ramping now.
It's I gotta say, being part of Freaky Fast Broadcasting has been a pleasure, mainly because of the freedom that you guys have allowed me to like be myself and grow in that way. Yeah. It's been fun to just see this group, you know, get to where we're at right now. You know, you talked about the numbers wise for the broadcasts that we covered, and it's crazy to think when I first joined, we were proud when we got like 20 to 25. You know,
right?
We were like freaking out when 25 people were watching us live. And now, you know, having, you know, 30 50. Plus, 40, almost 50 people watching, it is, for some
crazy.
It might seem like small numbers. To us, they seem massive. Well, and it's always a pleasure to watch.
For the game that we cover, it's an esports game, but we're not a Call of Duty game. We're not going to pull that many. As Zach Hall's going to make his first pit stop, ladies and gentlemen. Watch him come in here. And it seems like, you know, we'll finish talking about our emotional feelings and get that segment out of the way. But, yeah, I mean, where we're at now with the numbers and everything. But back to the racing here now. You know, Zach Hall is going to get his first pit stop. And after he had that spin there, Sam, it seems like he settled down. I think he changed the car. I bet if we talked to him, he probably tried something and realized that wasn't a good move. Put it back the way it was because the car seems more stable now for him.
Yeah, and he's just been a lot more consistent in a lot of the driving. But I know we got a special guest that wants to join us. Ben in the chat. And special guest is being pulled in now. Rev, it's we got you up in here.
Here it comes.
We were talking about food. But man, how are you feeling today? We've been enjoying the conversations in chat, but it's nice to have you up in the booth with us. But how are you feeling today, Rev?
You know, I'm doing great, and it's an honor to be here. Thank you so much for the invite. I appreciate that. And wow, what a race so far. Looks like Zach has struggled a little bit there, but looks like he's getting a little bit better here. So.
And I do apologize to interrupt, but I do need to head out and get ready for work, so I will see you guys later this afternoon.
Hey, it was a Norris segment show. What the heck? Well, part 2 is yours.
Well, I won't be here for actually for the end of it, so.
You know what part 2 is going to be, Norris? It's going to be your work shift.
Yeah. I'll live stream from my phone. You guys can watch me more.
Yeah, we'll get you on.
Watch you flip burgers.
Yeah. Good luck, guys. I'll see you later.
See you, Norris.
Yeah, anyways, welcome to the booth, Rev. Yeah, we were having a little spatting out there about food and everything. Got to bring that back up, but hey, you said you were a talker. Let's talk, buddy.
I am a talker.
All right, well, where's your son?
I will talk.
To ask him.
Pardon?
Where's your son at? I'd have to ask him.
I don't have a son. I have daughters.
Oh, ask your
Oh.
daughter. Okay. All right, I do apologize for that. Not that way. I meant me saying that. Yeah, son. Oh, never mind. God, I gotta go to bed.
We're just digging the hole deeper and
It was-
deeper.
It was a 50-50 shot. So,
Oh yeah, and I lost. I can't even pick a 50% right. Oh my goodness.
no, I mean, that's actually pretty good odds, if you think about it. You just got it wrong that time. Just that one.
Yeah, I promise on that won't get it wrong again.
There you go.
Anyways, go ahead.
Well, Rev, you've been doing race control on Wednesday nights for that of the Wicked Racing League.
Mhm.
That's how we know you up here in the booth with us. But man, what got you into racing and what got you into race controlling for Wednesday nights?
Wow. Let's see. Well, I got into racing back when I left the Navy, and it was one of those things where I just wanted to learn how to work on cars. And next thing you know, I was taken under the wing, and I worked in racing all the way up to the big time on Sundays. Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
I worked as a pit crewman and a car chief for a NASCAR Nextel Cup or Sprint Cup at the time.
Who was the driver?
Let's see. I've been with Ricky Craven. I have been with Dan Pardis. I've been with several developmental drivers over the years. Nolan Wilson and things of that sort. My
Nice.
specialty is drivetrain and tires.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
And it's funny because you read a tire like a book. When it comes off of a car, it's hot. It's telling you a story. Everything from your inner tire wear to your center tire wear, and there's at least 8 points depending on the brand of tire that you check. So from inside out, it's feathering, cupping, all of that tells you a story on what the suspension's doing, how well the power is being delivered to the track, so on and so forth. So, quite a spectacular thing. Like I said, I love to talk.
That is actually incredible.
Yeah, I mean, you're catching me off guard here. You're treating, however you say it, my interest and what your knowledge knows. And, I don't want to say iRacing's far off on tire model because I think, they're working hard at it. But what is your
I have my opinions.
Okay,
Yes.
we'll leave it at that. Okay, move on to the next subject.
But yeah, I mean, so what else did you get into experience-wise there that then translated to wanting to try race control for
Well,
Wicked?
As far as race control, I was disabled in 1999. I had a jet ski accident, and I was told I wasn't going to walk again and all this other stuff. I do walk with assistance now, but I have developed shaking in my hands. So driving a sim is a lot of fun for me, but it has its drawbacks. I tend to shake a little bit, and that can create a bad line for those around me. So my love for the sport and the idea of being able to participate in something that is an amazing sport had to come somehow. So race control was probably one of the best choices I could have made to stay to where I feel relevant within the sport still, but at the same time I can help others. I know it's not always the best thing to be the guy that has to deliver bad news, but
Yeah. And you're
but
done
I
that.
do. Yeah, but I do, at the end of the day, I do feel that I'm doing the drivers a justice to help them develop further through enforcement of rules. Now, I'm brand new to this. This is my second season doing it, and I'm learning. I'm making my mistakes, and believe it or not, people who ask me questions or degrade me or tell me one thing or another, or I'm a horrible person, actually helps me get better. So I have to thank people who question my everything. You know, I know Sam and I have had a disagreement in the past, and I'm happy to talk things over with anybody. You know what I mean? And I think we're better because of it now than we were last season.
Oh yeah, I mean, I know for sure. I am way too competitive, and I can, in the most PG way possible. I was a jerk out on track, and I always try to get ahead in any way possible. And
Sam,
I
I'm
know-
the same way, so that's
Yeah.
why I can recognize it.
yeah, so that's why I had to personally step away from racing, because I knew I was just going to get worse if I stayed out there. But I know for sure, I really do appreciate how much you've been putting in at Wicked and being race control, because that is, being an officiator in anything is the hardest thing to do. And I know for us, we might be judgy all the time. We're always going to be judgy on different calls. I think being an official in any sport, in anything, you're always going to be judged harshly. But we really do appreciate the hard work that you put in, and the fact that you have been learning and getting better, and maybe we see things differently, but honestly, it's a pleasure to have your calls. And I think the one thing I appreciate most about your calling as a race control is your consistency. I think that was something that I really do appreciate, is that you don't just like waver one way on one decision, and then like the next time you see it in a race, you waver and go the complete opposite side. It's like, okay,
Well,
this
there's irony to that. There's actual true irony to that, because I have wavered, but
Yeah,
I try to make sure that it's very incident specific. Because if you really break down, say, like the iRacing set of rules, and which we have adopted most overall with Wicked, and we've had to make changes to those rules to suit our league over the first season. And before the second season started, we did take our time to review some of the issues that we had prior to. The restart zone, and in fact, a great example is exactly what you had asked me earlier today, was about, are we allowed to change lanes or pass before the line, the start finish line? And I mean, this was an amazing question, and I really thank that tremendously, because that gave me an opportunity to give you the clarity that I've learned about that since just last season, because we had issues with that last season. So for me to know if I've learned something, it's easy for me to explain that to someone else on a platform that's, descriptive enough to be consistent with what I'm saying.
yeah.
If that makes any sense. I think I just tangent.
No, it makes sense to me. Yeah, because today I was asking Rev about the fact of questioning, because on Wednesday, us at the booth, we were questioning one of the lane changes on one of the restarts, and was curious on what we were seeing and what the rule books had said, and getting that clarity really helps us up at the booth to be able to be clarifying to the audience members also on that fashion. And again, we really do appreciate what you do, Rev, and the fact that you take the time and effort to be race control for these races. But man, watching this race right now on screen, watching the endurance racing, what are you loving about watching endurance racing? Have you ever watched endurance racing before, or is this something that
this
you're
is my
doing?
secret passion? I love endurance racing. I love it enough to where back in 2009, we actually started our own race team with a series called Chump Car. If you're familiar with Chump,
Go ahead.
yeah, if you're familiar with Chump Car racing is, the premise is basically it's a $500 race car.
Yeah.
At premier raceways.
Yep.
And it sounds like Robert really knows where I'm going here.
Yep.
And we decided to build something that was very different than what anybody else was running. And we found a 1994 Lincoln Town Car, world's largest production vehicle on the road.
The beast.
So we did an LS1 swap. And I tell you, we did really good with this car. It was actually featured in their 4th season on their T-shirts. It was our car on all their T-shirt merchandise. So yes, I love road racing. It's an amazing thing. It's been one of the things that I wish I could do for real again, but the shaking is just too bad. So yeah, watching this race right now, Sam, to answer your question, what am I seeing? I'm seeing some pretty darn good racing from Zach here. I think he's run into a few issues on the entries on that butt stop, which I think he could gain probably a half a tenth out of if he just gave it a little more break a little sooner. But that's just my opinion. So.
Yeah, no, that's actually something interesting that you bring up, because that has been a talking point of the drivers talking about their different driving styles on how they attack, and the fact that, this is a 5-driver team. Vincent Sora, who got the pole for tonight's race and was one of the fastest drivers. He's pretty aggressive on the braking, but it was actually the second driver, Brian Johnson. He's actually known for using more brake than everyone else. And Zach, known for using probably the least amount of brake, and willing to get himself a little bit more hung out there in the rear ends, slipping and sliding. So that is
a lot of people don't realize what braking does is it actually helps you save tires for a longer run. And being that this is an endurance race, that's kind of one of the key factors to keeping your car competitive, is to use less heat in a corner on a tire, which does slow you down overall, but that gains you a half a tenth in your faster runs because you have a slightly cooler tire coming out, which gives you the better grip and better acceleration. If this was real world tires.
Yeah.
Which we're not going to get into the tire thing.
Yeah, I'm sorry I brought that up.
No, all good. Robert, do you have any questions for Rev as he's here
I
with
am
us?
just sitting here listening, on, what all his knowledge that he has. Like, I feel like I can sit here and just pick his brain all day. But, my question would be to you, and I appreciate, one, letting Freaky Fast and Adams and your crew over there let us be part of your Wednesday night series and picking us to broadcast and premiere your stuff on iRacing. But with that being said, what got you into iRacing? What did you see something on TV?
Well, a friend of mine who actually races in the league, and I'm gonna shout him out, number 96, Steve.
Okay.
Thor Cole.
Oh. Yeah.
He was also a real world sprint car driver, and we've been friends for several years. And he goes, "Hey, look, remember the Papayas days of racing?
Right.
And if anybody knows what those are, that's where iRacing got its start."
Yep.
And we were talking about that, and I said, "Yeah, but I've never seen another service that could do what they were doing, and I would love to see." He goes, "There is something. It's called iRacing." And I said, "Well, I've heard this, and this." He goes, "Dude, you just got to try it." So I did. I didn't have a wheel. I had a PS3 controller. And I was out there being competitive.
Oh, well. I won races on a controller.
You got to get... Yeah. I didn't win official races because I couldn't, But, our little hosted races that we would do, I was winning those. I was, getting second place, top fives. And for Christmas, he sent me a Logitech G29.
Wow.
He says, "Now let's see what you can do." And I did a lot better because I felt like I had better control and stuff like that. And I completely fell in love with the product that iRacing has put out here. And like anything, it's got its quirks, it's got its disadvantages, but it has there's more good than there's bad with it. So as far as I'm concerned, this is a great training device for an IRL driver.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Because you can get a lot of your markers you can figure out in this game. You can get a feel for the layout of a track, conditioning, like weather conditions, track conditions. They're okay. They're not exact, but
Right.
and of course I'm not going to get into tires, but all in all, I think this is one of the best things on the market right now for somebody that really wants to get as close as they can get to a real world driving experience. Especially in circle track. And right behind that would definitely be road course asphalt racing.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. iRacing's come a long way. Very long way compared to what I've been on the service for over 10 years now, so trust me, I've seen the leaps and the good and the bad with the service. And it's getting better, but like you said, every product is going to have its downfalls on something, and that's just the way it is. And people got to remember that this is an online sim racing game, and there's a lot that's going on behind the scene that you see these cars doing on a graphical side of coding. And trust me, I helped in R Factor code a NASCAR game and spent.
I'm sorry.
Huh? Yeah,
I said I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I spent 6-8 hours on R Factor before it was R Factor 2, making a mod and building and changing this code from, say, the tire lateral from 0.005 to 0.004, and then go out and run another hour's worth of practice. Then come back in and go, well, that didn't do nothing. Let's change it from 4 to 3. Go back out and do another out. You know what I mean? And it's just constantly over and over and over and over. And these guys in iRacing, or in any sim in general, online, that's how the physics are built. I mean, people don't realize what's all behind it.
One of the greatest comparisons I think you can make to developing say a sim game versus testing a brand new built cup car. You know how much testing you do to get things right, and you make such minute changes?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
You go into a wind tunnel, you put it on a dyno, you do pit stop practices in your parking lot. You do all of these things before you ever turn an official lap. And why do you do that? Because you want the best possible product to move forward.
Right.
You want to win. And so I can only make the assumption that is a how do you say, a great comparison between the two.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I mean, like the dyno testing in real life, I mean, they spend hours and hours and hours, weeks and weeks and weeks, months on months on months,
more hours than I would care to share.
Right. And I mean, we just went from the Gen 6 cars to the Gen 7 cars, and that was a whole new beast and no data at all. You know what I mean? So... And the product's only going to get better.
Even the data they're getting today is still relatively infant.
Right.
And I'm the first one to defend a process, but I'm also the first one to say the process was begun publicly too soon with this car.
Right.
I was actually part of the COT program back in the early 2000s. We were one of 5 shops that got to build the COT. And do you know how many revisions of that car there were before even a leaked photo came out?
Probably millions. Who knows?
From my guesstimate, because not all 5 shops would get the same blueprints. Some would build this variant, another would build another variant, so on and so forth. Just in our house alone, we had 14 different variants before we settled on a unified variant between all 5 shops.
Right.
Wow.
So that's a lot of fabrication. That's a lot of work. That's a lot of building. That's a lot of metal that you're turning. That's a lot of metal you're bending. It is a crazy process. And most people don't realize that actually started midway through the 2001 season. Not too long after the Earnhardt incident.
Right.
And by 2005, we had a product. We had done the testing. We'd done it privately, taking, non-discrete or discrete haulers. It didn't look like cup haulers.
Right.
You know,
All right.
2 tracks, getting them out on the track, getting some data, blah 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 blah, and it was a very tough process to go through. And the difference between that process and the process they went through with this Gen 7 car is so different. They said, oh, here's the idea, let's just get it built, put it on the track, and then we can worry about everything later. And you hear the drivers talk about them now, you know, they're getting hurt in these things. In incidences that would not normally do anything except give you a little bump or a bruise, you're getting concussions.
Yeah.
So, you know, you have to take that standpoint as a fabricator versus an engineer versus a race car driver, a team owner, team manager, and a fan. You have to see all these different points of view. And at the end of the day, this was pushed too early. You know, that's my humble opinion.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of fans, from our standpoint, it does feel like it was kind of pushed really early. As we're talking with Rev Race Control from Wicked, joining us up in the booth with myself, Sam Dyer, and Robert Moyer, and
Podcast
talking about that of the NASCAR in the next gen vehicle. And you know, Rev, I gotta say, it is awesome to hear all this information from my perspective, because that's a lot of information I didn't know about. But it's so cool to learn that.
I mean, it's a beautiful sport. I'll never take that away from the sport. You know, I remember my first race I ever went to. It was a Firecracker 400 at Daytona, and I saw the big wreck, and it was coming out of turn 1 into turn 2. I see this number 26 Quaker State car literally getting lifted off the ground, and I thought, wow, that was awesome. You know, and I was a fan at that point, but I never really got into racing until after I got out of the service. And I'm so glad I did, because it gave me some experience. You know, I'm that type of guy. I don't like to settle on one thing. I like to bounce around and do the things I like to do. If there's a plane, I wanted to jump out. If it's a bridge, I wanted to tie a rope to my foot and jump off it. I was an adrenaline junkie, and I'm going to tell you, racing on many different levels is an adrenaline rush you can never deny if you have it.
Very true.
I mean, it's
Sunday
exciting.
Service is over now.
Right?
Sorry. I am so tired up here.
Nah,
I told you I can talk.
To be fair,
Mike,
you're not boring us at all. This is we have been going for 5 hours now. We have been going for it. And Rev, I gotta say, this is again, thank you for doing race control work, and that is a pleasure to have you as race control and to have this knowledge that you have. And I mean, tire wise, for real life, when going through those adjustments and trying to figure out, you know, those new vehicles, how much were you guys, you know, because that's something, when you were talking about the story that a tire can give you, that kind of piqued my interest.
Before the days of electronic telemetry, you only had 2 real ways of measuring what a car does. One is usually a biased opinion from a driver. You never trust your driver and what they're telling you. Always double check their story by looking at the tires. If that helps you, that was the original telemetry system. Came with its own built-in check and balance.
Okay.
So when you're looking at that tire and you're seeing some wear here, you take that temperature when it comes off, and that temperature is lower in your wear spot than it is, say, halfway through the tire, then you know you have an overpressurization with a little bit of a caster or camber angle that needs to be changed. Now, caster you can't change on the race car as much as you want to, and as much as some people say you can set them up to do that, that is true, but you can't tilt the tire forward and backwards on pit road. So those types of adjustments you have to do during practices and stuff like that. But as far as like in a race, you know what adjust, whether you have to raise or lower the jack screw, or I mean, all of the tire will tell you exactly what needs to change. Can it tell you exactly how much to change? No. That's where time and experience working with these cars or a driver really can help. So when I was working with, say, developmental drivers, one of the things that you really had to learn is you can't listen to almost anything the driver said, but you got to make them feel like you listen to every single word. Because you have to trust the car, and you have to learn that the car will tell you what to trust from your driver. So when you have, say, a transient driver system where you're dealing with 5 or 6 developmental drivers, the car is your resource. And the only thing that touches the ground between that driver's wheel and the driving surface is the tire. Nothing else touches it unless you're running too low. So yeah, the tire will tell you everything you need. It does give you a story. It's like reading a book. Sometimes it's in a foreign language, so you have to learn to translate.
Yeah.
And
well, talking about practice also, I know with current day, with the pandemic and COVID, it kind of really changed a lot of modern racing with practice-wise. How much do you feel like that's kind of hurting or helping?
I think it has hurt the product a lot. You guys are in the business of broadcasting, so you rely on a good product to broadcast. And these teams, they have to rely on a good product on the track in order to finish a race without 500 laps of yellow. So the more you practice, the more you develop in a fixed race, you're kind of stuck with a setup, and there's very limited things you can do to change that. That's why, like at Wicked, we're trying to push more and more practice sessions. And the more people we get into those practice sessions, if you watch them during the race, they're the ones that are doing more correct than not correct. I mean, we all do boneheaded things. I mean, good Lord, I have done some boneheaded moves racing. I've done boneheaded moves on a real car, making an adjustment going the wrong way. I've done it. We all make those mistakes. So the best thing to do is the more you practice, the more you'll get familiar, the better off you'll be able to deal with a wheel slip or power differential between left and right rear tire, so on and so forth. And that's based on weight shift and stuff like that. So, that rear spoiler behind you can change that weight shift at different speeds. People don't realize it. If you're doing 170 versus 180, that applies more force onto your rear spoiler. The wind coming around the driver's cap. The way it is designed to push air over into that spoiler in certain areas. So if you get damaged, that changes that whole airflow to that spoiler. So there's a lot of minute things that most fans will never really grasp until they get into the industry or hear someone that's been there. Yeah. The aero packages in that Gen 4 car were insane. You would go to a wind tunnel so many times, especially with your super speedway car. You would, like Langley, Virginia, we'd travel up there. That's where you would take it to the wind tunnel at NASA. And you would literally stand in there with a rubber mallet beating dents into the C-pillar just to get better airflow over to the back of the car.
Not hitting it hard enough.
Oh, dude, no, it was either that or you hit it too hard. Climb in the car, beat it out. Oh, God.
I wouldn't want that job.
I mean, if you do get some range out, I feel like that'd be the best job to have.
Dude, let me tell you, that's the only way to get it out. That's when you have body work.
That's
body
true,
work helps get rid of that range.
No, you wouldn't pay me enough to stand there with a sledgehammer all day.
Well, I know for us, we're doing the Stars and Stripes series on Thursdays with the Gen 4 ARCA cars, and it is, and all those guys are running throwback schemes, every week, and it is a man. It brings back some good flashbacks for me as a racing fan, because that's when I fell in love, was with those Gen 4s.
I mean, now this may be biased, but the Gen 4 car will always be my favorite car that NASCAR's ever put on the track. First off, it was one of the most entertaining cars to watch. It was the ugliest car to watch on a downforce track because it was that's the version that they have in iRacing, is the downforce. So you have this giant sail coming around that left tire, but you've cut half your front bumper off. You know why that's like that?
No idea.
I'm gonna go right ahead. I'm listening, man.
All right, well, think about it. Downforce car, you're usually on a track that doesn't have quite a large bank degree, okay? So when you start turning left, where's all the air coming from now?
Left.
It's coming from that left front corner.
Right.
So if you build another nose, when you're in that corner, that helps provide that brick wall effect right at the front at that angle to get more air over the hood instead of trying to push it around the front of the car and down the side of the left. Now you're getting it to get up over the hood, over the driver's cage, and back to your rear spoiler.
Right,
so,
which is more downforce on the car.
Correct. So they call it a downforce
Right.
car primarily because of the shape of that nose, and that nose now is the front of the car in a corner, but you still have the main front of the nose to still provide you that downforce when you're on the straightaway. So they call it a downforce car. Then you had your super speedway car, which was a very tall nose but bilaterally built. So it was equal on the left, equal to the right. And then you had obviously your road course car, which was built very similar to your super speedway car, but it was much lower nose. You didn't have this giant wall in front of the car. And that's something a lot of people, when they do iRacing, they're only familiar with that one Gen 4 car, and that's the downforce car.
Yeah.
Can you imagine what iRacing would spend to get all three variants of that car?
Go to Dale Jr.
That was so much. I don't even like. Also, getting all those scans would be interesting to see, because I don't know if they would spend the time to get all those different variants for how they would.
It wouldn't be lucrative for them to do those scans.
Yeah.
Because now you would have to tell the sim to limit what cars are available at what tracks. So that's a lot more programming, and I'm sure Robert can kind of jump in here.
Yeah.
But that would be an intensive amount of programming after the scans. And then to top that off, now you have three cars for the price of one. You would have to charge for each one of those cars in order to even recover part of it.
Well, and then also build separate setups.
Well, that's an easy part. You could do community setups with that kind of thing.
Yeah, but
That
I mean,
would
as
be-
iRacing don't do that. They will give you a fixed setup. So somebody has to build them. For all the road courses, and then go out and test them yet and things like that. And people wonder why it takes 6 months to get something into the game. Well, that's why.
Oh, I feel that pain.
Yeah. I mean, for us as sim racers and broadcasters, or as you guys racing or anything, yeah, we would love to see that. Like, we would. I'd pay the money for the extra cars. You know what I mean?
Oh, absolutely.
But the time and effort, it's better off for them not to go that far and just take one car and build it.
It would
into
never
three.
pay off for them.
Right.
It would
use it all for free. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And I think for me, I enjoy the realism of iRacing, but that is kind of a deal breaker, but it doesn't break the deal for me,
Right.
if that makes any sense.
No, right.
Because I understand the reasoning behind it. So, like, even with like this hybrid that we're watching Zach run here, it is not perfect. Yes, it was 3D scanned, but that's not what they're going to be running this year. I mean, there are going to be some differences, and if you really study what you're seeing in this model that you're watching right now, and then watch the real race come next weekend, you'll see these differences. If you're looking for them and you know how to look for them.
Well,
I'm not going to teach you that.
Yeah, no, but that goes off of what you know, they changed in the car from the time this was scanned to the time it's product on track.
100%.
So,
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
and these guys can't wait till the last minute to scan the actual car that's going on track. It takes 3 months just to render these stuff out. Like this is a render. This, you know, for them to render just an image of this car, it takes 3 hours on a high-end PC to render.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, I think back to the F1 car that just came out. I mean, that scan of that car was like, that was before they put in a bunch of different upgrade pieces to make that car as good as it is at the end of the race.
Oh, and the thing is anybody that does like painting for these cars, especially like the formulas or any of the Delaria cars, you'll see there's panels in there that you're painting that you almost never see in a race, except at 1 or 2 tracks. Like with the Cup cars, the Gen 4s. You're never going to see those because they don't have that on. But they do it for the Delaria because that was contractually told they had to have it. So they lose money on those Delaria. It's kind of part of the reason why there's an issue going on right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We should send an application into iRacing.
Right?
I
did last month. I did an interview for JGR, but that didn't go anywhere. JGR.
Oh. Well, I'm not gonna say anything, but Sam, you know where I'm going with this. Possibly bringing him up for something. Like,
I will let you take whatever control you want with that.
you know what I'm talking about.
Not a clue.
End of month. Oh, never mind. I'll tell you later.
Yeah.
Oh, thank God we got phones that I can shoot messages.
Yeah.
Right?
I'll be honest. I think me waking up at 4 in the morning is starting to hit me.
I have that effect on people. I'm sorry.
No. Honestly, it was even before you hopped in. I think I need to go get another cup of coffee. I think that's what it is.
And I do have to get to the race shop this afternoon. I still work in racing, but not in a big time level or anything. I'm just helping with some Friday night guys, and they had a big one last night. So
Okay.
Well,
just after we fixed them Thursday.
Oh yeah. Well, you should be used to that.
Yeah, but you get tired of that part, especially when it was a boneheaded move that did it.
Oh man.
But real quick to that.
Yes.
Point,
Go right ahead, bud.
One thing that people in iRacing, as drivers in iRacing, tend to make more boneheaded moves is because it doesn't cost them money to fix the car when they're done.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
That I think that's the most talked about spot.
Yep. And you know, in my own personal thing, I've worked out a system to do something very similar to penalize a driver financially based on their season entry fee. You know, if you did a season entry fee for $100, you would get your $100 if you had 0 incidents all season long. Of course, that's not going to happen, right? So they'll get some of their entry fee back based on how well they've treated their car, their equipment throughout the season. And I think that could be an incentive type thing, you know? Just an idea.
Yeah.
Well, I'll say this. I've been doing this for 17 years, Red, okay? And I know exactly what you're talking about when it comes to try to come up with a system that, you know, benefits drivers for not, you know, destroying their equipment out on the track. And if you come up with something, praise the Lord to you, because it is the most toughest thing that you're gonna pull your hair out before you wind up. You'll do it one season and probably scrap it because that's a headache.
Well, I've been running it in the background for the last 5 seasons.
Good luck, man. God praise you.
And I could tell you right now, it occupies more of my off time than anything else I do.
Yeah, I'm telling you that's again. Hey, look, if you get it all going and it works, I praise you, man, because I've tried that, and trust me, I threw my hands up in the air and said, "Yeah, this ain't worth it." Because you
it's
got to be careful, because if people destroy their car every week, they run out of money. Then what do you do?
then they
You-
can't. Well, then they can't enter a race.
Well, that's the
for the
problem.
season.
Right. And here's my thing about that is the problem with that is then you start seeing your numbers dwindle. You know what I mean? Do you want product out there, or do you want product out there that's crashing? I mean, it's a give and take thing, and it's so hard to
there would be
juggle.
It'd be kind of like poker. You would get a one rebuy, so to speak, just like in poker. You know, if you run out of money on a poker table, you get to go home where you can rebuy in.
That, or they pay $5 to rebuy in.
That's basically what it is. But in this case, it would be the full 100. You know, and the reason why it would be so much is because they can still get money back from that. So if they complete the rest of the season, perfectly, they would still get that second 100 back. They've already lost the first. They can't get that back.
Right.
You know,
Right.
and you know, there's so many details behind it,
Right.
and I'm sure you understand. I can't give it all away here. But
I'm trying to make combo here, but all right.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, I get it.
I've been loving it. This has been great.
I know where he's coming from, and I know what he's thinking. That's all I can say.
And he's trying to give me a warning. I get it.
I seriously am.
I
Zach
know.
just had a minute. Did you see that, Sam? Zach almost had a minute there with that GT3 car.
He got loose right there.
He's on cold tires, and he's also that exit has just been a tricky spot for him. He's just been getting closer and closer to the outside wall, and I've been getting more and more nervous.
All right, did you see my post that I sent there to you, Sam?
Once I look at it, yeah.
Oh, now you see what I'm talking about at the end of the month? Okay. All right, so on to the next subject. Sorry to leave you hanging here, Rev. But
no, it's all good, man. I was just saying I do have to get going because I have to get the car, and it's about 45 minutes.
Yeah.
So.
And Sam said he wants to get some coffee, and I think I need to get refill up and energized for the last half hour, because within the next 20 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, this stream will be ending, but we will be going to part number 2 within about 5-10 minutes after this stream ends.
Yeah, and big thanks, Rev, for joining us. That was an awesome conversation. Thanks
my pleasure.
That was awesome. Thank you for your knowledge and having a conversation with us, because honestly, I might have to go back to that segment and rewatch it over and over again, because that was so much fun just to listen to.
Well, I'm glad I could help share some inside information and things of that sort. You know, like I said, I love to talk, Robert. This is your fault.
Oh no, this is great right now, and you know, if you're not busy later on tonight, we'll be here for the next 15 hours.
We've got 18 hours and 34 minutes still left in the race.
We got plenty of time.
So
for
what
the
you're
night
saying,
shift.
I have to stay at the shop for another 18 hours and how many minutes? No.
34 minutes and 30 seconds.
Guys will be coming back in for the next day going, what the heck are you still doing here?
Yeah, I'll try to stop by later and be a little bit better prepared.
Yep. Swing on by and we can chat a little bit more. But again, we do much appreciate you swinging by and having a talk with us here. And have a great day and be safe, man.
All right, thank you, and go Wicked Racing League.
There you
go. That's Rev, race control from Wicked Racing League, as he helps all the madness be able to have some type of control at times. Big thanks to Rev. And yeah, Robert, I think that we're going to take a quick break.
Yep.
And we'll come back to more talking-ish, and we'll finish up the last couple of minutes of part 1.
That's right. We're going to finish off part 1. Like I said, ladies and gentlemen, there will be a part 2. So if you're coming back on video on demand, all you do is wait. And I have it all set up. Once all these streams are done, it will automatically go and play part 2 for you automatically. So once it finishes, it will go back and start playing. So that is thank you to YouTube. But like Sam said, we will be right back within probably about the next 10, maybe 15 minutes or so. We'll be right back. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I am back. Hopefully everybody enjoyed that little bit of break here, as Sam is right now up talking to some of the drivers right now and seeing how that all is going to go. We'll be getting a little bit of details on what's going on here towards the end of the race here. So, Sam is now back down here into the booth. Let me pull my headset back down. Hey, Sam.
Yo.
All right. Well, hey, we're getting down to the nitty-gritty here, bud. We just had a great interview / quote podcast there with Rev. Really high intensity detail that really intrigued me on what he was saying here, man.
Oh, I was totally invested 100% that whole time. Like, I hate the fact that I was tired and I was not able to like fully invest my time into it, but.
Yeah,
dude, I was quiet mainly because I was invested in hearing what Rev had. That was some incredible knowledge of, for me being ignorant and kind of, I'm a huge fan. I love NASCAR, but there are things that I'm super ignorant about of like the amount of work and testing does take into stuff, and learning that from Rev and learning about his past and history. That was a fun segment that. Who knows? We might just have to clip that out and put that in as its own video clip for later on. Who knows?
There you go.
But I gotta say, for this race, it's been interesting. Went in under our break, got some coffee, went and talked with the drivers, getting their insight on how this race has been going, and got a lot of good information on what was going on with Zach. We saw the fact that he was having issues on the beginning of his stint. We saw him also have some spins and some close calls that were kind of not really traditional for Zach. Found out he was having some frame rate issues. He said it felt like he was going kind of like it was a screen show of just like frames just coming in and out, and it was kind of difficult for him to tell where he was on track. After his first pit stop, kind of cleared it up, fixed up, and that's why he's been a lot more consistent ever since then. But he's tired, he's hungry, and he's ready to take a nap and also gorge himself once he's out of this stint. Which next driver expected to get into the vehicle is Cedric Hunter, but Cedric was having slight internet issues, but he believed he got those figured out. So we're hoping that we'll see Cedric Hunter, aka Hello Kitty, into the machine and get him ready to be rocking and rolling, because Cedric already had ran about that of 6 hours of endurance racing earlier yesterday. So we got some good practice and ready to get into the cockpit here in just about that of 10 minutes or a little bit more than that. We should be seeing Cedric Hunter enter the fray. But gosh, Robert, I can't believe it. We're closing in on 6 hours. Our first part's almost over.
And it was just, people coming in and out. Thank you. But, damn, we did it. Me and you did a 6-hour show.
We did 6 hours last year. We needed a lot of help during then, and we just did it. Oh, man.
To answer the question out there, Steven, my coffee's good. I got my coffee. It's nice and warm. It's not hot. I know it sounds good. Okay. How can I explain this? I don't like iced coffee, but I don't like my coffee scalding hot. My coffee has to be like lukewarm, maybe just a little bit warmer, to where I can drink it. And if I'm really thirsty, then I guzzle the coffee, like water.
Well, they do say that it's better to chug your coffee than it is to slowly sip it because of the stains that you'll get on your teeth. So technically, you're doing it the right way.
Now you're trying to make me really sound bad. Because, wow. Yeah, I guess you're right, but no, my teeth are bad too, so.
Well, I tried my best to help you out there.
You did, but I just threw myself under the bus, so it's okay.
Wait, let's just skim over the fact that you have, 2 to 3 pots of coffee a day and how much the quantity is, but like the process of drinking it is proper.
I went downstairs and the wife's like, I went out in the porch. I ordered from Walmart and got coffee delivered, and I looked at her and I went, do we need coffee? And she goes, did you look to see how much coffee I have left? I went, yeah, I made coffee last night. She goes, and you weren't paying attention. I said, no, I was half asleep.
I was half asleep preparing for when I'm going to be fully asleep tomorrow.
I go through 3, even the coffee makers, Sam, I go through about 3-4 of them a year.
That is incredible.
Yep. I just bought a new one. This time I said, screw this. I went and got the Ninja coffee. Like a $150 coffee pot machine maker. So it's better last for 4 months instead of 3. Dang it.
Yeah. Oh man.
So, but yeah.
It's crazy, crazy, crazy times we're living
yeah,
in.
what you were saying there too is Rev was great in the booth. So in the future we'll hopefully get him up in the booth here again. Maybe through this 24-hour event, pick his brain a little bit more and have him talk away and everything. But the mean green machine there, the monster green or whatever we're calling that thing, Zach's finally passing again.
Yeah, finally able to get by, and when he's around that vehicle, it seems to be some troublesome spots. And there's another one trying to go extremely wide, and that timing just was not there. I think Zach was hoping that he could get a little bit, further into the corner before making that pass. But it's going to work out. But here comes that green machine, going to be still stuck to the tailpipes. And, watching these drivers and the way they've been trying to get around, Zach's been trying to be a little bit more patient here. He's trying to grab every spot he can possible, recognizing kind of the situation that the team is in of, trying to just rebound after some of the incidences that started off this run. But overall, got to say, Zach, after some of the woes, to keep himself still within a lap is huge kudos to have, especially knowing that we're 6 hours in to the 24 hours of Daytona, so there's still plenty of time to be making, and any mistake can happen. Was talking to
last year.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking to Cedric, and he was kind of opening up about that other team that he was racing for, Lucky Duck. When he gave up the car to the team, they were up by a full lap and a half, and now his team sounds like they might get best, maybe 7th in their race. They had some really bad luck, unfortunate things happen, and unfortunate luck can strike anyone at any moment during this race of someone having an incident and accidentally getting into the this category 5 esports machine, or they could have a slip up, or they could be graced by the racing gods and have the drivers in front of them of the podium hunters and see them be caught up or make their own mistake.
It could be pit road. It could be what we call it technical problems, but it could be internet related. It could be frame rates like Zach. Just because you're hopping in the car doesn't mean your graphics card or things like that could I don't want to say malfunction, but not work the way you want it to work.
Yeah, I know plenty of other drivers where they actually got disqualified because of technical issues where like their pedal got stuck. So, mechanical issues as well. There are plenty of them to be trying to get sorted through. And, if you're just joining us now, I know Robert has been saying it a lot before we went on to our break, but this is only part 1. We've got 3 more parts still to go. We probably won't be talking as much as we did for this first part into the next 2, but we will still be coming in and out throughout the day as well as the drivers trying to get themselves settled in, knowing that this is still a long race to go. But right now, Category 5 started off strong with Vincent Sora. He got the pole. He was leading at times, handed off the car to that of Brian Johnson for the second stint, where Brian Johnson had a couple of mistakes, but mainly was trying to keep the car in one piece while there was a lot of accidents happening in front of the 05 machine. Then handed the reins over to Zach Hall, who has had his, we talked about it, own issues pop up with his computer, and as well trying to just keep this machine on track. Has done a great job at that, trying to keep himself at least in striking distance of if the other team has issues, they're right back into the race. And now we're setting up for our 4th different driver for the team. Going to be seeing that Cedric Hunter, the next driver expected to get into this vehicle in the next about 3 to 4 laps is when we're expecting to see Cedric hop in and get to see him race for about an hour and a half.
Oh, is that how long he's got? What, 1 stint, 2 stints?
It's going to be 3 stints expected, so it might be a little bit further than an hour and a half, but yeah, that's how far he's expected to go.
All right. Well, we'll see how that goes, but like we said earlier, I do appreciate we have 10 people out there watching, more than I thought would actually come out and watch. So, hey, thank you for hanging out with us here at Freaky Fast Broadcasting and watching Category 5, Freaky Fast Racing, and all that stuff. Do the Daytona 24-hour event here for iRacing, one of the biggest events of basically as we all know, next week is the Daytona 24 Hours, and that is the opening season of NASCAR racing in general. It's back. It's that time of the season, Sam, for the next, between 6 to 8 months. These guys are going to be grinding in NASCAR and Xfinity and trucks and, you name it. So it's ready to go.
Oh man, I'm excited to have the new year back of racing action. I know that there's been a couple of different series still going on, but January, mid-January to that of early February is when we get the start of a lot of the majority of big name racing series, and man, I'm excited for it as well. Hopefully the fans are excited for all the great coverage we get to give them.
Most definitely. So we're looking at the timer and the clock here. It's gonna look like here, probably within the next 10 minutes or so, we will be shutting down this stream and giving me time for about a 10-minute break to get part 2 up. As I got software, I got to update here real quick, so you guys still get the best, viewing overlay that we can give you here for this 24 hours. So make sure you hop over there to part number 2. And I don't know if Sam's going to be around, but we will start it off for the next 10 minutes of talking. But then I definitely got to sign off and told the wife I gotta lay down, take a nap. If not, I'm gonna fall down the stairs trying to go downstairs.
And we need you back to then reset for part 3 and part 4. So we can't have that happening.
Yeah, because the wife don't know how to hit the buttons.
Oh,
yeah. Yeah, so we're looking at 10 minutes. 10 minutes of us finishing off. So, hey, Sam, real quick before we sign off, you have a wonderful day. I appreciate you here from me in the standpoint, and I'm sure all the drivers and the fans, so early in the morning for you to get up and come and talk for almost 6.5 hours with me here with special guests in the booth and drivers in the booth. So I do much appreciate you taking your time out of your early morning to do this.
Hey, waking up early, getting to see some great racing action, and getting to talk to some good friends, and getting to hear some new point of views. It's a good way to start the morning off for me. It's I know for some of the East Coast, it's now the afternoon, and for me, It's still the morning time.
Still morning. See, he's so far behind, guys. Why do you got
3-hour difference? So wild.
Yeah, I
It's a
know.
wild
What a slacker.
I can see the sun now. Wow.
Oh, I seen that a long time ago.
Whoa, when he holds on. All right, well,
okay. Yeah, calm down
just
there.
calm
Podium
down,
Esports
chill out.
just went in.
Yeah.
So, are we going to have a driver swap here right when we're about ready to go to part 2?
I believe so.
Oh, crap.
Well, we timed that in an awkward point, but
right.
Don't you worry.
You won't miss anything. We'll be side by side.
I wish we could say that, but that's not true.
I was trying to take your words.
Yeah, I'm out on the West Coast. I'm in California, so I've been up since
oh my God,
4:45.
No way. That's just.
I originally was supposed to wake up
sleep?
at 4. I did. I only got a couple hours of sleep. I meant to fall asleep at like 11 and get like maybe 6 hours of sleep. It did not happen. My body was up until like 1.
Oh my.
So I only got like 3 hours of sleep. But coffee is a magical thing. When you drink it not as common, your body actually reacts to it and it wakes you up.
Both Stempians think we're nuts.
Oh no, 1,000%. Did you not know the old freaky fast like phrasing and lingo? Oh, here we go.
Oh, here comes Zach making a pit stop. So we're gonna turn Zach's cam off here because I know he is done. We'll get him off there, and we're gonna watch Cedric hop in the booth here. Hey, perfect timing. This is not booth. Sorry. Oh my God, in the car thing.
Yeah. Do the swap. Fourth driver. We'll see how well that of Cedric can run. And then after Cedric's done, we get to bring in Nick Crawford. But Nick's not going to be in for another couple of hours. So we get to see what the Canadian's going to give us.
Canadian now, eh?
Yeah.
Come on, what is he waiting for? Go.
Well, you need to fill it up. They need to put some
Ah.
tires on,
Okay.
and then they can take off.
All right, here we go. We got
Wait, we're
still got
almost
7
over.
minutes.
We're almost over.
Yeah, so we should see about a lap here.
Yeah. We get to see how well Cedric can handle the first laps.
Yeah, on cold tires and see how he handles this, and he's going to be out for his next three stints.
And again, stints are the fuel, basically how long you can go on fuel. So it's basically meaning when you're going to come into pit road is a stint. And these drivers can go about 40 minutes.
Who is
A little
that
bit over
in
40 minutes.
Podium Hunter?
That is
New
the
driver.
fourth driver that just got put in. So that is the fourth driver for that team. And Winter is from Michigan. He's the only driver. Take that back. No, he's not. But yeah, Winters is coming in for Podium Hunter Black, and interesting to see them switch it up. Now, the big thing to watch out for is what is the major speed difference going to be? Because Cedric's coming in with a lot of confidence in this car, and he feels pretty good on how he's going to be running. Got to interview him a little bit earlier, and he's feeling like if he can put it down some strong laps, he could be able to close in on this difference, especially on the fact that we don't really know what the new driver for that Podium Hunters is going to give us. These next couple of laps are going to give us a lot more knowledge on what the driver's lap times are going to be, and where the equal footing, or does someone have a major advantage? We'll find out shortly. But looking at everyone else, it's crazy to see how much of a gap the rest of the field has for that of the for the hybrid machines, because Podium Hunter still has Category 5 on the lead lap. Third place is 1 lap down, and fourth place just got put down 2 laps.
Wow. And 1 car on the lead lap. Interesting.
There's only 2. That's our boys and Podium Hunter. And then there's 1 guy 1 lap down. The rest of the field is 2 or more, and that's crazy.
I'm paying attention to, like you said, the lap times. That's where I'm looking at here. I know we're going to get ready to sign off here and start the second one, part 2 here, but I'm just watching. I just want to see what Cedric does here, because Winters ran a 132.90. Let's see what Cedric can do here.
Across the line. I mean,
it's slower, but
I think though it does take a couple of laps before these tires are fully at their prime state for rubber. Also, for Cedric, he is dealing with a slightly colder track. So for Zach, he was working with that transition of the sun setting track, not having any sunlight, and it's starting to cool off. But Cedric is getting the full brunt of this track being extremely cold. It is during the start of the race, the track temp was around 83 degrees Fahrenheit. It's now 77.
Yep.
So it's dropped by that of 6 degrees, which is very helpful as Cedric makes the outside lane work. As they are on for that of our leader of Podium Hunters, lap 230.
crazy. 230 laps.
Have you ever put 230 laps in
No.
at practice ever?
No.
Besides-
Oh my God, no.
Not testing like what we were talking about earlier with Rev, but like just practice.
Nope. Nope.
Wow, there's so many laps.
Nope. Be honest with you, and maybe that's why I never won races. I never practiced. Never. Never, 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 never. I hop in the car and go race. That's what I did, and I've done that for years.
Well, you know, the other driver that does that is the one that we're watching on screen. It's exactly what Cedric does.
Yep, I don't practice. But then I'd complain that I'd never win. Oh.
Right. Well, I believe we're over 6 hours. So
Are we?
I think we might be.
Oh, yeah, but with this was started at 7:40.
Oh.
So we got 2 minutes to go at 1:50 Eastern. Actually, 1 minute, 1:50. I'm going to shut it down and then get 10 minutes to get everything else set back up.
Gotcha. Well, put us on the clock.
Yep. So we're basically down. So again, ladies and gentlemen, make sure you leave this stream, head over to part 2, go into the waiting list there, and just wait for it to come up live and get back into the action. And I'm not sure if Sam's gonna sign off here or if he's gonna do a 5-minute hey blah 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 and move on, or what the game plan is.
I might hang out for a bit. We'll see how it's going. Also, I do believe that Cedric does not have just to confirm that Cedric does not have a driver cam, right?
He does, but I don't know if it's hooked up. I'll check it out when we shut down the stream. I'll see if he hooked it up.
Oh my goodness!
What are we doing?
That if Collie just put it in and I just confirm it, the leaders, Podium Hunters, have wrecked and
What?
they have required damage. They are now in pit road. Category 5 Esports has taken the lead and have a 1-lap lead over second place.
No way.
We talked about misfortunes if it was going to happen, and the new driver, their 4th driver, bad exit out of the bus stop and rear ends and completely destroys the rear end of that of the Podium Hunters team. A dominant run thrown away in an instant.
I don't know if we have. Yeah, we got the replay.
I mean, if you want to put the replay up, that's up to you. As we're riding on board, goes through the bus stop. This is what happened to what was the leader. Just hits the wrong bumper, but doesn't hold on to the brake and smashes the rear end.
Whoa!
And
I have no clue who's going to grass, but.
And then had to take a tow. And that was the former leaders of this, of the group. They are now wiped out. And Category 5 Esports is leading this race.
I'm lost for words. I mean.
Well, good thing we didn't sign out.
Right? I mean, we are over our time here. I got to get things rolling here. So, all right. Well, with that being said, we will finish this discussion in part number 2 of Freaky Fast in Category 5 at Daytona International Speedway for the 24-hour event of iRacing. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning in, and we will be right back.